T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What's up, everybody? Today is a special show because it is the month of March and I am moving to the new location, the new farm. I couldn't be more excited. You're going to see all about that in the future. But right now, speaking of future, I am rebroadcasting some of my favorite episodes that I was involved with over on the Future Cannabis Project. Now, unfortunately, that channel has been removed from YouTube and all of the history with it. But I have most of the 200 some odd shows I did for the Future Cannabis Project backed up. Now this one was a really special interview for me. AK Bean Brains, legend, old school, master of genetics, right? So stoked to actually be able to speak with this person I've heard about, grew the stuff for so many years. Like, this one was awesome. And this also happens to be the longest interview I've did. We go over 5 hours, guys. So get your popcorn, strap on your diapers, and enjoy.
We are now live, and we have actually been rapping here for a little while. And we did this the other day too. It's going to be a fun conversation. It's going to be easy conversation. I definitely appreciate you making time tonight, AK Bean Brains, because I know you're not a very social media person, and I'm a little envious of that. So thank you for making time.
Another thing is, only time I do shit on Friday nights is summertime. I'll be in the boat, and we'll be out in Prince William, and super social. We all hook up and get around and do our shit out there. And even if you want to get online, they got, now they got 4G or 5G out there in the ocean. So you can watch live videos and we could actually probably done this in the ocean. But yeah, Friday night, I'm not the kind of guy that goes out and does shit late night or want to go out drinking or partying. Shit, I'm such a homebody, man. But Friday night's a good thing at home, right?
Yeah.
But now are you still out doing stuff on Friday?
Well, you got a good thing. You're doing the internet, but in person. The way that it kind of should be. You're going out and meeting the friends and kind of having those conversations
Really. The real net.
The real the Creole net.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to summer.
Me too. It's actually, we've had a few days. Again, I'm right on the ocean. It stays fairly mild here, but we had more snow. I'm happy. Yeah, you do you guys
I have to drive 50, 55 miles to get in any salt. I live right near the ocean, but it's a not fishable, not boatable thing. It's 40 foot of tide coming up and down every 6 hours. That's a quarter inch a minute of fucking rise. It's one of the second biggest tidal movement in the world. The Bay of Fundy is the only other place that has this kind of. So we don't go boating here. Short story.
Yeah, you drop anchor and all of a sudden you're on the bottom.
You can't anchor. Anchor won't rip up out here. It's silt, and you have to have 200 feet, 300 feet of scope, and 150 feet of chain, and a right proper kind of anchor, or you're not anchoring in that shit. It's 7 to 8 knots. That's a ripping current.
It is. We've got a lot of sandy.
We could use tidal generators and power the whole entire West Coast with our Cook Inlet, maybe America. It's a fact. You look it up. There's more tidal energy, free fucking hydropower there than almost anywhere in the world. This will come about too. We've got to pump the oil first. They lease that fucking oil. They're not dropping them 9,900-year leases. They paid fucking money. They're pulling the oil out. I don't care who's at war, what country, where, this and that. Green banks won't give you $1 to pump more. It's happening because they bought it. So when that's played out, we're going to move on, to solar, wind, hydro.
And that's almost an indefinite. It's almost an indefinite land lease. It sounds like there.
They got like maybe 100-year leases or something. I'm sure that there probably can't be more than 50, 70 years. They started in the 70s, real big time. Government will continue to let leases out and stuff. Even the NPR, the National Petroleum Reserve, they're still doing leases out of that thing, and no development really, because banks have shied on loaning money. So all the big banks have backed out on doing any development for the North Slope and future, oil extraction, and which, we got to get smart some fucking time.
We do, and that the title factor there is really interesting that you mentioned.
That's impressive because it's the biggest second. Like I said, it's the second biggest thing. We always think it's biggest because we're looking at it, but it's impressive. You see 40 feet of water drop in 6 hours, and the thing's miles wide. And
wow.
Fucking hundreds of feet deep. It's big water. I've almost been killed out there multiple times. You don't fucking play out there. You lose a motor or something out there, there's rip currents and shit and whirlpools, and it is crazy. Dangerous. Blackwater trench death.
Yeah, nobody's surfing out there, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, but on a good day in the black tide, hell, you can go swimming around or water skiing, kneeboarding, whatever. It's glacial silt water, so it's mostly fresh.
Okay.
Out on the outlet, on the inlet, it's water coming up from the ocean, so it's way nasty or salty or briny. Don't get me started on just weird shit.
The weird shit. Well, no, I like that you guys are able to get together on a Friday night and do that. And that's kind of one of the things that, I got from our conversation is, nature's always been a big part of your life. And you get to take advantage of that. And then
Yeah. I've been blessed like that, but I'm right in the heart of it. Seems like I always have more nature than I need.
Right. So how many bears have you seen so far this year?
Nothing. They're denned up. We still have 2 months of winter. We have a thaw right now, which is 20 to 25 degrees above normal. It's a very, very, very abnormal thaw right now. I know we broke records maybe by 20 degrees today, or maybe broke the record by 10 degrees, but it's 25 above normal. We're normally 20 degrees right now. We're 45 today. So they didn't wake bears up because their dens flood out, and they were pissed when they wake up early and they're like confused and grumpy and just like they'll wander around the neighborhood and there's nothing for them to eat. Then it'll refreeze and they'll go back in their den because it's going to refreeze. We're still going to have minimum of. I don't doubt we have some more zero weather coming.
Oh wow!
At least a little bit.
Makes it hard. I've definitely gone camping and woken up without digging trenches before around my tent. Yeah, you don't wake up happy when you're in a puddle.
Wow. Yeah, that's not good fun camping.
No, well, you hopefully only learn that lesson once, but I've done that. I was actually watching a special the other night about the permafrost and how that's affecting a lot of the pilings for a lot of the houses.
There's houses that are just going on 30-degree tilt right now because they built them on solid permafrost and there's not nothing we can do about it. They might end up moving. Fairbanks, Alaska might fucking fall down. Those places that are looking like they're really power pizza already. So I don't know what the hell you're going to do. You can't live in a bog. When it thaws, you're in a bog.
No.
Like true Scottish fucking peat bog.
And a lot of this, too, is talking about just kind of the methane, that's being released.
At least during the thaw. My God, it is crazy because you go out to there's a lot of methane. The lakes up here in the winter will have huge ice bubbles underneath it. And they look, we were kids, my mom would tell me that they were alligator eggs. Like, oh my God, alligators in Alaska. I fell for that shit too. But yeah, if you crack open and pop just one little like ice pick hole through it, you can light it. It'll flame up and it'll flare for 5-10 minutes. Or you can put a bigger hole. It'll like blow up all at once when it ignites. There's a lot of methane release. Yeah, but that's thawing and natural.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Million years of compost, the regenerative earth, basically,
Yeah, it's all in a cycle. I always kind of joke, if people are taking it too seriously, I'm like, look, the earth is fine. The humans are fucked. Earth will be fine. Earth will readjust.
No, the earth will wipe us off and come back to its own, who knows what'll be next, right?
Yeah, or as George Carlin says, it'll be Earth plus plastic. that'll be the next cycle of Earth.
Because we have a fucking major problem with microplastic. I live with it. Fishes now are being tested for every chemical that's in those plastics.
Yep.
Fish eating it in microdoses, and then bigger fish eats that, it builds that, and it builds up, and it's just like mercury. It is fucking something that I don't even know what the heck to think in the future. I'm very anti-plastic for landfill disposal. It has to be recycled. If we're gonna fucking make it once, we better use it 5 times.
Yeah, I see that here too. Being on the beach, I was walking on the beach earlier with my wife, and it is. And then you see, the nightmare situations of like a beach in like Brazil or Central America. You're just like, holy shit.
The gyre, the Pacific garbage gyre, it's the size of Texas. That fucking thing's a big, gigantic problem. You can't. It takes days and days to get across that garbage gyre.
Yeah, I know there was the last I heard on that, there was like a teenage, like whiz kid coming up with some solution to try to clean that up.
Quite a few great little things coming up with skimmers. Mm-hmm. If they can get a skimmer that can recycle and reprocess right on the water, they've got it made. They're turning it into stores, and there's good in that.
Yeah, there you go. I know it's kind of one of those unfortunate things. It's like once there's a profit, the problem will get solved. So it's just a matter of figuring out how to make the profit.
That's a real deal. You put money in front of people, they'll come up with ideas.
Yeah, real quick.
Independent research. It's just a good heart doing a lot of work, and doesn't go fast.
Yeah. I mean, geez, just the microplastics again. We were talking. I can go collect kelp if I want to. I've got a lot of calcium bicarbonate sitting on the beach and shells, and I just learned that sand dollars are calcium bicarbonate the other day too, which was really exciting.
I found a beach up here. Only one little beach has black sand in Prince William Sound. It's on Story Island. I shouldn't tell people, but I found sand dollars out there on this one single beach. It's not more than 150 feet wide. And I've never seen no other sand dollar up here, period, on all the beaches. Our beaches up here in Prince William are kind of like rocky basalt lava beach, and others are granite. And it's not pretty sandy, nice, good beaches. It's broken down rock and crumbled granite. And that's a sand beach that has, I even picked up on August 15th, we went a little bit of deer hunting, the last halibut trip, and I went to pick $10 off the beach. They're not big like you guys get some really nice big ones and different ones, but it's unique. I'm saying it's funny because I found them about 8 or 10 years ago, and I only went back like twice. Every time I've gone back, I found them there. So there's a population of them little critters living right in front of this island.
It might be just
the storm side, but on the leeward side. So.
Okay.
The storm side, I imagine, I don't know, maybe the currents, I don't know, maybe they do live there too. I don't know, you just don't go on the storm side that much.
Yeah, well, they kind of burrow under the sand and they travel. I didn't realize this. I just watched a video the other day about sand dollars, but yeah, and that's kind of how they kind of move about and get there. I was always curious.
We got about 50-mile-an-hour winds and it's fucking cold.
Oh wow. Yeah.
I was gonna smoke a little bit in the office here, and the wife's like, make sure the windows open, but it's gonna go to 20, 25 degrees tonight. It's starting right now, so I'm gonna have that window open.
Yeah, no. Crack it a little bit. Well, I think
her family photos, because normally she has, her Zoom meetings and all that bullshit. This is her office, so behind me on that wall, I put up a couple things of my own because I didn't want to have her bullshit. She had arts and crafts and family shit.
Yeah.
Really good one.
So I was going to say, it's well decorated. It's got nice leaves up there. Are those actual leaves that you've pulled off plants?
They're exact representations of that leaf, though, and the same size and everything. Carnival Cannabis, and he's in Oklahoma. He'd grown some of my Sunrise Thai chocolate, and those are actual leaves from the plant, 2 separate leaves that he really liked the morphology of. And nowadays you can just get anything printed up,
right?
In any form. So he whipped them out and sent them to me, which was real appreciative. It's super cool, Creation and art. It's art now.
Yeah.
Shit. You press a bunch of cool leaves and a bunch of nails and shit. You can press and it is art.
Yeah, I just actually amazingly did this with I grew out some of the Freak Show strain, and I loved just the leaf morphology on it. So I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna pluck a couple off, and I'll put them over here in a little frame.
Those are pressed. And
Yep.
Yeah. My friends own one of the coolest things that there is Candor Herbarium. They are in Sebastopol or Santa Rosa, California, but they're the only cannabis herbarium in the world. They're also the head of appellation for California. So when people are doing all the sourcing, genetic sourcing and original tracing and all that shit for wine and all that, it's a major thing. Appellation's huge shit. It's huge. That's your fucking money. It's your golden ticket. And cannabis, I don't know if it'll ever, really apply to cannabis, but they have also got green, it's called LeafWorks DNA, which is male-female testing, genome sequencing. They have a ton of shit going on, and they're just like brilliant women that run this company.
Awesome.
But she sent me her very first herbarium press, out of her barn they're in California, but her family raised in Georgia. They have a heart pine barn that they took down. And heart pine is old growth pine and very rare wood. So she made these herbarium presses. The very first one she made is basically 0001 on serial number, and she gave it to me and lent it to me. Now for 5 years, I got to get it back because it's going to be in our whole library and everything. It's going to be the main one. And I've been using it. I get that cotton wicking paper for herbarium pressing, and I have done probably hundreds of them now. For her, basically, and their research and documentation and all that. But it's really interesting to press shit. Some old stuff comes out. You can believe somebody was saying some old naturalist was recently, they were going through their old library of stuff, and there was cannabis pressed in the book, which nobody would have ever imagined that person would have saved it.
Right. It's almost like my grandma when she passed away. She had a habit of putting things in old books and magazines and
find all the money, huh?
Yeah, we were finding little stashes here and there. I'm just like, oh my goodness, Grandma.
Glad you didn't find a whole drawer full of properly preserved fucking seed, huh?
Yeah, that would.
Sometimes you can find some old shit that. There's not much hope of getting it germinated unless you maybe could do embryo rescue or something. But I was talking today, and it's a crazy story, but Williams Wonder, SSSC Williams Wonder, Carl at the SSSC produced it and released it, but they got it out of New York. The originator of Williams Wonder comes out of Williams, Oregon, and his name's David Stanley. Nobody really knows his story or anything about him. His kid owns Ziploc seeds, and he's a kid, not a kid, he's probably 40, but Shiloh, he tells people there might be a conversation on the internet or IG might involve Williams Wonder or something in that category. He'll like type in my dad created Williams Wonder. That's all you get out of it. No second conversations or lines or nothing. But I met him, and I don't even know how I met him. But I talked to him today, and we got to talking about, because he's 70s, and I think it was his last year growing. He grew the Williams Wonder I sent back to him. He hadn't had it in 20 years. Mice got into his seed stock and in the 80s, and when he was on vacation in Hawaii. I mean, a lot of stories out of this guy. You guys could do a podcast on him, because he's also documented these stories kind of in a list, so he can go right back to them. I mean, very good information. He hung out with Willie Nelson every winter in Hawaii on Maui.
Oh, wow.
Condos, and they both bring like a suitcase of weed and share and shit. And after X amount of years, Willie come back with what he called Willie seed. It was directly from seed that David had given him the year before. So some crazy shit. But he's best friends with Willie's guitarist. I asked him today, when the last time he talked, he said he called Willie all the time. His phone rings and rings, but Never gets a hold of him. But he was telling me about his old buddy in Florida, still had some of his original seed in a shed out there. But the guy, we got some good stories. Him and they're going across the border. His old lady had been smoking in the car, and they ran him through the ringer because the smell of the smoke. But there's nothing illegal. They both got arrested over the deal. He's a naughty smoker. He was pissed as shit, so he really hates weed. And David's like, "Did you ever get a hold of him? See if them seeds are in the shed, and maybe we could still get the original shit. Go to tissue culture someday, or embryo rescue, or something." You know, he's like, "Yeah." I asked him about it. He was real pissed. He just don't want nothing to do with me. He's
Really?
about getting busted from that one joint.
Oh man,
funny. But these are old timers too. We're talking about 75 fucking year old dudes.
They know how to carry a grudge.
He's still a tough guy because he was talking about how he split like 6 cords of wood. He used a splitter, but
Holy crap!
it's still cold and snowy, and he was just talking about it today. The snow just went away, and I don't know. It's pretty awesome to talk to those old guys because we find out some shit. He was talking about all the import days from San Francisco, Santa Cruz when he was 18, and the outlaw Santa Cruz days from 1968, you know. And I'd seen some pictures and shit too. He's like a weed pirate from Santa Cruz, you know. Those guys were pretty hip.
Were there a lot of strains that were coming out of that area at that time?
So I don't know shit about it. I mean, it's all import going through there. You don't grow a ton there because it's a fog machine.
Yeah.
But a ton of import went through there. Then when he moved to Williams, he took what he had with him. Here's the story. Williams Wonders Oaxacan, and a guy from Williams had an Afghan. It's just called Afghan, and or a guy from Wonders, excuse me, and you know, they became buddies. They met each other, introduced each other, smoked together, and just let's just breed our shit together. And that's what they came up with. Is Williams Wonders. And it's supposedly Oaxacan and Afghani. Oaxacan's, you know, originally like an 18-weekish, so people have told me that's a bullshit story because there's no way he just crossed one fucking thing and then made Williams Wonder 9-10 weeks from an Oaxacan.
Right.
But when I asked him today, you know, like, did you grow the seed? Yeah, I did. It was good too, and it even turned blue. My daughter really loved it, but I couldn't tell you. He just straight up, I didn't ask him, but I couldn't tell you if it was any different or the same as the other stuff. So, you know, at one point, if you don't get the information out, 10 years ago, I could have fucking got a fresh, clean memory. You'd have hit that shit and go, fuck yes, this is this is that. But at one time, at 75-ish to 80, the shit blurs together. You're going to lose the information if you don't get it recorded and distributed. I was trying to talk him into, I was going, dude, you need to go on a fucking podcast and just give these stories. He honestly, if Tag You, the other day, when Peter and fucking Gene and Tony are on there, if this guy was in the 4th slot, the best fucking show that I could imagine. I don't do a lot of these shows, so I don't know what the best, but that would have been fucking great information. Both of those guys from Santa Cruz, both the same age, and it was a small town with very few people. I guarantee they ran in the same circles and never even knew it.
Yep. It's amazing how that happens. There's a person I'm going to be talking to next month. Exact same thing. We even worked for the same company, just different times. Yeah.
It's crazy because, he was just another case of that. As he just told me, his son goes, let's do the genealogy, you and me 23 or whatever the fuck it is. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. Why would I do that? And he's like, dude, we should do it. His son did it. Of course, his dad did it for him. Comes back and traced an uncle living maybe 30, 40 miles, an uncle that they didn't even fucking know of living 30 to 40 miles, and then they didn't get a contact before he died.
Whoa.
But it tells you how small of a world this truly is. He is regretting that he didn't do that genealogy, or if it wasn't available earlier, he could have spent the last 20 years with his uncle that lived right down the fucking road.
Yeah.
Wow. And they're busting people left and right. We just had a huge murder, 25-year-old murder thing come from somebody's hand. Release that information. They backtrace the genes.
Yep.
This motherfucker's cooked now. He just got convicted for killing a poor young college girl. I mean, terrible fucking shit.
Yeah, and like I'm totally fine with that in those situations where it works out good. That's great, but it's like if my sister did it and she got tested, I'm similarly so close to her that if something came up close to her and they were looking for me or something, they could be like, yeah, that's the guy right there. So
the bad thing is they take your DNA up here by law. They take it whether you're convicted, guilty or not. You go to jail. You're
right. Yeah.
DNA. Now that shit can be used against you later, and who knows where the database goes? Could be medically used against you later. What if somebody gets the whole and they break your sequence down and go, this guy's family has a line of this, and now we want to. It could go to this. We want to exclude him from insurance because of this, or we. Oh my God, it's a hairball because they can look at DNA, unknown DNA. They don't know who the suspect is, but they can do a composite of that fucker, get it down to freckles on his ass. They're not fucking kidding. Eye color, strength, length of hair, color of hair, the kinkiness of the hair, freckles, skin color, tone, eyes, everything about them through the chromosome sequencing. So it's scary shit. It's good and it's bad. It could be very scary shit because computers just now sequence it, zip through it, and it couldn't have been done before. Humanly impossible. Now, who knows what evil forces could be lurking.
Yeah, I went and see, when I lived in Seattle, there was a science festival, and this is while Stephen Hawking was still alive. He was doing a speech, so I'm like, all right, cool, go see Stephen Hawking. And it was when one of those nights where there's 3 speakers. Obviously, he's the closer, but the opener for him was a guy talking about this. It was genetic sequencing, and at birth, looking at the genetic sequence and say, well, by 30, you're going to get cancer. So as an insurance agent, I'm not going to do this. And I sat there listening, like fascinated, but at the same time I'm like, I kind of feel like I should go punch this guy in the face because this is fucked up.
People have problems with bigotry and racism. That right there is the worst discrimination there in the world. Is fucking not letting a person have a fucking decent life.
It's the way you're born, man. Yeah, so that's crazy. I thought the concept was kind of cool, but then I thought about the negative uses, and I'm just like, ooh, I don't like it.
I was I'm not super active now, but I was a big American Bulldog breeder from '87 on. It got pretty big. I was selling $10,000 dogs. People wanted my shit, and I did a lot of cleanup, hips, skin, eyes, and just tons of shit. But there's breed suitability testing, titling, and making sure the dogs are breed worthy. And I got so into it about breed testing and breed suitability, and I'm not a eugenist at all, but I actually at one point saw the world population go to the 7 billion, and it's now going to the 8, and will be 9 maybe by 2050. And I was thinking maybe they should have breed suitability tests for humans. That's so fucking wrong. And it's the worst thing in the world, right? That's what fucking Nazis did.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's scary work.
Humans, and I saw the good side of it in the dogs. We culled. I did a lot of fucking culling because I knew what to look for, and then food testing, and you can really change a program and do a lot for the better. American Bulldogs were a sick breed in the 80s. They were like a hodgepodge of bullshit, bad hips and eyes, and biting the fuck out of the wrong people, and yes,
right.
I did a lot. I did an awful lot to clean this.
Now, what is it about dog breeding and cannabis breeding that is so similar? Because there's a variety, a handful of very successful breeders that also have been dog breeders.
Graham, Bob Hemphill and me were talking about it the other day. The old dogman that he knew and taught him dog breeding, he said that lent directly into his cannabis, and I agree 100% because here's what I realized. I was trying to clean up lines, make shit pure, get a decent coefficiency rating while cleaning up the lines. If you inbreed too much, you bring all the bad shit right back in. So I would breed half brother to half sister, grandfather to granddaughter, and I kept my lines with building the coefficiency, but fresh blood constantly coming in while testing, and I was getting somewhere. And when I would target, a litter, I wouldn't look at the male and female. I looked at the fucking grandparents. And when I talked to Graham the other day, exact same thing come out of his mouth. We target the grandparents because that's what you're going to get. And if you just apply, breeding like that's pretty straight across the board. But cannabis and animal breeding can be, pretty similar that way. There's double sets of chromosomes in one and single sets of chromosomes in the other, but you can get traction just as fast by doing X amount of breeding, inbreeding, back crossing, and I breed chickens, fucking pigs, I breed rabbits, because I do pigs and find good pigs. Our lines up here suck shit. And you're going to have poor pigs if you breed Alaskan pigs to Alaskan pigs, but you can go to a semen bank in, like, say, Chicago area. There's good semen bank. I'm spacing out the name of it right now. Like pigsemen.com, bullshit, whatever. But they collect the world's fucking best pigs every year from the shows, and they buy it up. $15,000-$20,000 fucking champion pig. They put that in their stud farm. So that pig 3 days a week gets to just eat all he wants and then screw these big dummy pigs that are in estrus smell put on them. And they
Collections.
collect it, and then they store it either they try to send it out fresh. They put an extender in it, they send it to you fresh overnight. You can do this for AIs, or they freeze it for later on than you do. You can still do AIs. It's a different extender to bring the stuff back to life, but it's in 360 degrees below fucking cryo storage. Or you do AI. You want to do an AI surgical on a pig because it's ridiculous. So it's a goddamn gold-plated pig. Maybe you're going to spend that money. Dogs do surgical AIs. That's one of my breeding programs for dogs. 25 years ago, I had killer dogs. I knew I wasn't going to have them forever. I collected semen and put it in cryo storage bank. It's in Sandy, Oregon. Like the canine semen. What's it called? International. ICSP or something, International Canine Semen. So it's in Sandy, and I've had an account for 25 fucking years. And I realized, as much trouble as a male American Bulldog is, they want to go kill other animals, other dogs, catch moose, fucking get run by cars. There's a million things going to get the dog killed or get you in trouble. So at one point, talking with a big breeder who was like big, one of the biggest breeders, I said, you know what? I just figured it out. You just stick the dog for 2.5, 3 years, prove them, freeze the semen, and feed them. Move on. You saved yourself fucking 9 years worth of bullshit, and it's like half joking and half serious. He was like appalled and just crazed about what I was saying. But I was like, but you get my point, you're going to have to be liable for that dog for the next 8, 9 fucking years and then cry when you have to fucking feed him in the end. So you save yourself all that money, all that trouble, all that headache. But the semen bank's important. That's what I'm kind of getting at. I can go right back right now, find a decent chip, and I'll go get that frozen semen from 25 year dead dog, and I'll just make new dogs come on.
Well, cannabis, so many people are talking about, tissue culture and keeping kind of suspended animation that way too.
I end up doing a bunch of my nails for me right now. Microfilm suspended animation. We're just going to keep them, and when I need them, he'll regenerate them and all. I'm not no smart person or scientist, but I see the value in that. I don't know if I want to set the shit up myself, but I have somebody to do it for me. It's crazy that there's a couple guys up here, I guess, are doing it with 200 to 300 cuts in their library. Wow. It's rec people, so they can break it out whenever they want to go that round. Plan 2 months ahead of time, and then break that shit out and do that round.
Down here in Seattle, there's a House of Cultivar, which has a big tissue culture bank. They've got, I think, like 300 some odd strains going, but yeah, that's kind of their deal.
Do you enter the bank, or do you give it to them and they put it in a public library? How's that?
It's a private company. It's a recreational cannabis company here that's essentially building their own library.
Fucking library.
Yeah. If you're a medical patient, you are able to get clones from them. I don't know exactly which ones, but probably not, the prized ones that they're putting up like that.
But then they're going to see that thing get tipped on down the road and lose all its value. Fucking, you let the really, really good shit out, it gets out of hand quick.
Yeah.
I don't want to see people lock nothing down, because you're only going to be here for so long and you didn't own it to fucking begin with. So that lockdown was foolish, greedy shit.
Well, that's kind of a shift that I've seen just in my years of doing this, because before I call it the traditional market. Some people call it the black market. I'll call it the traditional market. But there's a lot of people with product out there. So it's what you have that makes you stand out. It's what you have that makes you get the top dollar. It's what you have that keeps people coming back. So that's why a lot of things, I think, were really held on too tightly. And unfortunately, we've lost some really good things because of it.
Mm-hmm. That's probably got its good sides and its downsides. I sure value a person that can preserve and have that kind of want inside themselves, because most people, they move on and lose. I kind of like compare it to people that hunt if you're patient, you're going to be a good hunter, whether you're stalking and spotting, or if you're a bait stand hunter, or if you're just any form. It takes a lot of patience and be in tune with nature. And if you got the ADHD or whatever, and you can't fucking be patient, and I'm talking days of fucking patience, you're just a way different kind of person, and some stuff won't be for you, period. So, people with patience and really good hunters tend to be very good preservationists too. They'll look down the road at the long run shit. And it's also like the long stocks. Some fucking day traders are losing their fucking ass, man. The long stock runners are fucking banking because, you know, they're looking at the fucking 20, 30-year target. Day traders make me laugh. I have a friend that gives $20,000 away left and fucking right.
Yeah, I've known some day traders, and you can tell when the market's good, and then I remember when the market crashed.
Seconds late on that stock. I can tell you that story.
right, dude.
My one friend bought a bunch of Greek bank stock during that crash like 5 years ago. Like 3 cents a fucking share stock worth about 40 cents, and it'd get up to 26, 28 cents, and he's fixing to make 20, 30 grand right fucking then and there, and he'll go to the bathroom and come back, and the guy was manipulating the stock. He was running the whole deal. He was just reselling, buy. Like my buddy, he gave away a lot of damn money.
Yeah, I stay away from it.
Why don't you just work for your money? Because you can make money from work. If you're just going to give your money away, go to Vegas and try to win it. Because you're not going to win. At least Vegas, you have an excuse. You went there and fucking gambled. Fucking that other just giving it away to the stock market. It's the same gamble, not as fun. No showgirls.
No, and the house always wins eventually.
The house is just going to kick your ass.
It does.
My one friend, that same guy, he is a gambler too. So he this is like 5 years ago. He probably didn't have much money. I bought a little Zodiac. He imported what the hell do you call it? Import brokers. So he'd have a bunch of made in China, bring it over here and pimp it out and sell it, try to market it. There was just a ton of shit, weird shit he imports. But he had no money. He told me one of his little dinghy, a little rubber dinghy. It's like a $2,000 dinghy for $500 at cost, basically.
Right.
He took that money. I forgot what it was, maybe LA, wherever the casino was. He went down there and his buddy's like a professional gambler. They're playing baccarat. He rode his buddy's bets, but he was up like $9,000 fucking dollars that first night on the $500 I gave him. His buddy was up $300,000, and by the end of the night was back to like $5,000. He almost pulled his head crazy and went at 5 a.m. next morning, up 300 grand down to 5 grand. And my buddy, he took his 8 or 9 and he ran about 2 or 3 in the morning. Yeah. And woke up the next day, the other guy was ready to kill himself. And
my heart couldn't take that. I could not take that. I'm not the personality for it.
Oh man, that's like a lifetime's worth of work, and you just fucking gave it away.
Yeah, I like, like you're saying earlier, though, you work, you put your work in, and you can get some good things from it. So I like those tangible things. And you're also talking too about grandparents and the dogs. You were really looking at the grandparents as far as what the traits were going to be, or kind of what was.
My partner and I just basically boil it down to look at the grandparents. That's what we're going to do.
Okay, because a lot of seeds today, people need Maury Povich because nobody knows who the grandparents are. But that's one thing that I think a lot of people really like about your stuff. You've worked with it for a while, and you kind of know what's coming.
On it. A lot of it is sometimes you're going to have not an IVL, because I could argue on back and forth. IVL is like something that's been around 10,000 years on the fucking island. Okay. The inbred cross is something that's highly inbred to itself, and those breed one way. And land races, some land races are polyhybrids because different field weeds and pollen is just that. It could be 10 things blown into that one P1 field of pure wheat. But polyhybrids from multi-generational polyhybrids are very hard to predict, and if there was S1s that were in place in multiple slots on that, you'll never align an allele to fucking target anything.
Okay.
You will not. You fucking will not. So the whole game is to target alleles to fucking And it's hard because there's thousands of them. You want to fucking match this shit up right. Then you will reproduce terp, effects, expressions, and the morphology. And
what have you had success with kind of visually lining up with your eyes? Because, you know, again, things like THC or CBD production, we can't see that unless we're testing. But morphology, leaf set, nodal space, that type of stuff, we can.
You just look at comparison stuff and what you know in your head. I've got some photos. I didn't know if this would work or not, but I had photos from some old days, and it's funny because it's like 35 millimeters, and we were like super fucking scared in the 80s.
Get it developed?
You get your aunt or pay some stranger that was willing to just say, I'm disconnected, I don't care, I'll do it for you, or an aunt, or slip it in, tell somebody they don't even know they're developing it. Just make sure you give me back mine and don't look at them. But yeah, is it that or Polaroid? So I have some pictures from the 80s, and it's funny. Here's one. I don't know if it'll show up.
Let's see here. Everything is always
real torn. It's real. Okay, that's on the back. I put fucking notes. This is in 19.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
80, and it says it was a trailer park Appy, and the thing had pink hairs. Anyway, I just remember that with this. It just says Appy. I spelled it wrong. Crossed with Alaskan hemp times Appy. On the left, and pure indica clone on the right, and then it says good internodal length, using using EcoGrow tends to work well, and you can see the plants. The one is right here is the Appy, and the other one is the fucking indica, and they're
shorter.
Trademark fucking pure indica and Appy, even way back in the unknown genetics, no name on it, and we knew what the hell it was. So. I kind of just had learned a ton of stuff, and it just ingrained naturally as I went along.
Now, when you were working with a lot of these seeds and genetics, oh my goodness, that's a phone. Sorry about that. When you were working... my wife will answer that. I too am in the office working. But when you were working with a lot of these, seeds and strains at that time in the 80s, was there a wide variety of morphology? Because a lot of times, like, I can look at a plant and be like, oh, that's gotta be Afghani, just kind of like with the leaf set.
It was like 5 types, and we had blueberry, we had Calio, there was a couple of local strains called the Bob, Big George, that my Devil's Club ended up getting named Devil's Club because of the big fat leaves, and it was off a strain called Big George, named after local people. So, but you could, and there was some real haze up here, like they called it carrot top haze, because it tasted like fucking literally like carrot tops. It smelled and tasted like the top of the green part. Wasn't good taste, but it's very good effect. So, but yeah, there was about 5 types, so you could just look at it and know.
Okay. And were they pretty true breeding, or was there things that they would consistently pass on, or things you'd recognize easily?
Here's a decent example. This is picture 1982. Basically the first time I ever grew. These are in the 10-inch peat pots, and I used like a soil mix, and that's green Mexican brickweed. And look how fucking uniform and even. Yeah, they're almost like a set of clones.
Yeah,
shit brickweed. But that's one photo that's very rare and very old right there. It was grown in a closet using a fucking quartz lamp. A piece of shit halide quartz lamp with nothing but pure white and heat, incandescent, and a little fluorescent, like a reading lamp type of thing. That's what I lit up my garden with, and it was that healthy and good looking. I think I used Peters.
Okay. Nutrients.
I finished it and never got it much further than bed. Once I got 2 foot tall, I had no place to bottom, and it was in an apartment.
Yeah.
In an illegal fucking place in Washington State, in Kennewick, Washington.
Okay.
Super fucking illegal felony set up shit right there.
Yeah, that's.
You didn't play back then.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about too. It's amazing what you do. You know, my first grow was a closet. It was with CFL bulbs. It was in my budget. It's what I had, and it actually grew something. Before that, I actually did try growing.
If you had the little CFL bulbs and enough of them, they're really not bad. They're low lumens, but they're pretty decent spectrum. You get like a 3,000, a nice warm white's going to be 3,000, and you could flower with it if you could hit it right on top of them.
Yeah, keep them warm, and then too. So sometimes, especially in prohibition land, something is better than nothing. So even if you get a half an ounce, quarter ounce off of it, you're still like, this is the best.
We were always looking at day 45, going, dude, if we cut it down right now, we just scored. Fucking, we're over 2/3 of the way there, and fuck, we know what we're walking away with right now. If we can just fucking. Yeah. And then we'd go 10 more days and get it to that 55-day mark. It's like, motherfucker, if we don't go to jail right now, we're going to have a fucking killer.
Totally. Every day is like 2 more days.
That's the main thought on your head. It's not right, man.
No.
And we were legal up here, too. It's just once you do over the 16 plant, it was felony land. And over 24 plants, federal felony land. So the DEA was up here. And fuck, they would gladly take you away. Horrible place.
It's not like Northern California where they can, wear T-shirts and fly overhead in a helicopter. They were probably not happy to be there on a job like that.
Yeah, and then we all figured out that they were reading the infrared heat signatures right through your walls up here. Fuck, it was scary fucking Bill.
Yeah. Of course, there's always the classic. Did you ever know anybody who got busted because one side of their roof never kept snow on it?
Fuck everything. Yes. I mean, that was the biggest thing that people would warn you to be smart is don't let ice build up on your ducts. Don't let that heat spot on your fucking roof. A couple of other little silly tips, but
But real tips, though.
What they would do is target that hot spot, and fuck, you were cooked. They didn't prosecute a lot of people up here. They bust you and take your shit, take your lights, and scare you and threaten you and do this and that. But not a lot of fucking people went to jail up here ever. We've never been treated as an equal to America. America has been fucking railed in a lot of places when prohibition still is. You don't play around in Kentucky right now, do you? Fuck no. I don't think a little bag of weed down there is felony. If it don't take any ratty ass neighbor, gonna fuck you up.
Well, there was all my life, I guess, because I've never been there. But for the longest time, I'd do anything I could to avoid Utah. It was a no tolerance state.
Go. Idaho, fucking.
I'm like, Utah, I'm not even going in their front door, man.
Idaho's so anti. I mean, Montana went medical legal, Oregon's legal, California, all the surrounding states, Colorado. That place is anti as hell. It'll probably be. This will be my prediction: is Idaho will be the last or second to last marijuana state to go, either medical or recreational. Florida, I thought would never go.
Right.
Arizona, I thought would never go. It was the biggest felony border protection type of shit. That's where the fucking DEA, the Customs Patrol, the Border Security, the Homeland Security, it was all centered right there. They gave it up. Texas is next. Texas is looking at Oklahoma going, I fucking got some cash. Look how big we are. We're the 10th largest economy in the world. Don't think we're going to have some fucking chicken houses turned to greenhouses?
Yeah, look at their climate. I mean, they've kind of got it made.
They do. A chicken house is the perfect fucking grow unit. They have air-conditioned, fucking cooled, massive airflow. They're 400 feet long by 40 feet wide. They are naturally sunned. It doesn't take much to, half of them were like the opaque fiberglass already, so it doesn't take much to convert the roof to be full fucking clear UV good fiberglass. I know I got some friends that are down there chicken farming. They don't make a lot of money. They get fucked. Chicken farming still is a bad deal. The Tyson or Pilgrim's Pride.
Oh, wow.
They wrangle you into a corner by a rating that you get by how fast, how many pounds of chicken's put on, how many died with no antibiotics, and it's not a winning game. It's a debt situation, just like they do to the Indian farmers over in India. You know, they'll give you the seed ahead of time. If your crop comes in poor, you're fucked, man. You don't make a dime, and they'll take everything you have, and then you go commit suicide. It's a horrible fucking thing. Dirt farmers and shit will work to death for fucking nothing, just for their family.
Traditional farming is one of the worst economic models I've seen. I did a sustainable agriculture program for a while, trying to learn more about cannabis by learning traditional agriculture, and a lot of those deals are still handshake deals. And like you said, there was one farmer we're helping out. He had a deal with the big grocery store chain here at the beginning of the season. Okay, plant this much, we're going to buy it. Well, they had a change of management, and at harvest time, they decided they didn't want to buy this farmer's stuff anymore. And I'm like, well, didn't you have a contract? He's like, well, a lot of things are still done on handshakes. That blew my fucking mind.
Because our government supplements farmers to not grow their crops to manipulate the fucking market while people fuck to death. It's a fucked up.
I know potato farmers up here, yep, that do that. If it's this big, you get paid. If it's this big, you don't get paid. So they grow them this big every year, and they collect that money. Yeah.
I don't know. It's an unfair, unbalanced thing that big money controls. So I don't know. I don't like to think corporately. We need to think globally and communally. And if a guy down the road, he can help you or you can help him. That's who you fucking target. Look, stick to it. Maybe it's an old thing, but in 1800, nobody went past a 25-mile radius. And I think people should go back to fucking helping and staying in their little 25-mile radius. My wife gets pissed all the time because I see stupid shit like that. But it's international, global, and like everybody's connected. You can just go talk to any country, any time of the day, any time of the world, any place in the world. People need to think more of their fucking neighbors.
Yeah. Think locally. Again, being in a fishing town, that's the economy here. It's high tide raises all boats. If we're all doing good and we can all support each other, trade me your crab for my vegetables for your, meat, that type of stuff.
Yeah, we still have pretty decent barter up here. Barter was real big in the 80s, and there was people with trade books of barter, all their services, all main businesses, a lot of businesses had their point score, what their service was worth, and what they would barter for. That shit, somehow went away. It was such a great system.
Yeah, it did. I think, too, the amount of resources you have available to you kind of encourage it. And, the less resources, the more people are willing to barter because you just can't get certain things. But, in today's society, you can almost get anything. If you live in a city, you get it delivered in an hour.
I know last summer I traded out, I don't know what it was, a load of chickens that were $15-20 a baby chick, with like marins and like that, just weed seed. So those type of barters are fucking essential, and I do it with everything. I get honey, I get fucking maple syrup, coffees, and if you're not trading out that kind of shit, it's just fucked up. You're just paying profit to other people to distribute it through other channels. You can go directly to the source and do a barter. It's way better.
Yeah. Well, we were talking, I do some other shows on this channel with some organic-minded farmers. We were doing an IMO special the other day. And then when we were talking about, fermenting fish. And you had a, kind of an interesting story about you don't wait very long to get that going. So is that kind of something that, again, those things are so much easier to make in bulk, but you never use all of them. So,
I will give a lot of that to people that are very hardcore into the amino acid foliar spray, and they don't have access to a very super high quality product. Mm-hmm. But if you make it out of fresh fish, like as you catch it, and the same, say equal to, you would want to eat it as fresh sliced sashimi. It's fresh as you can get. That's when you make your FAA. You want it that fresh for your higher quality than a sushi bar can ever deliver is how good my FAA shit is. Because a fish by law has to be frozen maybe 20 hours at 30 degrees below zero to kill the parasites to be in a sushi bar. All fish has to go through like an FDA guideline. So it's not only caught, processed, delivered, and then it gets frozen, and then it gets processed. And that's good. And people pay high dollar for good ass best sushi, but that's still that process. You're talking a fucking week-old fish that's been frozen. If you can pull that thing out of the ocean and you let the thing bleed out and it's ice cold still from not ice cold, but 50, 55, lower deep water, 50 degree water. Mm-hmm. It comes up cold already. You throw it on, bleed it, and then put that thing in your ice chest or pack it on the brown sugar. It has zero degradation. You'd want to break the fucking FAA out and drink it. That's how you have thoughts about it. It's that good and fresh, and it just never stinks. It's real good with that. It's real good that it doesn't stink. I have I had a ton of the Source given to me, which is Future Organics, and they had the fish hydroslate. It had some kelp in there, but it's a stinky bitch, man. I sprayed it in a little tent in my garage, and it stunk the whole garage up. That shit's fermented. It was probably old fish when it went to the fermentation, and then it comes out fishy fish. Man. And it's a little sludgy. It was wanting to settle up and be sludgy on the round, and I was like, oh man, that's a product people are selling and using, and maybe you feel good about it. But I was thinking, I think I could drink mine. I mean, if you were Thai, let's say you were a Thai or Vietnam or somebody that likes the fishy stuff, you'd probably drink the fuck out of my fish sauce, because I do make shrimp sauce, which is just straight fresh as hell bought shrimp heads, or these big old gnarly heads, and you put a layer of shrimp and put a layer of rock salt, and you crush that fucker down. You put a layer of shrimp and rock salt. You crush the whole bucket, pack it all the way full, and it takes about, you can get it as early as 2 weeks, but 6 weeks of that fermenting, you pour that juice off, and it's a black, extremely salty, like a soy sauce. Okay. But it's shrimp sauce, and the Vietnamese are big on it, or Thai. They love it. But boy, is it one hell of a punch. A teaspoon of that's like a gallon of flavor. It's crazy strong.
And it's fishy flavored, I'm assuming?
Fermented shrimpy sweet. It's strong as hell. It's different. And it makes your breath just fucking reek. But it's a good flavor. It's just no different than, what's that? They put a lot of weird, strong, dried fish scents like that. The Vietnamese and Thai do. They love that real flavorful stuff. And then they put chili peppers that no normal person would eat. Mm-hmm. And they say it's just medium.
Right. Never order the 5-star. Never order the 5-star.
That's the good thing, though. If you're eating a real Thai person, they don't eat at their house. So, like, make me American food, because it's hot.
Yeah. Yeah, a little different, but living out where we do now, we're not in the city anymore, and we miss pho, and that just because of the burn you get from the chili sauce in there.
If she'll go to a restaurant, don't go to a lot, but maybe you catch a good lunch or something. She'll go to one of these pho houses, a pho house. Yeah, very good ones up here.
Yeah, I love the sweat. You're like, it's good if I'm sweating.
No, it's funny. I made lunch for the Body Shop yesterday, and chicken salad sandwich, and I have a bottle of Dave's Extreme hot sauce. That's okay. Right. Somebody gifted it to me because they couldn't eat it. They got it, and it was not a usable product. So I put in, first time I used it, maybe a half a teaspoon or something in my meal, and ruined the shit. It's beyond hot. Even I could eat some type of shit. But I put in about 8 drips yesterday, enough chicken salad for 8 people, and every one or two broken. My partner, fucking Root Dog, he went to straight up fucking pure sweat. The massive sweat from chili peppers, and if you quit eating it, it just kept on burning. If you kept eating it, it was pretty comfortable. Yeah, that's a low degree of what some of our friends that are Thai, they got it. They'll put hot shit on hot shit, and then they'll get hot too. It's worse to eat a double hot peppery thing when it's super scorching fire hot too, and they somehow can eat hot on hot on hot.
Yeah, you should not. When you're talking drips, that's intense.
Yeah, it was about 8 drips, so it's about 1 drip per sandwich to spice it up. It was very great for me, just right for me. I love it. But I would warn anybody that those newer, there's 2 million Scoville unit pepper sauces now that are commercially distributed. Just go buy them, and that's weapons grade. That's weapons grade fucking capsaicin.
Yeah, don't rub that in your eyes or go to the bathroom without washing your hands, right?
We're just talking about that. If you're going to have a ditch bag, you want to have some good-ass antibiotics and some weapons and some food and maybe a bottle of that hot sauce, because it'll cover an antiseptic, a weapon, and a food. You could water it down a little bit, put it in a squirt gun, and it'd be
Right.
the best. You want to squirt guy in the eyes with that? It's full on pepper spray from hell. You need to spice up roadkill skunk that you're forced to eat. You could fucking, get away with that, or you cut yourself. That's guaranteed an antiseptic. That super hot sauce is an antiseptic. Very good for open wounds and clean up on the road. Crazy thought, though. I don't know why that came up yesterday in our conversation.
Makes me wonder if it would burn.
Oh, yeah.
Put a little in there. So you're fermenting the fish. You were doing the FAA, kind of over.
Kelp extract too. Get a 35 or 50 gallon barrel and fill it full of ladderwort or old kelp. There's that wet kelp that grows like a hat up here. It grows like a fucking foot a day. Very plentiful. We don't have the killer sugar kelps as much readily available that you want to eat for a human. I'd like to ferment that, and maybe I just want to eat everything if it's good. But yeah, take some good kelp extract up here. Get it to put IMO, like EM1 or get EM1 commercially and then turn it into EM5, which is chili peppers and fucking garlic, and get it to ferment. And then that's a good, like 20 different microbial grains that kick almost anything into fermentation. That's a real good way to get a barrel of that fermented seaweed going. And then it'll produce CO2 for about a year. I almost got a year of CO2. Every day I'd kick that bucket, it'd be belching of CO2. So it's real good for your garden and for things like, at one point, I put a 55-gallon barrel, drumliner, taped it over the barrel, hooked the hose up to it, and put that right through one of the intakes of the fan nearby, because it would kick off that much CO2. For almost a year, I just had free CO2 from that one kelp.
Holy shit.
What do you call it? Hydroslate or whatever. I don't even know what you call that. FFP. Fermented plant. It ain't juice. So
sludge.
FPJ. I don't even know what the term is, but it's, you know where I'm getting to.
Yep.
It's real beneficial because you're killing two birds when you're making a good product. But a lot of that kelp can cause hernia. It's like a natural PGR, so it's good to tighten up a loose bud. But some over kelping or over alfalfaing and shit like that can stress.
I forget if it was like ethanol production or something, but yeah, I've heard that, and also too sometimes you get the little flower buds, the bud or the leaf bud, kind of where the fingers go out. You get a little bud that grows from there. I mean I can't prove it, but I've also heard or seen that.
I can get that every now and then. I just did a thing of mango bee shade, which was it's a weird strain. An Australian guy gifted it to me. Had it for quite a while. Got it from Tasmanian surfers that went to fucking Colombia. Surfing, wow. Got the mango bee shade seed, brought it back, and it's like a mainstay on Tasmania. They call it Rip Snort. So he told me if I ever reproduce it, do whatever I want, but call it Rip Snort. So that, like 1 in 10 of that has that bud right on the petiole. It's a strange thing. But I didn't know much about mango bee shade except that Bodie went down and maybe he collected some or had some, but I know it was a pretty cool strain. But it really is. It's a red stem. It's a red stem strain, natural red stem strain.
Okay.
There's not a lot of those. It's a genetic variant that's in it and different. It's not red stems from bad magnesium and stress and shitty LED fucking stress and the wrong,
spectrums.
And yeah, it's a natural red stem.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear too, because that is a topic that comes up, a lot of times. It's what's causing these, and people lean towards genetics, light spectrum, and
genetics
feed.
And complacency. Because if you just keep watching your shit grow and don't keep up and keep in tune with it, you're going to get that to happening. But if you're in tune with your plant, you can avoid it 100%. Or if you're running, like I said, those original Gen 1 and 2 LEDs, they'll cause that shit. And then some, also cocoa, and that combined eats the element up so fast that you're going to get
Right.
deficiencies and causes really quick and really just be a little complacent during that exact situation, and there you go. That or genetics, and it's way more rare on genetics. There's only a few red stem lines.
That I definitely believe. Now, have you always kind of grown organically, or with some of these like Jadam, the FPJs, or?
Very first thing, I didn't know shit about anything, so I used Peters, and this is an 80ish, right around 80ish. The very first things was a Peters. Then I went to Echo Grow, and Echo Grow was it's a really good. I don't even know if it's available. That was a really good thing. Had a lot of micronutrients, probably about 18 or 19 mixed micronutrients plus the main 3 elements that you need. And there was a couple of versions. They even came up with a Rockwell version at one point, but they had one for potting soil. One was called Monstera, I think, which was for house plants, and that's the one we ended up using a lot. It worked really, really well. Problem was it wasn't soluble. It was in little small pellets of different size, round spherical balls of different size and color from each of the different
Like NPK and stuff
altogether. So you had to mix it for 20 fucking minutes by hand, shaking the shit out of it and stirring it.
Oh wow!
Get it to disperse, or you would just have half of it still in the bottom of your bucket while you're, underwatering the top half. So that was a downfall, but the stuff worked great. And then in I'd say 1991 or something, NSR, a company that made some different bottled nutrients. They had products called Great Leaves, or Great Roots was their dip formula, and it was like real simple, real thin, watery, but it didn't smell or anything like the chemically nasty dip and grow kind of smell. Kind of a natural smell. And then they had a bloom and veg formula. It was like pH buffer automatically show either orange, purple, or yellow. And if it was yellow, you're about 6.5, so super easy to use. Leached out really, really, really well. I don't believe it had a ton of heavy metals in it. And I used it for years and years. And the company went from NSR, it was called ESU, Energy Sun University. This is like 1990. So we were checking it out. We tried the rooting kit. Best rooting thing I fucking ever done. If you took 75, cuts, about 5 fucking days later, you had 75 rooted things to deal with. So it was go stall, and you could fuck yourself quick.
Yeah.
But the product changed. In about 10 years, it went from ESU to NSR, and the company stayed the same with the labeling and bottling and looks and everything, but they went out of business maybe 10 years, maybe, I don't even know when they went out of business recently. But I had always done a lot of organic because it's super available all the time.
Right.
If it's there all the time, then I use it. Also, I'd always have pigs, and one of the things you feed a pig is corn, oats, and barley. And they like it with molasses. So you get cob. It's called cob. So you buy cob with molasses, and to make it efficient to feed it, you put it in a barrel, and you have 2 barrels usually going all the time, and you let it soak with water, and it turns to mash. You get corn, oats, and barley mash. It's a sour mash. And that's when you feed your pigs, because the corn will go right through them. A pig's digestive so fucking fast. You got to get that to be soft grain.
Slow it
and
down.
Then they'll get some nutrients out of it. And the water is mashed. Like I said, if you straight just ran it right into a still right then, you're going to have a real grainy whiskey, a combination of corn, oats, and barley whiskey. But I never bothered too much with distillation. If I wanted to, the thing is, it's putting off good CO2 the whole time. That's what I was kind of targeting. I like the CO2 during that fermentation, that batch for my pig corn, oats, and barley. It's giving off tons. I'd even kick in extra sugar on top of the molasses that it had to get more CO2. So the rod and growing right next to fermenting next to plants that were using the CO2 that was coming out, and then a film will grow on top of the water if it sits, and it's white and it'll turn in. People know all about it. I don't know the technical names, but it's like kind of the way you start a lactic acid culture with like rice floss. It's the same
Labs.
thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
It's basically labs, different way to make it out of those other ingredients. So I would skim that shit off and throw it in the, top water, top dress all my plants with that shit evenly, and it would kick your soil into live soil. So if it was a slow 4-month potted plant, by the time you're done using it, it's going into flower, you could throw all the leaves would be foliating on the top of that plant. It is alive enough soil to where the shit would eat your leaves up, just like people are doing now. Different means and methods of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's always good to put that whatever your IMO is to get your shit degrading and decaying. I liked EM1 at one point because you could just buy it, a Texas company, family business, $75. They'll ship you a gallon of this shit, and it has 20 super good strains and kicks anything into overdrive. But I would use, you can inoculate shitty soil and turn it into pretty good soil instantly. And if you feed it good food after that, it utilizes that food real well through that soil chain breakdown. Pretty impressive how fast we can make regular, just almost just like Pro Mix or something, pretty high quality something.
Yeah, the more I learn about that stuff, the more impressed with it I am. And it's kind of like you've recognized that you have the inputs around you.
I'm going to fix this light that might be...
Yeah, go ahead, please. Fix that. Just want to say what up, everybody. Thank you for joining us in chat today. I see a lot of strain questions here, and definitely...
better, but it's what it is, I guess.
Yeah, as long as it's good for you, as long as it's not blaring in your eye the whole time. That's like me. I'm not really this stoned. It's just I have a really bright light shining in my face. A lot of times people are like, dude, Chad, open your eyes. It's the bright light, guys. But what were you smoking on there this evening? And what do you generally like to smoke on?
Oh, good weed. I just like to smoke pleasurable weed, so I don't care what the early strain was. But I like to be relaxed, with natural well-being feeling when I smoke and what I smoke. So a lot of weeds that hit that mark, great. Spun out weeds are way better for the daytimes, and up weed is way better for work or fishing.
Right. Yeah, you need the energy.
For down, super heavy, super down weed is like good for insomniac or you did happen to wake up at fucking 2 a.m. and want to go back to sleep. That's the good shit for that, but you ain't getting a lot done on that stuff. No. I'm smoking Black Afghani TKNL5 haze that is a really, really good hash plant, and I'll do something with it here pretty soon. I've been realizing it's a Black Afghani from a friend in Germany. Give me multiple incarnations of it, of my stuff bred to it, M1, or Afghani one bred to that, and tends to have a lot of herms in it, so I wasted fucking multiple rounds, generation-wise, digging through herms, and still keep wanting to put a forward thing in it, which is a lot of effort, space, and time. And I had a couple people just like, just fucking off. And I kind of got started on it, so I kind of going to go forward a little more. But the one that seems to be the best, if I don't have perm issues, is this the Black Afghani TKL5 It's a real good 50-day hash plant. It's got big fucking sandy heads.
Nice.
And that's what the world needs a lot more. And it's got neat leaf morphology. It's got one of the coolest males. What did I call? Oh, the holly male is what I called it, because it has massively spiky serrations on it. Much different plant looking than most any, and it's a fat leaf, of course, but very cool. And then its offspring, and it can be black. Some of them can be 12, 13, 15 days into flower, it'll start turning black on the natural plant, that the leaves will turn black and the flower can turn really dark. And that white resin on that dark plant material. And it's in 50 days. It's pretty impressive.
That's what I was gonna say. I love to find things that are 60 days. or less.
We used to have a ton of fast weed. We used to have some fucking good, fast 50-day weed.
And also size. I almost kind of feel right now that we've traded speed and size for flavor and bag appeal. In the commercial market, that's where I base a lot of these assertions off of. But yeah, I miss big old, donkey dongs.
Yeah, I was quite surprised with that Williams Wonder. I got it in F3. I grew it a couple of times in F3, grew some plants out and made F4, grew F4 out, bred it to, maybe I bred it to, I don't have to go look back, but I bred it maybe to F3 males that I had re-vegged or something. But that mother, with no love, I don't think it got food, it got froze, it had just shit going to it. It had like pineapple fucking bombs. It was big, thick, the good old-fashioned good buds, and it was turning purple like crazy, and it was seeded like hell and still had buds. It was like biggest 2-liter bottle.
Dang,
That's Dave,
exactly.
Dave Stanley, I mean, the guy that invented or created the one corner today, when I talked to him, he said they were fucking huge buds. And
nice.
Grown in the good, cold Oregon fall, that's got to, and he said it turned blue. He goes, then that bud turned blue. I mean, it turned purple and black for me, but that shit was fucking pretty and big. So I like that kind of bud right there. Good smoke, dude. A lot of that old stuff, heritage weed, what I call it, it wasn't the knock your socks off best weed in the world. There was a lot of it. That was a commercial strain, in fact, really.
Right.
So not all of it's going to be the very best in connoisseur-wise, but if you can get happy on both ways with huge buds that have got bag appeal and the high is really good, that's a win-win right there.
Yep. Well, you were saying too that you've done, a lot of work with NL number 1 and NL number 5. Can you maybe for somebody who doesn't know, like maybe the difference between the two, or what is the difference?
I wasn't an expert on NL5. I got it in '94 and fucked around with it, and then didn't. Got a kind of a downer on NLs because we got a hold of some NL 2x5, and it was like twice as crystally. White crystal-wise, but they were long, fuzzy stalks. They were kind of wavy stalks and longer, and it was also almost a no-high type of plant. And we were like totally disgusted with high CBD or CBN or whatever, like low THC. And other people will say that shit never happened, and they'll claim the NL 2x5 that they got was the fucking best that Neville ever put out. So me and my partner was like, well, fuck NL if this is what the fuck they got to offer. But in '94, a friend of mine went down to British Columbia and brought me back. I told him to bring me back 3 packs, give him $300. I want 3 packs of seed from Mark Emery's because he was towing them. He had like a 100-ton captain's license, and he's ferrying a rich guy's boat down to like Santa Cruz or some fucked up port down there. And he stopped, him and his girlfriend and another couple stopped at every port along the way, and they would just visit the port and stay on the boat at night. And I knew he was going to Amsterdam, so I'm going, pick me up 3 packs of seeds. And he gets in there. That was one I wanted. It was like $260 for the fucking one single pack of that shit. So my whole budget was blown on one fucking pack of seeds. So. But that's when I got into that. And then there was local cuts going around. It was a big bushier plant, kind of similar leaf structure, but had a fruitier side to it, and not dank and fuely. And the NL did have sweet hash phenos to it, though, too. Very good sweet hash phenos, but it had a dank, I don't know if I can say chemi, because I'm not a chem expert at all, but it's like very accurate, very fuely, and dank, and hash, and good. Everything you want in good bud, but not like Death Star smelling dank and fucking loudness. It's different. Some were even muted. Some were kind of bland and muted on NL1. You want to see some NL1 that's old?
Yeah, I'd love to.
This picture's I put on IG before, but I don't know if it'll show up. That is, and you can recognize the Sensimilia tapestry in the back, which all fucking old school people had. That's in rock wool, and it's about, 30-inch tall, single NL1.
Okay.
That's from the local cut bred to 89 NL1 from Neville, is BX3 or whatever it's offered. And then here's the same plant grown vegetative wise, and it had this very unique forward leaf pattern. That leaf pattern was very fucking unique to the NL1.
Yeah.
That was the difference between the NL5 and NL1 right there.
It's just the overlaying fingers.
These are the same NL1s that are nice and lush and bushy as they can get in light depth in 1990 up at Trappers Creek. This is how Alaskans used to grow. In outdoor guerrilla grow light depth. So much fucking work, and bears will come along and rip the fucking walls out, get into your plants every fucking day if you're not there. Like,
wow, bears.
Stayed in a fucking
bears.
I stayed in a tree stand that summer at that homestead. I stayed in a tree stand and slept up there all night long, every night with a gun, and we were allowed to get 6 fucking bears. Anyway, that was the limit, with 6 black bears. So
wow.
they kept coming around. We were spraying malathion to kill the mosquitoes, which was a plague. We're spraying malathion outside on the brush, the alders, we call this basically alders, fireweed, and grass. It's a mosquito haven, so to knock it down, we were like killing the earth, spraying this horrible fucking poison. And it brought brown bears. It smelled terrible. It's like rotten sulfury eggs and terrible, all kinds of shit smells.
Right, dead flesh.
Brown bears would smell that 5 miles away, come up and investigate, and then we can't kill them. They're out of season, and they're really trouble. They'll run off the black bears, you know. But yeah, I was up in trees quickly. I had a couple guns all the time. I had a single action Blackhawk, just a blue steel Blackhawk, single action. Keep that in my holster. And as a second backup gun, I have a cheap ass 911. It's got like 9 shots in it and a 45. And I always decided what's better, to shoot it with a little bit better penetrating single action and just control your shit and kill that bear, or just unload that fucker with a pop, 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 all them 45s.
Piss it off.
I was always, those things don't penetrate with the shit. But yeah, I got run up the tree multiple times with brown bear hackle up and popping his jaws, just fucking telling me he's going to kill me. I was like, going, man, it's out of season, and I'm not sure I could kill him with a good clean kill with them pistols. They're not the best for killing bears. You better kill it in a deadly vital zone. But yeah, that exact year, 1990, I tried to do what my other buddies were doing. I just brought my shit up to his place, which was outdoor light depth at Trappers Creek, Alaska. It's in the Susitna Valley. It's right on the Susitna River, like right there. But he had a big homestead, 160-acre homestead. Or 140 acre homestead.
And that's probably small for up there too.
No, that's what you were allotted. That's the normal size homestead.
That's so huge. That would be a dream almost.
Yeah, if you were willing to come up and work the land, stay there for 3 to 4 years, whatever the rule was, and improve the land, they give you the fucking deed for it. A lot of people didn't make it. There's a lot of homesteads, they started real good, and they could get the maybe cabin built, but then they ran out of food and died and left, whatever their situation. But there's 1,000 things they couldn't get done. So to do a homestead, you need a lot.
Yeah,
it's a different kind of person.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I want to ask you too, which is something I guess is kind of a local or a legend from up there. Being down here, the stories are confusing. But we have people asking about Alaskan Thunderfuck, and I also know that you work with the Matanuska Thunderfuck. Yeah. So I guess first question maybe is, are they the same thing?
Well, a lot of people, here's straight what it is. Alaskans, anybody in my age never called it Alaskan Thunderfuck, ever.
Okay.
Never been uttered. It's a natural thing. It would have never come out of our mouth. And then it just Matanuska Thunderfuck. But
okay.
It came about by what I learned is that Tony from Sagamartha had friends up here. They gave him real Matanuska Thunderfuck, and he made Matanuska Tundra, and then later that incarnated into Alaskan Thunderfuck. Okay. So it is a half of pure MPF for a fact.
Okay.
I was offered the half-bred pure seeds that made that I was offered it back just recently. So,
Oh wow.
we just don't call it ATF because there's another reason. What about Appalachian Thunderfuck? You're going to say ATF, you better get more specific because it means more than one thing. And then I always attributed it to people did it because they either didn't know how to spell Matanuska.
That's probably it right there.
Or it was a marketing scheme and they didn't have real shit anyway. They just tagged Alaska and it was a money-making marketing scheme. But both people have the ATF idea.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be totally honest, the ATF, living in Seattle area at that time, 20, 30 years ago, was one of the first names that we actually knew or recognized. This was, it was either called Got Some or Don't Got Some. But then eventually names started coming, and ATF was one of the first ones that I consciously remember being a named strain. Whether it was the real thing or not, who knows? Like you said, marketing. But yeah, that's interesting.
We had the Got Some, Not Got Some. We had shit called brockery, like a bad, horrible accent of Chinese saying broccoli.
Oh gosh!
Just fucking as a joke, a rolling, running joke with the brockery. Yeah, but that was good, dank, good fucking bud. If you had the broccoli, I'm telling you, then it was the right fucking good indica and various good bud. One thing is the ATF Uranus cut it reads like half Matanuska because I've gotten it back and I've played with it. Pluton Willie used my Matanuska as a male and bred to the ATF and made the fuck we call it clusterfuck, and that it's really good.
Okay, because I know
it's different than my pure. My pure is more like an Afghani, and that was a little bit more not as flat topped, more spear tipped, and a little bit of differences. But really good. I grew up multiple batches of it just for fun to fuck around.
Yeah, and that's kind of how I remember it, was being more of a, I guess for lack of a better term, the indica leaning or Afghani leaning effects when I smoked it. And another one coming around, it's I don't know if it's just generational, but it's funny to me that a lot of people are going after like that 90s weed, some of these things. And I have a few theories about it. Earlier you're talking about, like feeding Peters to the plants. I almost kind of wonder, because we know now that food and soil give off different terpene expressions in the plant. Yeah. I'm almost wondering if it was some of this like Miracle Grow 2020 that brought out certain expressions that we're not seeing anymore.
I don't know. It was pretty basic, pretty crappy basic stuff. I think that it had to get better with all of the micronutrients that are added now and tailored differently and naturally fermented. There's 1,000 different things that have to be better than that just straight commercial.
Yeah.
That's just like 3 chemical fertilizers pounded together for, it does work, but
right, it works, but
I'm putting that shit on my roses.
Yeah.
I can't say I haven't used it because I've fucking come across it for free before from one landscaping guy gave me like 50 pounds of it, and then those little applicator guns, and he's like, spray it on your berry bushes, and I did. It fucking made a huge difference for the lushness and greenness of the berry bushes, like currants, ass caps and shit, because the soil's old as shit and the plant's already been there a long time. So I didn't keep amending it somehow. It was depleted a little bit. So, but I don't know if that's the best thing. I don't think Jeff Lowenfeld told me that that's a good fucking cat and that shit.
No.
He's like anti-weeding and poisons and fertilizers, and he's like, compost your fucking lawn and mulch it and this and this and this and quit doing this, and people don't like to hear that shit.
No, and little do people realize that, people, rag on big ag for putting all the pesticides and chemicals into the fields, but it's the consumer market that is applying more pesticides and shit into the environment than big ag. And we already know big ag is a problem, but Yeah, it's the consumer level.
Yeah, he's going, do not buy fucking Roundup. It's bring your dandelions. Go pick your dandelions. And if they get too out of hand, just mulch the motherfuckers up. They're going to be dead. But you don't want to go and spraying something that's just the worst. Or, glyphosates. That shit ain't good shit.
No, it's just we got to think about it long term, like we were talking to earlier. Big picture, long term.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I could preach on that shit. People are going, there's a lot of things you could preach on, but that's something that people should be more aware of.
Yeah, well, I think more people are coming around to it, and at least people that gravitate to this channel, I kind of think are more conscious minded there. Stewardship of the land is something that comes up often. A lot of times people are trying to close their loops and close their sources. But, there's also a commercial side too. And so I think that's where they're trying to find the happy marriage.
I kind of like it up here because you can look around and see pristineness still. And
yeah.
you get a different feel. And then some areas, I haven't been there, but I would see movies or TV or actual footage of the place, and it's already been so industrialized. There's no turning back. I don't know how many millions of mistakes were made in those areas, but they're not turning it back. I feel lucky to be able to see some pristineness and non-pollutedness.
Me and my wife, we keep moving. We keep moving towards that. Again, downtown Seattle for many years, then we moved north of the city. The city caught up to that. We moved where we are now.
Downtown Seattle is pretty gritty. Huh? It is now.
Yeah. It is now more so than ever. But
I spent a short time in the town. Fucking crazy. My mom almost died and was in Virginia Mason for like 3 to 4 weeks, and I was like her sidekick, and I stayed at the YMCA as like a 15-year-old kid traversing that town.
Oh, geez.
It was weird. There's some strangos even back. This has got to be 85, 84, I don't know what it was, but early 80s.
Yeah.
It was weird back then, but to stay in the YMCA, I did experience everything, I'll tell you that. There's some fucking weirdos living in the YMCA.
I wouldn't doubt it, because I know where Virginia Mason is, and I know the hospital.
Right outside my window, I snatched one up, had them a pet for about a day, and I was realizing that ain't a good pet. They shit like the fucking beers. That's a damn sky rat, just like people call them.
Yeah, I always wondered, I'm like, well, why don't the homeless people eat them? That'd be good. But then I realized they're bioaccumulators, and that's not so good. So not a good meat source. Not a good meat source.
Wild pigeon, a country pigeon I would eat, but I bet they're tougher than shit unless you ate the young one.
Right.
For a while, dude. That's another thing I did in 8th and 9th grade. Not only was I working my balls off picking fruit as a migrant worker for a while, I was in Washington State, so it's a very small town of 2,000 people, Benton City, Washington, right outside of the main fruit valley, Yakima Valley, for all the fruit for most of the Northwest, except for like the apples up at Colville and shit. All the fruit come right there. And I raised king pigeons for meat. It was a super cheap, easy thing, and somebody my age could manage it real well. And I did the breeding of it. You can't really eat their eggs, but what you do is you take the babies, and it's called squab in the restaurants. It's a very young, just after it gets its plumage, king pigeon. That's like a French delicacy. We're eating the shit out of that stuff.
I've never tried.
They're pretty big. They're bigger than a quail or something. Birds that I'd be hunting, upward game birds. Yeah, that's not a ridiculous thing eating a pigeon, but not a nasty ass city pigeon.
Yeah, no.
And I dove hunted too, dove hunting, morning doves. Fuck, they're delicious. They're just tiny. You get up early in the morning and go fucking down power lines and fence lines, and there'd be morning doves everywhere down there. And I don't think bird populations quite used to. People are telling me that all the chukars are gone, the pheasants are gone, the quails are gone, doves are gone. Fuck, I used to have good memories of subsisting very well.
Yeah, it's probably a combination of, it's like hunting, habitat removal, and then just change of environment too.
Also, the environmental impact, people moving in on their spot.
Yeah. So I got a couple. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I was going to say, what's a fucking good cannabis fucking thing? when I see something cool.
Yeah.
It's stupid because they're real poor pictures, but it's Waco, which was NO5 haze from the about 80. This is the 89 year and probably late 89, but this picture was that picture we had in High Times magazine. It's my partner
Mickey.
with the Mickey Mouse face light up. I'll get another Waco shot, but you can see that how
Chunky. Okay.
talking buds were just huge. And had that crinkle leaf that a lot of the NL5 still today will produce exactly like that. Nice. And I said NL5. Here's one more, but that these are terrible fucking pictures in 35 millimeter. Look at the size of the hunky fucking bud.
Yeah, see that's what I'm talking about.
We were using the 1,000 watt metal or HPS. None of those stupid 6 foot fucking wide shields that they had back then. We would just hang them straight in between the fucking plants, and they were right at plant top level. These massive 1,000 watt. What are they? How many ever? 100,000 plus lumen fucking bulbs hanging right there face to face with the bud. So we'd get huge fucking production. And it was, this particular grow was hydro, and they were just beefing it up. I never grew that way, but that face mask that he had on a little it's Mickey Mouse punch out face mask from Denny's.
Oh wow, like the menu shit.
We got that because we had, this is a true story, but there was an initiative, ballot initiative to make marijuana illegal in 1990. It was going to be on our November ballot, and everybody's going to vote to make it. It was legal prior to that, from 75 on. And at the time, Jack Hare and Steve Hagar were on their tour with the Emperor Wears No Clothes, and they were holding a symposium up here. And it was at our Performing Arts Center, even a big deal, you know. It wasn't packed or nothing, but it was like straight up mainstream shit. He was educating everybody about the fucking whole way it went down with the fucking Anslinger and all of the laws were done and why they did this, what they fucking changed, and
marijuana.
It went deep because animals used to be fed hemp. There was never sick fucking animals and cancerous animals and never needed antibiotics. The second that hemp went out of the food chain for livestock of all types, animals needed antibiotics, and the amount of omega 3, 6, and 9 changed on them. It became an unhealthy fat. And, I mean, we got deep. They talked about textiles. They talked about saving the earth, what biomass it can be. Everybody's sold on it. But he's helped. Jack and Steve are both up here for a week and visiting people's gardens. So I got to gift them a bunch of hash, and really good hash that from the Americana breed out. When we had a huge breeding with like 130 or 150 plants of it, and we got it seeded by accident. We were only making like production weed.
Yeah.
We killed all the males. About 5 weeks in, we got seeds.
Oh no.
We went through it looking for herms, no herms. Found one single male in the back, one single stock little male, kind of behind a female, 2/3 of the way back, and we called it Shorty. And that fucker had bred everything, but we had to just, de-seed the crop, and we got the kefir from it. We had 00 stainless steel, and the screen there, like little hash screen machines with glass. So it'll slide out. They're wooden frame. They were for sale in High Times magazines. It was like real common in the 80s, like 10 and whatever, when they were for sale. They always advertised, and people got them. It's like 00 stainless steel screen, double layered. You just rub your kefir roll on the top one, and they would go through and collect on the glass, and you pull those glass slide out and scrape up all your teeth. But I had that. It was near bubble. Nice. Jack, and I gave him a half ounce, and then it was so, it was like so expansive. There's no way that I thought he was going to like smoke it, that he's smoking everybody else's weed while he's out visiting all these places. And third day he come back and wanted more of that fucking hash. He'd already smoked a half ounce of that shit. On top of all of the weed, he literally was smoking. He can outsmoke a heavy smoker. When you're smoking hard, he was a heavy smoker, dude. It's no fucking joke, heavy smoker.
Yeah.
And he'd get high and everything, but he would handle it and just keep on going. It's crazy. But we go, because of the initiative, he's here to support. illegality side of it. So they were staying for the week and fighting for our cause and shit. But we were having a meeting at the Denny's on kind of Midtown Denny's. It's on Bergaw Road, and we were in the convention part of it. There's like the open part for the public, and then they had a little tiny convention room. Okay. And we were in there having our meeting, and we're talking about this and that. Somebody fucking crazy like starts sparking up a bowl, and like nobody really says shit, and it pretty much evolved quickly into us starting to burn in there. And the fucking couple servers were coming in and not saying a fucking word, and we were like ordering everything too. So that was one of the reasons I think they were going, this tip is going to be like $500. So they were like, they keep pumping the shit to us and let us smoke for 3 fucking hours. And the door, when they're coming in and out of the main doors, the smoke's rolling out into the main area where there's people. And at one point, the customers complained and they asked us to fucking cut down the smoke session. But that's a fucking crazy. Only a few Alaskans fucking were there and know about it. But yeah, we fucking had a smoke out, a fucking public smoke out in the fucking Denny's up here. With Jack Hare and fucking, that was some epic fucking shit. A bunch of patriots. Yeah. We were all having tri-cornered hats because at the time, Ann Arbor, Michigan, fighting like fuck for their rights, and they all wore the tri-cornered hats, and we all got them up here. And the initiative is going to make marijuana illegal, so we were like rallying to get it, and the vote went through and it became illegal.
Oh no, it went through, but you got the Mickey Mouse mask out of it though.
Well, yeah, but here's what happened: you can't change in our Constitution. The right to your freedom is written in our state constitution due to a lawyer that went to jail on purpose named Raven. He got a couple joints and got arrested on purpose and fought it through the state Supreme Court. And it got written in our Constitution that the right to your privacy overrides the fact that marijuana may be dangerous in your own home. This is. And they wrote up a law says that you could have 4 ounces or 16 plants. You can't transport it. You could gift it to anybody, but you couldn't transport it. So you have to magically teleport your fucking weed. You'd be busted for transport. So it becomes illegal in 1990 due to a ballot initiative. And everybody's like in horror. We're all going to go into hiding. Straight DNA. The DEA was already doing a green merchant for the last 3 years. Right. But straight through that point right then was the middle of green merchant.
Yeah, that was.
Oh man, we're going to go to jail. Bill fucking Bennett, the drug czar, and I forget his name, but the Surgeon General of the United States, Coop, the old black guy, they're up here at a called Anchorage Town meeting, and it was downtown at like a federal building, and all of us rallying crazy fuckers that were not wanting to have the law changed. We're with our patriot hats and signs, and we get down there. They really don't want us to even go inside the building where the public all shit's going on. So we're outside on the sidewalk being jerks, and there's people. There's a lot of a lot of blacked out vehicles, and there's Secret Service guys right there in upper floors of the hotels across the street, just with big
taking pictures,
single shots of every fucking single one of us, and we didn't know how stupid we were being, taking it serious, and we weren't. When it became illegal, we all go, fuck, we hit our hats, and we just went straight into hiding. It's like, oh, we're all going to go to fucking prison, watch this shit. And it goes directly to the state Supreme Court, and they rule that it's illegal to change the Constitution with an initiative ballot. They overturned the fucking initiative vote. So within months, it's legal again to smoke marijuana.
That's a roller coaster of a story, though.
Yes, because we put a lot of effort into the whole thing to not have it happen, but there was a lot of people at that point infiltrating Alaska. It went from kind of like about 400,000, 500,000 people to 600,000 and 700,000. And when that happened, a lot of those people were moving up with their values of whatever conservative or liberal place that they came from. Yeah. And it changed the view of Alaskans that, we wanted this, and then they go, marijuana is illegal and dangerous where I get from.
No, you see that a lot too in the cities, just gentrification. The the regulars, they get priced out and moved out, and pretty soon you don't even recognize the area anymore. It sucks. But I'm glad you guys fought back and you won that one, because that's big. Again, Alaska has had the right for a long time.
A piece of picture. These pictures are so crappy from that time when I did shoot those the NL5 hazes from the late 90s. Mm-hmm. But here's the combination of the. That's the seed.
Oh wow!
5 haze.
Nice. Okay.
And then we almost have.
It's almost identical. It's like got the same lean to it.
Got the same exact fucking the crinkle leaf we used to call it. But there's other people that had crinkle leaf that was different crinkle leaf. But this is a pattern that still can easily pop right out.
Yeah.
Get and breed through whatever target whatever one you want. NL5 haze pure. The stock I have is we've got a ton of shit that can come out. It's just like digging through the original seed. What the seed has come from, it's seed bank of Holland went to a guy named Steve. He reproduced it, and then in the 90s was in England and reproduced it, and he is friends with Graham. And he sent it to Graham. Graham gave it to fucking Mean Gene. And I don't know what he did with it. Reproduced it. I think he reproduced it. But he sent me F3 of that seed stock. And it's like, I didn't think much of it. I didn't even do nothing with it at first. But then when I grew it, it was like killer fucking version of NL5 haze. And I was going like, wow, I can't even believe this stuff got into my hand. So if a guy was to search out, and Gene recently to search, I don't know what it was, F3 or F4, I don't know how far he got it, but he just found that real old school original haze, exactly like exactly like Neville's haze. It's a no ceiling type of haze, and it's a massively fucking expansive diovascular smoke. You will cough your fucking ass off, and it's kind of like the way the cough, it came off of a version of NL5 haze 10 or 15 years after the release. And it's called that because it's the same phenotype. It's a little less flavorful. I almost think cardboardy. But the effect is hard to fucking compare. Like, you'll cough your goddamn balls off. If you have the real cough, Fort Collins cough, or the real cough, the cough's the real deal. Professor P has it. Relic has it, 28%. I would say right now it's probably 23-year-old or 24-year-old cat he's had.
Wow.
And it's holding 28 fucking % still today.
Yeah, that's
crazy
solid.
Strong fucking weed. I imagine digging through 1,000 seeds of that in a good proper search. You're going to find a real spectacular bird.
That's what Gene can do, and Gene can come in and do that stuff. That's awesome that you guys
really top end shit. And
yeah,
I've had that stuff to where it's really, really strong. Hits you right between the eyes, and it just rolls. It's instant too. You can be overtaken by the strength of it, but it's got a high to where you can keep smoking it, and you don't realize how fucking much you ingested. The way an edible could get you over the top. Some people that can't handle really, really strong weed, and by the time it hits them, they're wanting to crawl out of their own skin, and they're sorry they smoked that shit.
When you leave the room that you smoked in, and then all of a sudden realize, holy crap, I'm messed up. It's kind of speaking too of collaborations. Gene is a great one. A lot of people in chat have been asking about Brandon Rust and the TK NL5 collaboration.
It's TK NL5 haze.
Okay, could you tell us a little bit more about that one?
No, I had just given him seeds and was hoping he'd run them and give me his opinion and do whatever he wanted with them, and he bred it to Lime DX that Gene had given him. So he made this really killer cross. Just straight happened to work, and very good. He sent me back a nice bag of seeds. He sent Gene back a nice bag of seeds. And I don't even know if Gene grew them or did anything with them. Who knows, because he's got his fucking hands full. I bet if he could get into his library and open it up and dig through and just have free reign. There's some pretty good shit that'll pop out of it. We all just need a warehouse or go and have a bunch of big open nursery licenses that we could do. Just exploration through some R&D and look for expression and find your. It could be wonders that could happen. It really could.
Yeah, Washington State is so. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're a number state. Yeah, you guys are dealing with the numbers, right? You can't do that large expression search.
No, you can't. And the licenses are so limited. I've almost said it's like, dude, if I could get a license to grow 1,000 plants and I have to turn over 995 of them, I would do that. I would do that.
Up here's a very easy entry, and for $10,000 you can get an unlimited license and get it rolling, and you could just grow whatever you want. Grow the fucking coals. It could be excellent or well above average or mids, and garbage it out. You don't have to pay the taxes. See, we have a fucking $800 a pound tax for flour, and the grower pays it. That is very serious fucking overhead. And the production on that, it kills you on production costs when the tax is $800 on every single fucking pound. It doesn't even work in some areas. How are you going to sell a $300 pound when the tax was $800 fucking dollars? California-wise, look, this is not right. The math don't come out, but it's worth it. And so easy to get into an enter up here, and just like, and another kind of out is they'll give you a instead of $800. I think they'll break it down to about $150, something lower, if it's seeded or garbagey or say moldy, and then you could sell that shit to an extractor, because they do that. They'll let you fucking do this, and you don't have to pay that heavy tax. So as a breeder, you could just straight go through it, and everything that's average or whatever, just say that it's seeded, damaged, or molded or whatever, and just say, I'm going to put it all through this source right here, and you still get paid $1,100 a pound or something. So you're going to cover your. Nice. It ain't going to win. You're not going to win. You're going to pay your taxes on this bid,
right?
Which is way less than $800, and you're going to get your production costs covered. But the good side is that you found 1 in 100 or 1 in 3 or 500 that really good one, and then you can move forward with that thing, or whatever way you want to do with it. So it's really a viable program. If rent up here ain't cheap, there's the cheapest you'd ever see would be $5,000 a month for just a shithole little place. You would have no room at all. So it'd be 10, and then they want to triple the price for cannabis leasing. So
of course, it's all a shakedown. It sucks. It's all a shakedown. It sucks.
God, they see that they're the only one that's zoned. Title 21 is a lot of it. You have to have the zoning match up, and it has to be I-1 or B3 at a minimum. It's I-1, I think, up here, whatever it is. It's real strict. And then you have to meet all the title zoning laws for Title 21, which is X amount of landscaping, X amount of snow plan, garbage plan, employee vehicle plan, customers, vehicle parking plan. All this shit has to comply. You have to look good from the curb. They want you to have landscaping in front of your fucking business. By law, you have to cannabis business. You got to put a bunch of nice shit out on the curb. Every business, so it's not just one thing. So
okay, well, at least it's consistent. But I joke too that nuclear materials are less regulated than cannabis.
Yes, it's hoops and hoops to jump. It's like we're the little poodle at the circus, and that's the assembly, the city council, the fucking regulating board, the state, the fire marshal. Every fucking one has their own hoop, and they're going.
Here's my hand. Here's my hand.
You want
pay me.
You want this? You want this? They hold that fucking license up.
Fuckers.
And you jump through hoops.
Yeah, that's unfortunately the only thing you can do. But we've got.
The thing might be Oklahoma, because they'll give you a vertical license for $10,000. You can produce, manufacture, process, and extract, and do whatever retail. All your own shit on a vertical license for $10,000. So that's why everybody's moved there.
I know. In 3 years, I think it's going to be dramatically different.
Yeah, it's going to collapse on itself. That it's almost like that Ponzi scheme set up.
Yeah. Yeah, so we saw that in Oregon.
There's a
We
couple
saw the
years
massive
of R&D,
influx.
though. There's a couple of years of
Yep.
good R&D. Really
Yeah.
is. I got some shit going on over there. Guy I used to work with in LA. He ran Avid Grow in LA, which was getting ready to be sold on the stock exchange. They're doing
Oh,
an
geez.
IPO or whatever. It was big shit. Avid is a Canadian company, and they have the top end fucking grow facilities, aeroponics, through remote control. So they monitor everything in the facility, and they will tell you how to adjust this and this and this. So it's like state of the art spaceship fucking weed facility. And I was putting 5,000 square foot deal down there, and they were fucking had all these grow pods going, and it is incredible to me. Top end lighting,
Right.
crazy to where they were pruning roots that were 48 inches long. They prune them back 24 inches in these aeroponic systems. But it like sprays air, super fine air mist on them, and they're just hanging. The roots are just hanging there. It's like I never seen that kind of shit. It's tuned in, and they were pimping the fucking weed up, pumping it out too. There's like massive amounts of brand new 5-gallon buckets that they would trim the weed, put it in there to cure it, and against the wall they were just stacked up about 5 or 6 buckets high down the whole fucking wall, and I could just pull a seal off any one of them, stuff my nose in it, and go, oh my god, that first wave after the cure of like 2 to 3 month cure, and it hits you. Wow. You get the true essence of what that shit was. But it was all my shit, skunk cabbage and blue bulb and just different things that there was none brand name shit, and it was right before the OG thing where you couldn't sell a fucking thing but OG. But there was still a bunch of guys up in Oakland that liked flavor, and same way on the East Coast. They will go for one certain thing hardcore. I think it was getting diverted to the East Coast because the market was so weak on the West Coast because everybody turned to only wanting OG. But there was, because you see how the market changes, this, that, and the other. But California is not the place to do any of that. Oklahoma right now, you could still fuck around for a couple of years and go through some good searches and find something. Whether you'll be able to sell it or use it later, who knows? Because there might be corporate cannabis takeovers where everybody's going to cease and desist on everything that they can find genetically. Who knows what the outcome will be? That same guy in LA, he got sick of California, got out of it because the regulations were really, really fucking tough, and then he lost his building due to insurance. They wouldn't insure even a legal marijuana grow, so he ended up lose his place, have all of this equipment that $150,000 worth of aeroponics did.
What do you do with that?
Hundreds of fucking lights, and he put it in vans. He stored it. He had all those what's that main dehumidifier? What's that main Quest? Fucking like dozens of fucking Quest dehumidifiers. And he's like, at one point, he's like, you can have any of this equipment you want. You take a whole fucking van of it and just do what you want. He ended up just now taking it all over to fucking Oklahoma and got with a vertical license.
Nice.
Over at Stillwater, up in a nice spot in Oklahoma.
Good for him.
He's building it, developing it. I got, open invite to do whatever the fuck I want. The heat will kill you, though. You ain't gonna go and enjoy yourself growing in Oklahoma.
No, that's when you just carrier pigeon the beans down there, and then you let them do the search for you.
I don't know if they're capable and competent enough. They didn't do super good. They wouldn't listen to me at the LA grow.
Oh, yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
1,500 seeds of 5 strains. I told them to crack 1,500 seeds of 5 strains, and we go hunting. They cracked 15 or 20 of each. Fucked off this and that. Let the main grower fucking find something really good. He ran off and did his own thing with all the stolen genetics.
Oh, Jesus.
Square one, and I go, well, start a big grow and dig for some really good shit, because he had above average, but you can pop that out of a small population. If you have a big population, you can find very much above average. You can find superior.
Yeah.
They didn't ever listen, and crazy people. But maybe he would do all right, and I could leave it on a semi-auto situation and let him do some search outs, and then I just have to keep showing up.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you find the right people for that, because there is a lot of potential there. Again, having Brandon Russ do some things, that's a great guy to go searching.
I think he's moving out of Oklahoma City over to just to another area, but closer to Stillwater. Out of the main fucking center of this fucking area.
Yep.
Oklahoma City's the main population area, so
That'll be
I don't know. My family lives in fucking Greenfield and Enid and shit like that, which is just 60 miles or 80 miles south of Oklahoma City, and it's in the middle of the plain. There's hot wind blowing 100 degrees. It's not nice. It's horrible.
No, I'm Pacific Northwest guy right here. I'll take it over here.
I got out of the car, and then when it was doing that, I was like, man, this must be a freak windstorm, and it's like blowing like a hot air dry, like a
Right.
Then the next day it was worse, and then it's like, these people live fucking here? What the hell? Oh, that ain't right.
People actually live here? Yeah, that'd be me on like day 3.
There's tornadoes too, so their shit gets destroyed every fucking 5th year.
I'm waiting for it, and it will happen. But there was these bad series of movies called Sharknado made like within the last 10 years. I'm waiting for Weednado when it hits a cannabis farm, and the local news is out there talking about cycloning weed.
Yeah, massive pounds flying around. Yeah.
I can't wait.
Some people grow outdoors up there, and some people have fairly good protective kit. And if you grow outdoors, you almost need windrows, and they better be 8-foot windrow. And then it can do a lot of protection. We have heavy wind here, so to grow regular vegetables or cannabis outside, you have to have some 6-foot wind protection. Or it'll be destroyed, it'll be ripped to fucking shreds. We have 60, 80 mile an hour winds regular.
Wow, that's like right here on the coast. That's where I am, getting it straight off the ocean.
Yes, that's what it is here. We get it ripping down the valley from the open ocean on the Gulf, and it's like sticking your plant out the window in your car at 60. And if you want to do 80, it'll rip it up even worse.
Yeah.
Right up the hill, not 500 feet higher than my house at this elevation. They clocked 118 or 119 mile an hour wind.
Holy wow.
And, when I have 60 and 70, they get 80 and 90. And it's just up the hill a little way. But I'm slightly more protected, but you can't deal with 50 mile an hour winds growing shit. So when you're talking 60 every fucking X amount of time, you get these winds, you better have
something to block the wind from hitting it straight on. Yeah. Well, it's I know you've spent a couple hours with us tonight, and I know you typically like to get going around this time. I do appreciate it, and I'm here as long as you'd like to be here. But I did just want to get maybe a couple more questions in.
Yeah, that'd probably be best.
Okay.
I'll bullshit too much.
Yeah.
Don't start talking about fish again. or start, if we didn't talk already, don't start talking about fish.
Right. Shoot.
I'm ready to go do that. So
yeah, right. It's on the mind right now.
Cannabis wise, I got questions too, and I wish there was a big group chat going on, a nice deal with like what you guys were, what Peter had with Cagu and Jack.
Well,
because they were talking about, Cagu brought up fusarium and other microbial dirt problems, but the viroid issue came up real good, and Dean did a lot of explanation on it.
Yep.
And I'd like to hear other people's good ass opinions on. That's going to be a big issue coming up.
It will be, and we could definitely
and meristem, clean up, and that stuff's going to be a pretty. I'd say during the gold mine, the gold miners all fucking died or were killed for their gold if they did find it, and they worked their ass off for nothing. Right. They all left here poor. But the guy that sold the mules and the shovels, he made all the fucking money, and he left here and went on to become, hotel
financiers.
And, yes, every fucking big thing. So in this wave of gold rush, the first wave's over, and if you didn't jump in and get on time, the next wave would be like IT kind of for that. But it's going to be the TC cleanup guys and people that can do TC storage and reliable services like that. The guy
chemistry
can do that and do it right, and that's probably a life worth of good work to be had right there. it's a thing of the future. This
Yeah.
going to be a problem. What if a big, large cannabis producer brings in a viroid? They don't have like good biosecurity. They bring in some viroid, and then there's a $5 million operation gone in 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, and monocropping, you know, just running the same things.
That's new.
Yeah. We definitely have the right people to connect you with, and you know, if you're game, we absolutely can arrange to get more of like a panel. We could get, you know, Gene involved. There's Joe Ramahi, who is I believe is a PhD, but kind of hop latent viroid is his jam. Like that is his thing.
I got questions, and I can learn and really take advice, and I would do a lot because it's going to be a thing of the future. And kind of on a live chat with Duke and a couple other guys on his Discord, we brought up the idea and the problems that are going around and what people are dealing with, and people dealing with huge libraries, and then you just put every ounce of your effort into that library, and that could all go away real quick. And if it already has, one side of it is that you can always start again fresh if you have the right building blocks. And there's a lot of like the Phoenix rising out of the ashes type of stories right there, and could be better on the second wave. And I always got a ton of questions because I don't know what the whole thing is, but we all were kind of in, that's just the 15 plant library is a much more sensible thing. Mm-hmm. Nobody was saying, I got this, and I got this, and I got this, but we all kind of came to the conclusion that we might have some fucking free time, room for R&D, and not just like devoting your whole entire life to a library. So there's good things in fucking wipeouts too. I've always said it's terrible. People that burn out from whatever cause. My friend just burned out in Hawaii. My buddy Max Pizza, he just had an electrical thing in his house and lost every fucking thing he owns. And then it puts it on IG, shows his fucking ash pile, and tags me and my wife and fucking my genetics, going, that was the one thing he's going to miss the most. Like, fuck. What a guy. Yeah, Honolulu, I think it's Honolulu, Hawaii or whatever, which is IG. Some sad shit right there. So,
that is.
But you can come back from the fucking, you can come back 10 times stronger, and if you're motivated, and looks like good shit will happen because the insurance company came and told them it was an electrical fire. So, through 1 million hours of waiting for permitting and bullshit contractors and all of the fun it could be to get your house rebuilt, we might come back just kicking fucking ass. So that's a good attitude to have for all gardeners.
Yeah, well, you mentioned it.
A bunch of shit. I told him to give me a list of fucking what he lost or what he wants. If he can get, he did have a grow still. It's an out. You have a processing building and grow. So you can't. That's a little bit nice to look forward to. Might be living in a tent for fucking till December, but go check on your girls.
Yeah, it's in Hawaii, but that is, we tend to have a pretty.
He's lucky. I was telling him he was blessed. He started off by being in Hawaii.
Yeah. Well, there's a supportive community with supportive people like yourself, and I know kind of behind the scenes you do a lot of work, just kind of helping people out, situations like that, and working with veterans, those types of things that, don't always go noticed, but
those people
that are appreciated. So thank you.
They appreciate it more than Jesus. If you want to see some thankful people, the veterans group, people leave them and kick them to the side after we've used them, and fucking, you don't do that. I have family, from way back when my grandpa, he was in World War II on a Navy ship for years, and fucking serious. It's like right now, people watch the news right now and see how serious fucking war is. It's no joke. War is hell.
Yeah.
And both of my brothers, my younger brothers, two of them, one was a Marine, so he got a gravy fucking on a Navy ship. He's a Marine medic, so he's got a gravy run on the Navy ship. He got to go to, Osaka and go fucking diving and dicking around waiting for something to happen.
Right.
Very little service, but the bad thing is when he did have service, he had bad shit happen. It bent him. He had one of the little kids that he liked and knew blown up and die in his arms. He tried to save him, so he put it away.
Yeah.
And tried to hide it and shit, and it caused problems later, and it fucked him up, and ended up with alcoholism, divorce, and just like, he put his time and did his thing, but that's a story times fucking 15 or 20,000. And my other brother, he was in a deep base way back in the fucking mountains in Afghan, in like a plywood shit shack that they had that was constantly being mortared, and he picked up 2 Purple Hearts and some other accommodation. I forgot what the fuck it was. He's a ranger, and he was one of the sergeants or something. So he was up in the front, and he had to kill people.
Yeah.
And same thing. A lot of alcoholism.
Yeah. How do you deal with it? It's your job, though.
But bad shell shock and injury and post-traumatic stress will cause horrible shit. But man, you gotta take care of your veterans. I would if I could anytime.
Yeah, 100%. And that's something that I see, again, kind of echoed within the community, at least here with Future Cannabis Project and elsewhere too. But
I know that Jackson had gone out of his way. Gene's gone out of his way and fucking helped a lot of people. I've done a couple of times. He'd auctioned off shit like when Nico, Mendelbrandt's little boy had the fucking stroke. He kicked them together and did a lot of work. It's easy to donate a couple packs, and it was easy for those people like me. And it was easy for the people that just like, I'm going to donate because I want to help out, and they got the good genetics. But the hard part was the logistics of that, and putting it on and coordinating it, and that tells you what a good guy that guy is. He's really there to...
He steps up time and time again and doesn't think about it.
Yeah. You don't even think about it. Other guys that do that normally and they'll go out of their way is people under the stairs. Chefro, he is a good guy, man. He'll go out of his way. I'll gladly join into his fucking cause and give him equal amount of packs, and he'll do all that work. It's like, you want me to double your workload? You already know you're doing good, but I'll gladly help out and do it. But you're doing twice the work at that point. God, he should get back in.
Yeah, I love knowing people that their answer to something like that, where people from the outside look and be like, wow, that's such a great thing. That's a wonderful thing that you did. Their response is like, well, that's just what you do. Yeah. I'm blessed to know a good amount of people like that. And Jackson strikes me as one of those people. That's just what you do. That's just what you do.
A really good community of people where people say the community's going to shit and stuff. Well, there's 3/4 to 80%ish are not going to align with what a lot of we think. They're not going to align because they have other motives, whether it's business or greed or fucking competitiveness or ego. There's a lot of shit that drives it all, but then there's a group of 20% that don't have that ego fucking...
Yeah.
That's what I thought was cool about that one event in California, Ego Clash. They named the fucking Ego Clash, and then, they all get together, and it's the community tight as hell. There's no Ego Clash in the Ego Clash. It's funny.
Love
it's all
that.
just people supporting each other and sharing and fucking showing, and it's pretty cool, because there is too much Ego Clash in the fucking whole scene.
Yeah,
if you could look past being such a dick and fucking thinking your shit's better than somebody else's.
When there's money to be had, that's always going to be an issue. But I also see it too, like, and this is obvious, and this I'd imagine this drives you nuts, but today everybody's a breeder. It doesn't take much to put a male to a female and put out a seed pack. And when everybody is at the same level, and I put you and others like Jackson way above these people, but when everybody's at the same level, they have to find a way to be better, and that's where all this bullshit ego comes from, in my opinion.
It's forced through there's nothing wrong. Everybody should breed, I think. If you put some time and effort in, I think it's all good.
Yeah.
It's just doing some stupid shit, then it's not doing anybody any. That's one good thing that I would talk about a little bit is that what about the plants that are being circulated and a lot of the cuts that are being swapped out that every average day guy can just get right now that were elites.
That's great.
15, 20 years ago, but say now these elites, 80% and up are HVLP, the hops latent virus. They have the viroid, they're carrying it, and they're sick, and they're delivered with it. So these same people that get the cut may be asymptomatic. It only comes out during stress points, and they don't know that they have this. So they're not intentionally doing harm, but they do a breeding, and 10% of that seed stock is infected with the viroid. So even though they're just getting into the scene and they're trying to make a name for themselves, they're unwittingly cutting their own throats and burning every future bridge that could be built because of their actions right now that they're doing. And through testing, you could avoid it. Say 10% of it. It's $50 a test. You can $50 a seed. You can breed right out of it. Males, stick males aren't going to forward it. It can't transfer through males. And that was explained from Jackson during that land race episode last week with Peter. And that's extremely valuable information. People should be able to help out right now and get the word out, and maybe to put a curb on the future actions of all of this seed that will either be gifted, swapped, traded, sold, but will enter the market. And if 10% is viroid out of the 80% of the gardens that do have it proven, it's going to become an issue. So then again, you fall back onto you should own if you put your money in the TC shit, you'll be cleaning up all of these fuckers' shit. And nothing but money. It's $2,500 on the low to clean up one of these viroid plants. About $4,000 to fucking clean it up on the average. So there's a lot of money to be made in that mules and bubble market right there.
Yeah, and we mentioned
if you're
earlier.
Gonna be greedy, do that. If you're going to be greedy, target that. You could fucking be a millionaire.
Yep.
It's just a little bit of work. It's like 7 fucking vials and cleanups down the road progression to clean one up. So it's an involved thing that takes some fucking time. 6 months-ish around there. And a lot of work. That's a good thing to talk about, though. So what do you know about it?
It is, well, the tissue culture, just that, people are using it to kind of preserve genetics, but they're also using it to clean up genetics. And the HPLVD, the hop latent viroid, is the thing that's going around. The other guys definitely know a lot about it. I've seen it in a commercial facility kind of go from one corner to another corner. Just the stunting.
Listen to the last week's the land race episode, did you?
I caught parts of it, and one of the more interesting ones is that, again, it being seed-borne. Prior, they weren't really sure that it was seed-borne, and then they said, well, maybe it's, like less than 1%, not a concern. But in that episode, it sounded like it was a lot more.
It's 10%.
And that's worrying.
Testable. That's testable. $50 to test out, a batch of seeds and then go from there. If you got some strain that's got to be saved, you can breed through this just through testing. So, and you could continue to use a sickly fucking male. You might have the best male of that strain. You could use it and never pass it on. You just have to keep them in a quarantine, isolated thing. The reason I bring this up and kind of think about it and have been thinking more since that episode, Jackson said he's had it the whole time. It never just readily transferred to fucking anything. And once he found he had it, he tested multiple times, and there'd be different viroid loads. And you can get the plant to be asymptomatic and even show no viral load.
Yeah.
And you've still got it. So there's that issue.
It's depending on where you're testing it on the plant. Yeah.
There's the issue of, does it transfer from leaf touching leaf? And most people are saying right now it doesn't. And but plant juices, if a plant is in the wind and they're rubbing, then there's going to be plant juice contact, and then it would therefore spread. But runoff, so sharing pots, sharing trays, sharing tables.
It's a lot of mechanical transmission when you're cutting. If you're using the same scissors, if you're not changing your gloves in between different plants when you're stripping,
is it transfers through your blades. And say you use alcohol, a lot of people thought alcohol would kill it. Alcohol doesn't kill it, and it takes very strong bleach, and they say 25%. I would think Pure bleach would be better. I mean, you might need a fuck gas mask to work shit, but I think they work better. And heat, the way you're working with mycology, you would have to just have fresh blades are always good. It's always
and there were a few studies when people thought it was tobacco mosaic virus, because for a long time I think people thought it was that. It now looks like it's HPLVD. But one of the things there are of interest to me is they were looking at chemical agents of how to clean it. They had your bleach, they had Vicron S, but it was a mRNA virus, so there was no real coating or cell for the bleach to work on. But they found it was a 2% calcium or 2% milk fat neutralized it in like a 20-second dip more effectively than the Vicron S, more effectively than
that's
the bleach.
on the outside surface. That's not on the
like your scissors. But I also wonder if that's something to prevent the mechanical transmission, like in a facility.
A hard surface, not an organic surface. You're not going to get that out of a dip. No, not even bleach really can really penetrate organic surface well on viral.
Well, I want
lots of fucking pure bleach. Another virus that'll prove it is parvovirus in a dog.
Okay.
I did dogs. Fucking long time. And big time. I dealt with parvo. You can't. It's a 7-year product in fucking organic surface, wood, dirt, or anything. I don't care if you got 1,000 gallons of bleach. It's going to escape and coming back till it can actually die out.
Wow.
So that's one thing about viruses that I got handles on it and know what it's all about and know what it can cost you. It can cost you a fucking lot, especially if you got a breeding program. Like I lost some dogs that I didn't fuck around, and sometimes I'd save them and it cost me a lot, but sometimes they'll end up with internal, it's long COVID type of symptoms. It's almost the same. You got thyroid damage, kidney damage, liver damage, all of these. The thyroid will kill them. I mean, it'll get the damage. Intestinal, it'll do a lot to them. So, then let me think. Go back to cannabis. One other thing what else were they talking about? The testing. I was getting around to, I forgot. He was saying that he could get it to be asymptomatic or grow it so far forward on the tips it wouldn't test it all at the bottoms. So when they do the testing, the PCR testing, they want you to test it at 5 different spots, and that's $250 per plant just to do one single test, basically. And pretty serious thing to think about. People should think about this. People should go to bed. If you fucking took in plants in the last 18 months from anybody in public, you could be fucking double checking and get some PCR testing on your shit. But I do know people that are entering the market right now with sick viroid plants and have entered their seed for sale to the public. So this is something people should, not that they didn't want to put in the work, but a lot of it's not knowledgeable. They are not knowledgeable, honestly, but they're going to be responsible when it does come out. So that's kind of a weird issue, a big issue there.
It will be, because Dark Heart Nursery is kind of a place that discovered it.
That's a good fucking starting point. They sold fucking 8,000 fucking clones of thyroid plant before they offered testing for it.
Yeah, the seed part scares me now, because I've taken one clone in the last 10 years. But the seed part is,
I took cuttings today. I went in the middle of the day. I ran around and I went over to AK Legend. He's a local. He's about 10 years younger than me, but he's got a preservationist attitude and got that long-term day, which many people do. He owns 20-year-old cuts.
Wow.
Found, cleaned up, DX'd, fucking kept, and then kept and kept longer. Right. So, and this is not something that's fully being gone through in rounds on a regular basis. This is library shit that hardly gets grown a lot. But the pets I bummed off of him was an old island sweet skunk, which
nice.
Is super premium type of plant. But this is a fucking biomass forward plant. You can't, go 6 inches a day. I grew it by accident in the green for about 20 days one time when I first got it from him. And it outgrew my green at 8 foot. I realized, oh, I got to flower it immediately. I tried to downbreed. The only thing I could do is breed it to something I thought could beat it up the way pit bull. This is a good example and analogy. Pit bull genetics, 400 years of pit bull terrier. It tends to, you do a straight F1 to any animal, an F1 breeding, an outcross. The pit bull is going to be about 75% of expression in an animal. It would normally be 50% of a hybrid, a quarter of each of the parents on a normal dog breed. But the pit bull tends to be about 75% going to be a hybrid that looks pure pit bullish. And then you're going to see the little, say it was a Chihuahua, it's going to be a short little taco pit bull. It's still going to show expression of the pit bull. That's what pit bull
Dominant
it's
one.
a
Okay.
fucking fact. You got it. So I was thinking NL1 because it's tough and straight and you can predict it. And that's what I had at the time. I had my 28-year-old freezer male. It's old seeded. I got a male, got it going, growing it up, using it for everything for preservation while it was there for that summer. And it was already getting 6 foot tall. And at one point I have to flower it and ditch it.
Wow.
Or take cuttings, go through it to another generation to keep it. But I bred that island sweet skunk, so I know I'm going to control the island sweet skunk because then that one's going to control it. And fuck, I breed it and found the fucking pit bull was the fucking island sweet skunk.
Oh,
My
wow.
God, he couldn't control it. It overran the fucking NL1. And it's a crazy thought the way the cannabis stuff works. But there's not a lot of good island sweet skunk. People about every month will contact me, ask me if I'm gonna ever do anything with the island sweet skunk. Okay, and it is good. I guess there's not enough grapefruit in the world. People really want that grapefruit skunk. People,
Yeah. I'll take
I
it.
did breed. I got a good amount of that stock of probably 4 or 5 years old of that. Sweet skunk NL1.
Okay.
It's super viable and good, so I was thinking the only thing I could do, go get the cut again, and then throw the sweet skunk NL1 and BX it to the mom again, just to do closest preservation that I can to that old 20-year-old cut that he's just constantly compelled. He only puts it into circulation about, I don't even know if it's yearly.
Huh.
But we just keep housing him. He's got a bunch like that. That's where my Kinnick gooseberry blueberry came from. Fucking best blueberry in Alaska, and like Professor P at Dynasty Relic, he said it's the best blueberry out there. Best, sweetest blueberry that is out there. He's in a lot of fucking blueberry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's a judge for you.
He's been in the huckleberry and blueberry patch a long, long time. Oregon blueberry ain't dope. None of that shit is, and this here, hands down the best. And I agree, best, got a lot of blueberries. Like the 5 I have, his pure mother is fucking good blueberry. You can monocrop it and be super happy you did. One of the only things he's ever monocropped is that good, but they got like they're kind of black marketish commercial name. They just KGB, the normal term from the old days, killer greenbred.
Okay, yep.
Normal term. And this is just local term for this was KGB, and it got to be a brand name and known, and was a good mainstay. So it's really good. Nobody has it, but Greedy at AK Legend, myself, and Professor P.
Wow.
Super fucking good. But he makes it to his grapefruit and to the Exodus, or I think it was Exodus cheese. I forgot what cheese it was, but he has good inbred cheese. You can't beat a blueberry cheese cross with all the shit he makes with it is super good. He even did a back cross of it. So he made a super closest there is to that one blueberry. That's good ass blueberry that AK Legend there has. Very good blueberry. So I've got a lot of other blueberry. Like from John Collette 1990, and then built up to the Salcha cut, bred that stuff together, bred to another Fairbanks cut from a trucker friend of mine that run long haul for the North Slope, and bred the Arctic Blue, which is an old standing fucking 20s plus year super, almost auto blueberry. It's real popular up here because the guy who was going into the rec market, he was big. He was getting licensed, he was marketing. He had a thing on like Instagram and Facebook, and then he get samples, free fucking 1 gram samples from his farm, whatever it was called, at Arctic Blue Farms, and he just had a website, and he would just giving the fuck away like crazy, just getting ready for the market. He was building a name, you know. A lot of people were sick of it, didn't really like it anyway. But, that and Dean's Beans blueberry. It's another. This is a fucking old. It was 28 a couple of years ago. It's a 30-year-old cut of blueberry sativa that my friend Snowcapped Gardens out in the valley. His place is out in Matanuska Valley, and he has a legal rec grow. He has 2 of them, and that blueberry is a good ass sativa blueberry. I'm not even going to say that Connect Gooseberry is equal or better to either one of those guys, because both of those guys have had each other's strain, and they both independently say that the other one's not as good as theirs. So I'm not getting in the fucking middle.
No.
Good blueberry is to be had very fucking easily through those strains. Very good. I put some on the site.
Yeah, I saw the Daga Garden now has a bunch of your beans up here, and it looks like it was the 907 Blue Jeans, aka the local AK blueberry strains.
That is the Connect Gooseberry blueberry bred to my 5-way blueberry, all Alaskan fucking blueberry. John Collette was big in blueberry. In 1990, he got busted. He had a commercial tomato greenhouse, selling them, pimping, making money, being a tomato farmer. And in the back of it was X amount of square footage of illegal blueberry plants being put on the black market to fund all of his, farm. Because you're not making, it's hard to farm. The thing is, it's in Fairbanks, 40, 50 below fucking winters. You're heating a greenhouse. They didn't even have that corrugated, excellent greenhouse bit back then. So he was fighting the elements and all of the things you would have to fight just to do the grow. But the DEA come in and busted him and seriously took him down. So he took off, grabbed his family, and ran to Costa Rica. This is shit you can Google right now. John Collette. And you look up the fucking story. It was all over our front pages of our shit. And he hid out for years and tried to fight extradition and all this shit. And it got to be, they straight up told him what the deal would end up being if he just straight came back, and they fucking worked it out. He went to prison. Because he was done running. You couldn't just fucking run with your kids for your whole life. So
right.
His kids they're still living up there in Fairbanks right now. And one of my friends grew up with them, and he does contact them and talk with them a bit. But John went on to breed for Sherbinski. And what did Sherbinski create that's the most popular thing?
Yeah, that's the Sunset Sherbet. Yeah, the Sunset Sherbet.
I don't know if it was the Sunset Sherbet, because I don't keep track of any of this shit, but it was one of the mainstream. Was it gelato?
Gelato.
Okay. John Collette, 4 fucking Sherbinski, produced the thing that right now has boiled down to the most hyped strain in the fucking world. Runts and jealousy and all of its fucking incarnations. Is that a crazy story? That this man had that blueberry operation, never once fucking said the word DJ Short, got his own fucking deal going, and had the blueberry down pat. Alaska was so fucking down with blueberry to where we only had blueberry in fucking Calio, and sometimes we would be pissed because that's all we had. We'd go to find trailer park weed,
That's still good though. I mean, anytime you have too much of one thing, but good strains to have.
Cycles, dude. At one point, you couldn't get blueberry. People would kill for it. Multiple 2 or 3 times, just gone to blood and famine up here with the blueberry fucking thing. And orange too. People get sick of it, won't even look at it, and somebody will invent it, and they'll brag it up and get sick of it, and they'll love it, and they'll hate it. And at the point, I hated orange, and still not crazy. I'd take lemon in a second over orange, and I'd take other fruits over fucking lemon. I could have a passion fruit or a peach. I'll take that. But lemon's a good second, and the lemon skunk's a good one. I'm crazy about terps, though. Terps are the delivery system for everything, and that's kind of like the main thing. Only so much left in this wave of gold rush. and terps are the terp farming and terp extraction is one of the last waves of this whole thing, to where you can jump up and still become somebody and make something of yourself. Look at 710 Labs. You know, that's a good example. They're worth a couple $100 million. They turned down a couple $100 million acquisition. They didn't want to take it.
No.
And a couple $100 million for the big league at that point. You could probably take it and go fishing. But
Yeah, you could go fishing.
Make terpier shit and that Pursley live resin shit they sell, and it's going to fill every cartridge and every jar in the fucking market until they can't anymore. But that the search through those killer terps is that's going to be exciting, because I kept saying 5 years ago people need to do something different. And then they all jumped on the fucking one monotrain polyhybrid fucking cookie fad, and there was nothing different, except that you'd get a half-hour intense high that it was gone the second you did any work or catch one fish. You know?
Yeah, I openly on this channel dislike cookies just because it's a brand, it's a lifestyle. Ugh.
Forever, I didn't even know what it was. It took me about 11 or 12 years before I found out what it was. Somebody told me what it was, and then I go, "Why the fuck would you grow an elite, extreme, low yield thing?" And then they told me it's the flavor, it's this and that, and it's like I kept passing it up and seeing that, oh man, maybe the forum is going to be good, and maybe thin mint is going to be good. And I didn't know about the animals at all, but finally at one point tasted it, and I was like, and it probably wasn't even pure, it was a hybrid or something. So I didn't think much of it, but then fucking Mr. Bob gave me an elite cut of 09 thin mint, the original fucking cut that
that's what started it.
Name? I forget the one guy in the crew. He ended
up burner.
Not the big dude in the fucking crew. What's his name? Jigga. He I think he got jacked at fucking. He got. I was told he got it taken from him.
Eek.
And then he blamed the crew. He blamed at one point was pointing fingers, or somebody was the cut that Mr. Bob had was the stolen shit.
The Giga cut.
It came from the other source, and it came from legit sources. It's not something that gets passed around a lot. Gene knows of it and smokes it. The people that know of it and smoke it know it. I got it gifted to me. Bob constantly said, "Cookie's bad, but I like this shit in the highest grade." It really was the taste. It's exceptional kind of cookie dough. It's worth growing. And he kept saying, and he would preach. He'd be on the cannabis conferences and shit, and the first thing he'd say is, "Don't breed cookies." And fuck, you know.
Yes.
And I was forever. I'm that guy that don't breed cookies, but I did cross one or two crosses to that thing. I did cross a TK05 haze, and no, the seed has never been put out or used or gone. Nobody's ever even seen it. And the other one was an Oaxacan, dwarf Oaxacan gold. And I always had the thought of breeding it and forwarding it. I never have, but I got sick of holding the cut. Even though it's elite, is the fucking elite of the elite. People talk about, like, people know when they smoke it and they go, "Oh, it's that one. That's the one that did this and that." Like, yeah, that's it. But I still thought it was just cookies. I never fucking had Mac 1 either. Fucking wasn't that guy. I was for a long time saying I was the guy that didn't have the fucking plants with the Z word in it. And one time, a fucking friend, King J Gardens in Montana, Testarossa. Elite Testarossa, but fucking Leo's trying to get back to his breeding purpose. You look on Jay's Fit and go dig back and find his Testarossa now. He sent me pollen up this thing. So I crossed it to fucking about 8 or 10 things and then kicked seeds right back to Jay. And I became that guy that had the fucking Z in his name, because Testarossa was fucking Skittles and fucking Opus Magnum, which was like Royal Spill 11 fucking BX. I became that guy that had the fucking Z word in his lineup. But it only was through that one Testarossa male, not no other. You didn't see me jumping on the fucking hype train.
No,
but that was the original shit, and you can go back in fact right now and look at it. He didn't ever give it back to Leo to use for breeding. And not a snub to him or anything, but he done a lot of work, and you know what he found was good shit. He also found some other elite males. He had a mimosa male.
I like that one. I like mimosa.
Pop and fucking nail. If you ever get time, look on King J's page and dig back through it and find his fucking mimosa nail or that Testarossa nail. Very impressive nails. He shared them with me, so I split the seed back with him, and we came up with some very cool shit. I crossed that mimosa nail to my skunk cabbage, and it's a really nice punch. I don't think it ever went anywhere or did anything. I released a little bit F1 or F2, and I think I have it in F3. And it might not even be on the list or available. It's kind of like modern looking, purple punch look bag wise, and get that purplish cool looks to it. And
Got the bag appeal.
Greens, purples, and reds and shit, all confetti looking.
Nice.
Got a killer fucking resin from the skunk cabbage, but the mimosa, that purple punch already had the good resin, you know. Mm-hmm. The skunk cabbage is kind of loose and leafy. It's a hash plant. You can just get a ton of fucking good hash from it. And people hate it because by the time you're done trimming it to make it a bud that's nice and tight, you've lost half of your fucking volume. But that trim is the most kefir resin coated trim that you're going to be able to get. So you get an A1 quality second product from it.
It washes pretty well.
Yeah, really, really good. So that's a good thing about the skunk cabbage. It'll throw that resin on anything, but that mimosa tightened it up, so it's like this commercially, it's the acceptable IG look,
right?
And you got the good punch to it too, because purple punch didn't fucking, to me, get me high. People say I didn't get the real shit, and this, that, and the other, but I've heard a lot of people say the same thing. It's not something spectacular, it's just a good looking bud.
It's funny, when I said earlier that I've only taken one clone in 10 years, I meant from other people. Like, I clone all the time. I actually have my clone machine. I actually have it running right now. But in the 10 years, Purple Punch, that was the one clone that I've taken in the last 10 years.
Was it a good cut that was worth growing?
It was from Archive. It was in Portland. It didn't put out as much. I wouldn't say, it was like the, knock your dick in the dirt. But at the same time, me and my wife don't necessarily like the super upper 20%ers all the time. Sometimes we just want a daytime strain that tastes good. Purple Punch fit the bill. But I didn't keep it. I kept it for about a year and a half, and then I was like, okay, I need room for other stuff in here, so I kind of moved on from it.
Yeah, I like weed that has an alpha and beta terpene that are almost an equal, which is super fucking hard to find, so it will taste and smell the same.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of only alpha and bland as hell on the beta, so you will get a good nose, but then get nothing behind it. One good one would have been, I even bred with it. I grabbed a cut of it, and oh my god, modern strain, fruity ass shit. I'm spacing out the name of it.
Skittles runts.
It was one of the main ones too. One of the main name ones that just came and went. I'm spacing out because I didn't keep it very long. Forbidden fruit.
Oh yeah, I saw that one come through.
Best smell, right? A jar of forbidden fruit.
Frosty too.
It was forbidden fruit, man. But it didn't taste for fucking shit. It had that nose. They do the paint right in front of you. They'd give you a whiff of that, and you take your mic and go smoking. What the fuck? Who took my jar? What they got me, man. They got me again. But if that shit had the equal beta and alpha terpene, you'd get that fucking good forbidden fruit taste when you're burning it, and the aftertaste when you sell it. Oh my god, that'd be good. That's why I like a plant that has the proper terpenes. And terpene is probably the only thing left to explore. Mm-hmm. Expression is one thing. Like you had the really cool pressings of that freak show. That's the thing that we can explore and dig into is expressions. There's a lot of variegated stuff, Pablo Picasso and the purpur, the giant purpur. Those are big single-fingered leaf plants that look like a fucking nettle plant almost, but it's cannabis. That's some cool shit to dig through and look through with the expression. Or find some real good wide-range cannabinoids that are not in. That's why, the 20 and 30, the upper high shit, it's a mono cannabinoid thing,
right.
THC, and if you could imagine keep a fairly high THC of 15 to 20%, but get a very wide cannabinoid count and dig through weed that has a wide range of cannabinoid, kind of carry the THC that's a lower number and have an effect way higher than the 30%. It's a fact, but it would get delivered better if your alpha and beta proteins were fucking proper. It would be like the best. It'd be the ultimate weed.
Balance. Doctor,
But if they come around, I think people will probably find it if people keep doing R&D and research. And it's easier with like those licenses in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Russ Brandon's able to do a lot of searching and getting better and better. And
yeah.
that's one good example of it. I sent him a bunch of my different shit, and he'd hit me back with, yes, it's either good or not. You know, and he could do it. Super cool.
It is cool, and he has a great approach to his, you know, the SOPs, his standard operating procedures, the way that he grows plants, the way that he feeds them and treats the soil.
Yeah, but
he's really able to dial
brimmer.
in strains for you.
He's a flat brimmer, though.
The flat brimmer, he doesn't bend it, or
You are too, I see.
yeah, I guess so.
Generation of flat brimmers, and they all could be good or bad, but that's a funny shit. That's the only way I can fucking, you know, tear people up nowadays. I don't want to be an ass and say things about anybody, period, but you can call anybody a flat brimmer, especially if they're wearing one.
That's funny. Yeah, no, you can. It's
Caps. I don't wear a hat. I do wear my cowboy hat because it fucking, it feels comfortable, and it's cold half the time. That leather cowboy hat I got to keep my head very warm. I don't normally wear a cap, but if I'm in the ocean, I gotta have. I wear like the same camo snap-on hat for fucking probably 15 years. I haven't lost it yet. I did have twin ones, but I lost one in a fucking bad ocean storm, and we did it too rough to turn around and go get back. You know, big gale, winds blasting through, ripped the hat right off my fucking head. So,
wow.
I almost dove over, but I thought I'd drowned, and then I didn't want to turn the boat around.
Yeah, it's not worth that.
Good luck. I have a lot of fishing pictures, hundreds of pictures of different trips, and it's the same exact outer shirt and hat on every fucking one. So it looks like it's the same day with different fish on every one of them.
I got my snowboarding gear. I got my shirt that I always wear, my riding shirt. Yep.
Exactly right.
Yep.
I got a nice wool over shirt. The fucking Big Bill Codet fucking is the brand, and it's been 25 fucking years I've had this thing using. I'll hunt with it and fish with it, and never fell apart and never wore through. It faded like hell. It was a nice camo. It used to be like a sage camo. It looks so muted now, but I still won't give it up because it's wool. Wool will save your ass. You could be out in the middle of anywhere and get wet. Wool will fucking keep you dry, or keep you warm. You'll be wet, but it'll keep you warm.
Yeah, I still got my dad's old pea coat from Army. I'm like that'll keep me warm.
Here you got to consider shit like that. You can get into a bad way pretty quick. I was going to drive down to Homer tomorrow and pick up beef. Every year I've been picking up a beef from the Kilchers. You know who that is? They got a TV show on the Discovery Channel.
Okay. Right on.
Called the Alaska's Last Frontier, and they run a herd of beef up and free range it up in the head of the bay up in Homer, down in the Ketchimack Bay there.
Okay.
So it's like grass fed, near wild cows, and it's grass fed when they're in the winter pens. They're grass fed. So there's not many grass fed cows up here. There's not much cows. Period.
Right. Yeah.
It's almost as good of an animal as a moose, wild game organic as you're going to ever get, period. But I had gotten my beef this year. He got sick. What happened? He got cold, ready to butcher. They got 20 fucking below, and he's 70 something years old. So Otto, one of the brothers that originally started, not the original, but second generation of the original homesteader. So he's got this beef operation, and it's too harsh to you like shoot the beef with like an .6 and go grab his tractor and crank it up by 1 foot and let it hang for an hour and die and bleed, and then he'll come out and skin it before it starts getting cold. It'll still take 8 or 10 hours to fill out a whole lot, but when it's 20 below outside, you're not going to fucking skin. It's really hard to skin that beef. So he put it off the whole month of like October and November. We had the worst, harshest weather, very, very 20, 30 below normal. And he had to put all that butchering off. He had 8 or 10 subscribers that was wanting their beef every day.
Wow.
But he finally got him killed. And fucking funny, he was voice texting because if he's working, he's giving me an update. Because I'm finally knocking down these beef today. And the thing listened to it, and it says, I'm finally going to Nazi these beef today.
the text or voice to text never works right for me, ever.
I texted him back and said, did you just tell me you're going to Nazi them beef? Because that's hardcore. Is that the gas chamber, or how were you killing these fuckers? But yeah, they made it to the meat house finally, but then he had a bad bum shoulder recently too, so what a bunch of shit. He was supposed to bring it up to me. And I gotta run down there. I was gonna run down there tomorrow, and he just called me and told me that on the 4th, first Saturday in March every year is the Iditarod sled dog race. It's a very big thing since the 70s, really? A real big thing. Yeah. And he invited to be a celebrity. He's a reality TV star. Have you seen the show?
I haven't, but I don't watch TV, so don't be surprised. But I
he's second generation, European import, and he's a fucking character with a story that's happening at all points in his fucking existence. He is a character. If you would know who I'm talking about, he is cool as fuck to talk to and know, because if you watch him on the TV, there's something crazy happening with him every time.
Right.
In real life, he goes, good thing them cameras weren't rolling. Don't tell me what really happened. And what a crazy life. The old man's a fucking movie star, though. But he's invited to some big Iditarod party that's happening on the 4th. So he's bringing me my damn beef and delivering it, thank God. So I don't have to run to Homer tomorrow. It's 5 hours one way.
Oh.
Well, it would be my whole entire day. Start early, and you want to get there before the dark. Get there, you want to run in the day. There's a lot of moose, and it's wintertime. They hang out by the road.
Oh, geez.
Rallying in the dark, and a fucking moose will come out. You'll end up fucking losing everything. Or
fuck no.
In the dark, there's too many black ice patches, and it's crazy dangerous shit. So I almost had to go on the, I don't like to drive down there. It's okay, good to go bullshit with fucking Otto, but what a nightmare. So he saved my ass when he just told me he's bringing that damn thing up. I was dreading going down there. It's okay, me and my partner, we're gonna roll a bunch of fucking joints, and we're gonna get a bunch of fucking good ass coffee and some thermoses, and we were gonna rally. He told me he was leaving Palmer, that's up in the valley there. He was gonna leave at 3. He'd be here at 4, and we were trying to get up to the Turnagain Pass, and right before light to get on the Kenai Peninsula. We would hit it just before light. He had a good plan, and it's I was dreading it.
He's gung-ho.
He's a driver. He commutes every day for 20 or 30 years. He commutes 60 miles each way every single day. So
wow.
A lot of them do. 30,000 people a day do. They live in the valley, the Matsu Valley, and they work in Anchorage. 30,000 people a day. The highway gets so fucking busy in the morning, and it's all wrecks and people in the ditch from the snow, and it vacates down to nothing. And then they all go home and they do that same thing. But he don't even look twice about coming into town. If we're butchering meat, he's missing one small thing. He'll rally in. He'll be here. He'll do 80 and 90 straight through. I don't know how you don't go to jail because he rallies. He'll get one tail car behind him, and they'll both just fucking come in. They'll be in town at 45. Well, call him his buddy. But yeah, he's a driver. He don't care. He was not wanting to do it, but he was gonna fucking rally. Oh, I hate that road trip shit.
Well, there's a lot of places for things to go wrong in those conditions.
Yeah. Winter's way more dangerous shit. But right now, we're also having this crazy thaw. There's probably 70-mile-an-hour winds going on right now. So who knows what kind of weird shit will be blown out down on the peninsula. It's down the road a long way.
Do you guys lose power a lot up there?
Not as much as you would think, because the wind is harsh and super heavy, but there's so many trees have been knocked down and uprooted
Okay.
They have private companies. The municipality will have private companies, tree service companies. They come and cut every tree within about 40, 50 feet
Okay.
at whatever height, so the shit cannot hit the above ground power lines. We
It's a lot of work.
Power pole could break and shit like that. It'll fuck up everything and it'll go out. But we don't have. Some winters we will not have it. Period. And there'll be 5 of them down. I'll hear about all them things in America going on. We don't have that shit.
Yeah.
I have it, trader, and it's been maybe 5 years ago. I kicked it on for one day, and there was one point. There was one bad ice storm about 13 years ago. All the cottonwood trees were full of leaf, and ice built up on them. So they became tens of thousands of pounds on the top end, and they have a shallow root system. They just straight fell over every cottonwood tree, and it ripped all the lines up. There was 4 to 5 days in one part of town that didn't have power to it.
Okay.
People were losing their shit. No heat. No, a lot of people were in a bad way, but it wasn't like in America. It could be 100 degrees or something, and a tornado comes through, and then you lose your power, and everything you had in the freezers melted and rotted, and there's no air conditioning. Could you imagine how bad that would be?
No. Yeah, there's again with the extreme conditions, whether it be cold or whether it be heat, you lose power, and it's a life changer for some people.
We're changing. The world definitely changing. We had a lot of harsh, different weather up here. Jeff Lowenfels is our. You know who that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, he's our Anchorage's local gardener, and he said he's the coolest guy in the world. He's got the longest running garden column in the world. 40 fucking years he's taught every single week and never missed one.
Wow. Yeah, every single week. That's hard to do. That's hard to do.
How did he do it? What he did was he had 4 or 5 in the pocket waiting to go, because he cannot be there every single week for 40 fucking years. Your wife's going to be pissed at one point because she didn't get a big whatever. But yeah, he says we're turning to a zone 4 climate-wise. We were a zone 3 solid in Anchorage, and he's estimating that Anchorage, by statistics, is turning into a zone 4. And it will be, and it does, straight through. But then last winter was a zone 3 as hard as it can get. So you can't fool yourself, but it's a progressing thing. And over about 18 years, every single person that lives here watched the change.
Yeah, I see it.
We used to have a betting pool for the first permanent snow day in Anchorage, and I bet October 20th every year, and I'd nearly win. It's either the 22nd or the 20th. I'd win $100 at the body shop. I'd win a couple $100 every year.
Hell yeah!
It wouldn't go away. You didn't go away till April. We'd have 180 inches of snow, and it wouldn't go away. And now, the one year, what happened was November. It never froze in November, and it was green grass, and people were mowing their lawn, and then next year was winter again, right? But as it creeped in over 18 years, we've seen the thing come up about 15 degrees, more than 15 degrees. That's how warm our winter changes.
That's significant.
It's a huge difference. They say each end of the earth changes way faster than the middle, right? So it's way even worse further up in Alaska. Very prevalent changes. 20-degree different changes. The sea ice pack ain't there. Is way, way different. But yeah, I used to have 30 below serious winters. If you didn't have a very good vehicle with a oil heater and a battery heater and plug those in, you weren't going to start your vehicle, because carbureted vehicles, they didn't have as much fuel injection systems, for one thing. And carbureted vehicles have to be choked just right, and air-oxygen ratio, everything just right for them to fire off. And so if your battery's real low from being frozen at 30 below, and your oil is so fucking thick that you can't pour it from being at 30 below, your vehicle isn't going to start. So we put up with that every single day, and we countered for that. You had to have a good vehicle, or you were going to fucking miss work. You had a good Chevy generally was the one that fucking went to work. I'm telling you. Ford don't handle the cold as well, and Dodge don't handle the cold as well. And now you could have any piece of shit, and we don't have freezing half the time there. It's weird. It's a different world. Because 30 below is a serious winter. It was a period like that in the 50s too, where it's very, very cold, and then the 60s and 70s it warmed up a slight bit, and then the 80s, 90s, it was pretty brutally cold. You could see 3 feet snowstorms and 30 below.
Yeah,
So it'd like hamper you. It'd be hard.
and nobody can appreciate that who hasn't been in it, because you also have the wind chill on top of it. So it's like 30 below sounds cold, but you add in the wind chill.
Just recently in Upper Alaska, it hit 100 in a pass up here. It hit, I think, 191 below.
That's instant. Your skin would just.
It was like 40 below with a 100-mile-an-hour wind.
Wow.
It put it to 191 below. Yeah, you'll freeze in a second.
Yeah.
Good flash. It's not super flash freezing quality like nitrogen, but you're not going to live in that shit. But the 100-mile-an-hour wind has snow particles in it. It would just scour you. You know, if you snowboarded, frozen fucking nose
darts.
It's like sandblast.
Yeah, literally.
Well, what else are you going to talk about cannabis wise? You got me talking again, see? I started thinking about Mother Earth and other shit, and my mind went on the perch.
All the good stuff. Well, you talked a little bit about the super skunk too. We had a question about that. But how close is that, or what is the Hawaiian cat piss like that you have up on the Daga.Garden website? It's a Hawaiian cat piss V3, which you said is the Hawaiian import in the NL1.
What it was, we just got, it's weird of all the things that were up here available in the 80s, we were getting it might have been Portuguese fishermen, because the commercial fishing trade's huge up here, and they would go from Hawaii, fish the fucking warm water fish like tuna and wahoo and all of that shit, and they would come over here and get the salmon. Then they would go back to South America and fish their home waters during like our winters. So I think they imported the bud over here that we'd regularly get bud from the Big Island, and it was in vacuum seals in 1985 and 86. The very first vacuum sealed front stuck down weed, I think, in existence. I'd never seen it prior to that. Nobody ever vacuum sealed them. It, would condense it down really tight, and
the brickweed.
Therefore, I assumed it was like an Affy bud. These nice long strip. Holy Christ. I haven't seen him for a long time.
Hey, Gene, how you doing tonight?
My audio's still screwed up. It's coming in. It takes a second to stop glitching out and roboting on me and shit. We'll see.
Good deal.
What's happening? Yeah, now you threw me off track. But the bud was coming in vacuum sealed, and we got a couple seeds out of it, and we grew it. And then I always assumed that it was... it had to be like a Humboldt that had gone to Hawaii, a nice Hawaiian indica, which they're very, very rare and fucking. I mean, I think that Neville offered one, but this is probably one of the rarest things with a Hawaiian indica. And I assumed it was, the indica, because the way it was shrunk down, it just like tricked me. So I grew the seed, and it was only female. So I crossed it to NL1, and the offspring of that kept coming out with a much more sativa plant. So I assumed, I don't really know. I thought maybe Burmese crosses, a thin leaf Burmese or something was over there. And didn't really know what it was. But it came back tasting a lot of frankincense as an after smell, and then a lot of ammonia. And it had that sweet tropical front.
Okay.
So it was... you can walk into the room and it's not churchy. It's not like the fucking Franklin Heights or what they call the piff, the real piff, It's not like you walk, but it's so close to that. You walk in, people were smoking a incensed, ammoniated plant. And some people are finding I didn't search tons and tons. I just grow up some. Had a couple friends grow it. We'd grow it and smoke it, find a cheaper pheno of that light green, good super light green shit. And, pass on it. I'd never collected because I had so much seed. I'm just going to make more every time. We'd run down to the last about 100 batches of seed, 100 seeds or whatever, and I'm looking and I'm not finding that pheno that I liked. And then I had AK Rizzo, Tommy, he went through it. He'd been doing it since like 2000, kind of like little batches. And it looked harder and harder to find that pheno. But the other one that came out with the Northern Lights process, it was kind of like a super silver haze in the smell. Really kind of nice. But that's all that is. But I had recently found a really nice couple, the one with the very long middle fingers that looked like the original sativas that we would see come out of it. They were much more tropical, and it's a lot sweeter, but it's more like the original island bud, I do believe. So I've been able to select good males that have that one single trait, just that super long middle finger, and they're super pissy. They are. A male can even be just straight piss rub in veg. They're really pissy and real strong in flower. But that's all that shit is. But I made a V3 DX with the more longer, thinner leaf, so I haven't put it any much out. I've given it to a couple of people, and I slip it in here and there. But the one you have is just straight third incarnation. It's like that free, basically, of the Hawaiian Cactus NL1. And it's actually good. I certainly never said it's the best in the world, and then people with cactus get attitudes really quickly, and they say they own the terpene, like some people do with blueberry,
Right.
They'll say that it is only a genetic line, they own it, this, that, and the other, and they'll fucking say it's a terpene that has been around. The Hawaiian people know it very well, and I have friends that had uncles and dads, old timers. They said they remember the shit exactly like I have it right now, which was an old tropical, fruity, pissy. It was common and it was known. And then they were happy to have it back again after a long time. So it's actually pretty good. I know a couple people that are growing pretty big patches of it, and I was like, run it, have fun. And you're going to bring it to they're doing 2 or 3, R&D tests, and then bring it to the market for their area. Somebody that produces, 30,000 pounds of flour a year down there.
So that's a lot of flour. Well, real quick, in case you guys didn't catch Mean Gene, thanks for hopping in and for joining us tonight, man. That's great of
Ain't
you.
got much time, but I had to say what's up to this guy here, and
Good. I need to hear some information. I watched your show last week with Kagyu and Tony and Peter. That was really cool, really good information. I almost DM'd you and was going to ask you like 20 questions, but I was like, I don't want to bug him.
shit, I don't care.
That was really good information. I knew a lot of it, and I had my own thoughts about a lot of it. The viral hit and what your experiences were very valuable, though. I think that's a thing that's going to be coming up. Future issue here. We were saying it earlier on here. I don't know if you caught any of it, but I think that there's a lot of that went a little bit too far already.
Yeah, some depends on where you're at and what, and like it seems like some people's because we've been like seeing other people who are sending all their stuff to the same lab, and it's just like all their stuff's dirty. And that's what happened, I think, with like the big scare about it was everybody was like Darkheart was saying, oh, it's 80% of everything we test, and it's like, but Darkheart's kind of testing all the farms that they were selling clones to, and they were the ones selling clones that were full of the shit. So it made it, it's not that other people don't have it bad like that too, but I think it's not like it's everywhere is 80%. It's probably 80% of their shit, and it's 80% of some collections. And we saw some stuff from different collectors where it was like a lot of their library was dirty, but then they'd have ones that you would think would be dirty, and no, they're cool, so it's like things they'd had for a long time. Figure if someone has something for a long time and they have a lot of dirty shit, those are the ones the most likely to get dirty. But sometimes it's ones they got later, and it's just the luck of like, where did they actually make the false moves of cutting this and then going straight to the next one. And but yeah, it's a trippy thing, and it definitely I dodged a bullet on it because I only have one plant that is funky, and it's too cool to throw away, but it's not important because luckily it's not anything that I never let anything out from it, so I don't have to worry about it.
I got a question, and I had suspicions about this before. The old cut of MTF that I have, it get to be for about 20 years, the guys that held it, they would just take bottom cuts, and they were really slow, and it kept getting slower. And that was the only way they were doing it. And I told them to get it in fast growing generation forward growth, take some good top cuts and do that a couple of times. And I told them they could freshen it up a little bit. When I get it, I was always taking good, healthy forward growing cuts. And it started slowing down, and even for me, it would want to have more lateral horizontal branching, and the thing started almost vining. And this has been in a clean collection. It's never been fucking around dirty plants. So I assumed it was, because it's been cloned so many times, what the term generational drift. I assumed this is what was happening. You had your hands on the cut for a little while. So how did that act for you?
I gave it to my buddy to hold because he had stuff going, and I had all my stock was at somebody else's place. And so the reason I gave it to him was because he had been hunting for this thing from Humboldt that they called the mist. That was originally we heard it called Matanuska mist, and that one came from, I can't remember, from Sirius Seeds or something. Yeah, and so he was like, what, you got your hands on that? And I was like, yeah, if you'll hold it for me, you can hang on to it for a while. I bred it with Sky Jarrow. I still have those seeds. I got to get you some of those. It's probably cool.
I think you told me about that.
It chunked out crazy, and it was really sturdy and nice. It didn't have really any issues, and it
got into that slow weirdness that viroid plants, when they're stressed a little bit, would show. It had some symptoms, and worse than an asymptomatic viroid plant. So I was always wondering, and I had talked to people, they wanted it, and they told me to send it, and they could go run it through TC. And this is before any talk of the virus was. People talked about,
you just want to freshen it up.
Virus. People talked about it. People would argue it's never been a proven case of the tobacco mosaic virus, and it's always amino acid or deficiency showing that variegation, and a lot of talk about it either way. And I didn't think about it, but at one point I thought maybe I would clean up the MTF, and then all this virus shit came up, and people started passing. I'd say 80% of easily passed around cuts are infected. I don't know about people's clean, almost long-held libraries are infected at any high rate. Like yours, I'm saying, a very, very low rate. You can't have a 5% or 1%, whatever your shit is, very low rate of infection. So it's kind of like, I don't know, I think about it in the future, been a lot of seeds already been released that are at that 10% of transmission. If that's the rate, there's a lot of seeds going into the mix right now, and your normal guy could just get that 1 in 10 bad seed, and everything's going great, but it just acts a little weird, they say. And then all of a sudden, all their fucking plants act a little weird.
Yeah, and from coming out of seed, people aren't probably going to see it because it's going to be all refreshed, and it's going to have a really viral load, but it's still going to be dirty and still going to carry, and it seems like it's a lot of the more popular things that carried it. I had a buddy who started doing a lot of testing, was one of the first guys I know, and they got their own little setup so they could test shit. Because if you don't do PCR, you get a lot of false negatives and a lot of false positives, and you have to really test, and after a while it starts to paint a picture like, okay, these are really dirty ones. And he said the stuff that was coming up the dirtiest was like the more common cookie stuff, like the real popular hyped up stuff that like really controls the market. He was like, that's the shit that's all dirty, dude. And I was like, fuck, okay. So then we were like, all right, well, we got to test the Gary, and then it turned out these ones weren't the ones that were dirty, but there was a certain amount of stuff that was.
Is Gary 30 going around?
No, the Gary that my buddy got his hands on was clean, and we were shocked because we were like, dude, it's so circulated. And my other buddy had said, oh, it's in all the cookie stuff, and so it's not so much like the direct cookie stuff. It's just what he had in his collection. He was saying was like a lot of that stuff. He goes, dude, if it's all this different cookie strains, the popular ones, they're all dirty. And I didn't really get into the nitty gritty because they tend to be the ones I don't want. I have that old animal that you were talking about, the original cookies cut.
I referenced cookies by going, there's the Thin Mint that Mr. Bob had. There was the '09 animal that Gene had, and that's the only experience.
It's the same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I know, the Thin Mint, the Animal, and the Platinum were all different names.
Yeah.
And
we had a lot of testing done recently. A friend of mine did. He has East Coast Kush. Do you know who that is? He has like a TC set up. He just recently started all this within months.
I don't think I know him.
Okay, well, he's doing a lot of testing, starting to do cleanup, meristem for people, and he's doing tutorial and everything on it. You can go learn all this from him, but just long story short, there was cuts going around, a Giesel, a MSS, and a Cis Chem, and somebody gave them to me. I grew them, and they were asymptomatic viroid plants. They acted up really good. They acted really nice. I mean, I got killer yields. The Giesel was fucking super loud. I didn't have a lot of experience with diesels at all, but man, I was like a real good. If that thing was sick, a good one is going to be really good. I didn't know it should be really, really good. So he takes them in, gives them 6 or 8 cuts to East Coast Kush, and they're fucking does PCR testing, and the viroid load on that Giesel. It's been years. It's been sick. This thing's been passed around. It was super fucking high viroid load. It's like the second meristem right now. It's still showing high viroid count. And others were less sick, but they were fucking sick. And then I was wondering, because, Bob tells me that if it's MSS, it's going to stretch when it goes in the flower. And he told me the real things about. I never grew it. I'm asking him, what's MSS? And I wanted to ID this plant and see if it's real. I grew it. It came out a certain way, but it was the virus fucking making it do what it did do. And I didn't have enough experience to know. I grew it in a tent, away from everything else in my garage, and had the thing filled up and just pimped out and just big bags of that fucking smoke. And that's when the virus started. I gave it to somebody else, and his shit, he's a trading fool. He's Alltech on IG. Do you know who Alltech is? He has a band called Mock Orange. This guy's 20 years. He's a musician. 20 years. This is his 20th year anniversary tour, and it's called Mock Orange. So you can get right on fucking YouTube and just check this fucking cat out, or his band. But he has a huge garden and did lots of trading. And when he did test a bunch of shit, it was all dirty though. So it's a good number. 80% of all traded cuts are probably dirty. And
well, there's a trip. These guys too, though, are using the testing, that lamp testing, man. It gives you so many. Yeah. My buddy, he had a bunch of really cool cuts, like the white TK. I gave him my PK. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones, and they're being tested. He's paying this money for it, and it's like, oh shit, they're dirty. I'm like, all right, well, I don't know. I'm not going to hold on to these things as someone else holds them. I'll go ahead and get rid of all mine. He kept them, and then we started testing stuff in the PCR lab that does like the real shit,
So you got positives on the other lamp testing?
Yeah, so on the lamp testing, it was like fucking spin the bottle, dude. You might as well have been playing bingo and just fucking randomly throwing fucking, boom, this one, that one, you can't fucking tell. And then we started doing the PCR, and it was like, okay, so these ones that were always hitting before are dirty. And these ones over here that were, you do 5 tests on one plant, and you get 1 of them or 2 of them are dirty, and you're like, well, shit, I guess part of the plant's dirty, part of it's not, whatever. Yeah. But then what ends up happening is you go to PCR, and you start actually doing the more proper testing, and where they can actually show you the graph with viral load and shit, and you're like, no, these are clean, 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 clean. But look at those ones that used to hit on lamp 5 out of 5 every time, or 3 out of 5 every time, instead of 1 out of 5 or 2 out of 5 or whatever. And all of a sudden you're looking at them, you're going, yeah, those fucking things are dirty. They look dirty. They root slow. They grow with the symptoms sometimes. The plant that I have that's dirty is an old plant called Sweat. And it's like a real kind of like cat pissy haze type. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's really neat. And it's a super, super cool plant. It was around, I grew it since the end of the 90s, and then we lost it, and, you know, maybe 6 or something years later. And then I got it back labeled as Hindu. I got 2 clones. And I got them back, and I was like, this is not Hindu. I can tell it's not. And then I'm looking at it, and it's like sitting, I got it in a little pot, and it's sitting in my kitchen sink up on the edge. And I'm like, this thing is familiar, but this is not a Hindu plant. It's too narrow leaf. And so I go to clean up a couple of little bond leaves on it that were a little yellow from the cloning process and everything. And I smell my hand, and I go, holy shit. That's so familiar. And I look at the little hairs growing, and they look like little pipe cleaners. They're those extra fuzzy hairs where they're not like the little slender hairs. And I'm like, fuck, I know this plant, but I can't place it. And it was like one of the few plants I really ever wanted to get back that I'd ever lost. And I smell my hand, and I go, fuck, it's Sweat. And so I butt it out, and I'm like, yeah, it's Sweat. And then I grow it a couple times, and I'm just like, I go, this weed should be a little bit more heavy hitting. It still tastes great. It still is like the same weed. It still is really fucking potent, but it should be like too potent. And instead, it's just like really fucking good, you know? And I'm like, oh, that's weird. It's a little bit off. And so it was one of the first ones that I tested. And when I tested it, lamp, it was like 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5 or something, but it wasn't one. I remember it was more than 1 out of 5, and I went, fuck, it could be dirty. It's the one thing that's a little symptomatic. So then took it and tested PCR, and it was like, no, 5. It was like 5 out of 5. It was like, boom, you know. I was all dirty, and I was like, all right, well, it's a fucking dirty plant. But what was cool was that I had already held this plant again for like 4 years. And I didn't know about the viroids, so I didn't know that like it's in that alcohol won't kill it, and that if you touch this plant and pull off these leaves and pull off leaves off this plant, you know, I'm used to just like regular, like, you know, just doing weed shit. I'm not like a scientist in a lab going, oh, make sure you sterilize everything and all this. I'm just like, oh, you grow weed, it works fine.
Okay.
You know?
For a second. Now, I asked Graham, since it spreads a certain way, we know plant uses and runoff. And say you're taking those leaves that are infected and doing JDAM, or you're going to put them into your potter or a regenerative pot or a compost. You think that virus eat it? You know, Graham's telling me to fucking burn infected material.
I mean, I would. I really don't know. Like, I have a compost pile where I threw plants. Like, I've always done, like, if, like, the times when I found, like, the rest of mine, I put that shit in, like, I have, like, a fucking galvanized fucking trash can, and I would throw that shit in there and fucking burn it, you know, like, okay, get rid of this shit. And I do the same thing with stuff that I know that's infected. But if that's the case, then it would be good, even if you don't know if it's infected, to assume it's infected and burn your shit. But I have a compost pile that I'm not going to pull. I'm not going to pull compost out of it for weed.
Yeah.
I'm composting all my weed because it's like what I have to do with it, and I'm not supposed to burn weed as funny as it is. I'm not supposed to burn it.
He was saying it would be more like parvo and organic soil. The virus can live for about 7 years, so he was thinking compost it will continue to spread. So if you did pull it could just keep spreading, basically. But here's the question: what about bamboo fucking stakes? That would have been my main thing with bamboo.
Well, that's the thing. Irrigation stakes, bamboo stakes. I mean, potentially pots.
Ties. People using clips and ties and recycling bamboo stakes, clips and ties.
Yeah.
Do
So
that should have to be sterilized and bleached.
yeah, and I would say like if you really want to reuse your bamboos and you want to reuse all that shit, like you should probably make like a narrow trough so that you don't have to waste too much fucking bleach, and then go ahead and bleach your shit.
I just don't know that like bamboo can get the fire rate, if they can penetrate in there, where the fire rate can definitely get there. That's one of my questions. I was at a grocery store, my friend AK Legend today, and looked at some brand of indoor steaks that's a metal inside with a vinyl outside coating, and they have it in every size, and they have every size of bamboo right there next to it. And I was like questioning, what do you, in my mind, do you think that shit spreads if you didn't sanitize it? And it's going to be hard to get the viroid out of an organic surface. It really is. So throw them away and switch to the, something that you can usually sterilize, which would be the newer. It's probably not any good. It's not recyclable or regenerative. The way bamboo is a good thing. It's a biomass producer from hell, probably one of the fastest biomass producers in the world, and you can just use it, recycle it, and it's good. But you might have to go to like germ warfare fucking things. I'm telling you, just all this has been running through my mind because it's. I don't think it's panic scare time, but a friend of mine found out yet, and he panicked and killed everything. His fucking garden grease and that kind of
yeah, I mean, I had a whole wave of everything. I had hundreds of beautiful plants, over a foot tall and 5 inches. Just a remake of everything that I had, and at that point, I was holding on to a lot more things. I wanted to have them. And then I went, okay, well, basically, I'm going to get rid of everything that's not mine. And I basically kept only a couple things that weren't mine. I pretty much killed everything off, but I had to keep, my base ones that come out of my stock that no one else holds. And then, it turned out I probably didn't have to, but the only way I would have ever really known for sure that they were all clean was if I tested them all. So it's a lot easier to go, okay, now I'm only holding whatever fucking 18 bulbs or something, and go, okay, well, these things, this is doable, right? You can actually test everything without it costing fucking,
we came
grand whatever.
The other night on Duke's Discord, there was a group of guys or something, and we all fucking said if you had to wipe everything out and boil it down, it would be 15's a good number. Gives you room for R&D, gives you time away from the garden. You have time, you could go fucking fishing, you could do some other things instead of be tied to that library.
Yeah.
It became almost a relief way of thinking. It's not the worst of the worst. It's a kind of a good thing. Here's a good question. I was thinking about it after your interview. You said the dirty plant was asymptomatic and growing well, and you had no viroid load at the tip and then some dirtier load at the bottom. Did you ever get so forward fast growing or in the sun that it test PCR clean?
No, but I believe that in theory that you could maybe achieve that. I unfortunately right at that point by the time I got to do my testing, I had already killed that little freshest wave. And I had to fall back on the earlier wave because I was like, well, what happened was I had got this cool old White Widow clone that's really special, and it's been circulating a little bit. I really wanted it. I got it, and I was like, well, I tested it. It was dirty, and I'm like, well, I've had this plant around, and I couldn't remember I couldn't really remember exactly, okay, well, when I got it, what was I doing with these other plants? Was I messing with, was I pulling leaves? I was just like, it'd just be easier to get rid of all this stuff. So I got rid of all the freshest stuff, and then I had to go to these older, shittier moms that were in 7s and take them out of the 7s and put them in 15s. So what happened was, by the time I could get stuff tested, by the time I could test that one, it was a root-bound 7 put into a 15, and it wasn't growing the way that it would have been growing if it would have been a fresh 5-inch that had just really caught momentum, right? So it potentially, I have no idea if you could grow past it or not, but in my case, I wasn't testing that kind of material, and I was kind of glad that I wasn't, because it was like, okay, it could have had a really low viral load and tricked me maybe if they would have been super. I was glad that I was kind of testing these old plants that had been sitting there all the way from the spring, and here I am in the summer and doing them, and they're woody, and I could really see, because it gave me more confidence that what was clean was clean. But I didn't get to see that difference. But more what I was saying about that was that if you're gonna test stuff, you wanna test that low down shit that's more likely to be fucked up, just so you're getting your best odds of discovering that you got bullshit.
I'm wondering if you could get antibiotics to be systemic. The way I think they clean up the meristem with antibiotics. And then,
well, the interesting thing about the viroids is that viroids are real fucking weird. The problem with them is that they don't, they're not, in a sense, the way I understand it, they're not really like alive the way most things we want to kill are alive. So they don't
they're just present and dormant.
Yeah, they don't make their own they don't make their own RNA, as I understand it. So it's like they don't have they don't make proteins. Most things you can go, okay, we're going to hit it with this, and that's going to dismantle proteins, and it'll fuck it up. And so I'm not sure exactly what the mode of action is with chlorine, because chlorine kills it. But chlorine, I don't think you could ever get enough systemically, of course, to kill it, and so I don't really know exactly what they say is people have been doing is like cold treatments. That's what they kind of discovered with hops, is they do like cold treatments, and for some reason the cold slows it down so much that
you hear about low voltage therapy.
Yeah, that was interesting. I saw that, and I never looked into it that much. But yeah, the electrotherapy was kind of a trippy thing.
My buddy Alltech on IG, he has set that up and has done it just experimenting to see if he can get a regular plant to be any quicker cloning, and kind of like he keeps playing with it. But from the people that tell him, he thinks that it can kill the viroid.
I heard that rumored, and I was like, it's
a lot of experimenting and a lot of testing and PCR testing to prove, though. Yeah. If you could get a super fast forward correct plant with minimal viral load, maybe you can fucking fry it out of there. It's weird because he's got the formulas all set up. I thought he was being crazy a little bit nutty, but I didn't know what was behind it. It had nothing to do with the virus at that time. He was trying to get a plant to want to, sprout roots in 5 days instead of 7 to 9.
Yeah, it is kind of nutty, but like when you look at how the viroids work, they're nutty too. Like they don't make a lot of sense. So whatever's going to work for them might be a little bit counterintuitive, where it's like, oh shit, really? That works, because when you look into it, you're like, well, what the fuck are these things? They're really primitive life forms where they're almost like barely alive, in the sense like I can't really find other things that behave like them, the way it reproduces itself and all that kind of stuff. And it's a weird fucking thing. And I guess there's a few of them, they're not as common because this one became a problem because it comes from hops, so it was able to jump really easy and wind up in weed because they're so similar. I guess they have
their cousins. So
yeah, but there's other ones, and they're being studied because they're really fucking problematic. But it's just always weird because it was like when russet mites came out, it was a big scare, and then I talked to my buddy, and he was like, "Yeah, my girl's dad, my father-in-law, he works out in Lake County on a vineyard," and I told him how I got destroyed by russets, and he was like, "Russets? What are you talking about? How did it destroy you?" And he's like, well, they fucking destroy weed. And he goes, are you fucking serious? He goes, you spray shit with sulfur. We've had russets here since the 70s in the vineyards. That's why we spray so much sulfur, is for that and for fungal issues. And on the vines, they never go away because they go inside of the bark. They go dormant. But he goes, on a smooth stem plant like weed, he goes, dude, that sulfur will fucking wipe it right out. And then I started fucking, started telling people like, use sulfur, and other people discovered it separately. And I found out about sulfur and was using it on wild plants in my area after I found out, because initially I thought it was a fungus. And so I was like, fuck, I just need to do whatever to fucking kill the shit. So I was cutting it off where I saw it and burning it. I'm like, it's just weird. The weed's turning brown. It seems fungal. I don't know. I was cutting it off. I was burning it. And then I got to a point where I was like, all right, well, I know that like paraffin oil and sulfur are both really good for that. And then what ended up happening was I found out that they existed when he told me about them. Before that, he showed me pictures and goes, oh, these are these russet mites, And I was like, what the fuck? I go, look at this picture. I showed him and he goes, that's what it looks like. He goes, look at my picture. And I go, fuck, are you serious? It's mites? And I had weed drying, and I was just about to put in a little indoor breeding room next to my drying room. And I found out that they come in and they go dormant on the weed and all this. I was like, well, fuck, I'm not even going to bother with it. But what I started doing was sulfuring stuff outside. And then when I was reading about, okay, this is an insect, or this is this little bug. I'm like, okay, if it's a bug, what do people kill? Is there other microscopic mites? And then I found out like scabies and these other things are fucking microscopic mites. And then I found out, okay, they use sulfur for them. And so I was like, okay, cool. And so I was like spraying outside areas and shit. And I think that was before my buddy said that they actually used it in the vineyards. And once he told me, I went, okay, so this shit should work. But I was doing it thinking it won't work. But going, well, people used to spray sulfur for spider mites. I remember that back when people used to use like cinnamite and all kinds of different shit. People were using that for spider mites, and people were using the paraffin. And so it was just one of those things where it was like, all right, it seemed like impossible, but then people have these problems in vineyards, people have these problems with scabies, there's different shit, and also enzymes I discovered at the same time people were using for, I think it was for bed bugs. And so I was like, okay, well shit, if we can get these enzymes, and I bought this shit before anyone made a plant enzyme product called Nature's Eradicator or some shit, and it was like a cleanser, and it turned out it's like the same shit as like Big Time Exterminator and all that shit. But there was like cross-referencing shit and going, okay, but when you look up shit about viroids, everybody who deals with them is like, yeah, we don't fucking know shit about this shit. We're just trying, and we don't really know. Like they know that it passes hop seeds. They know that cold therapy can work. But like you were talking about the reinfection and shit of the fields. From what I saw with hops, I was reading a couple studies, and they were like, yeah, we replace with clean stuff from tissue culture or outside stock. We bring in stock, and then it usually takes about 3 years before we get reinfected. And I'm like, well, how the fuck are you getting reinfected? So it makes me wonder.
That's oil-borne. That's what Graham was saying. It could be up to 7 years. It's just like turbo. Any dog breeder would know this fucking game.
Yeah.
What if you got a fast, non-asymptomatic plant growing in the good, fast, forward-growing mode in the sun and happy as hell? Take a cutting and then use colloidal silver and get that going on it systemically, because that's an antimicrobial in a huge way. It was like the original and only antibiotic for the world for fucking 100 years or a couple hundred years until they...
Everything's worth trying, dude. It's just a matter of like, That's what's so weird is it's like, okay, we're used to bacterias and we're used to viruses, and then these viroids are like these weird fucking...
You'd have a female. It'd be a nightmare, though, if you started using colloidal silver on a fucking plant. You know what it does?
Potentially, yeah. Well, now your shit's all reversed, yeah.
That's not going to be the good cure.
Yeah.
That's just a thought in my head, but what if it was something as simple as fucking an antimicrobial? Just get it healthy and give it a dose. Because they use the antibiotics in the meristem and other things. They do a lot of shit. I don't know if people really got it down enough to know 100%. They say they do. You might give them all your shit and find out they don't.
Yeah, well, and there's like too. There's like viruses that are in plants too that aren't viroids. And the antibiotics were good to clean those up, and they work good to keep things from attacking them while they're sitting there really slow in a test tube or a petri dish. But like the whole way that the viroid reproduces and shit is just really it's really strange. And I'm not like, I don't know that much about it, but I just try to like read what I can find, and I'm just like, fuck, it's not every time I get an idea and I look, I'm like, okay, well, fuck, this doesn't seem like it'll work, but they're all worth trying. It's just a matter of once you try it, the first thing would be going, okay, well, I got this plant to look really fucking good. Now let's test it and see if it cleans up. And it could be a matter of, like you said, put it in the sun, grow it really. I mean, it it's not necessarily present in all parts of the plants I was talking about last time. So yeah, I mean, you might be able to grow past it, but, fuck, it's a weird thing. All I know though, is that in general, for me, instead of worrying about it too much, what I just always figure is self it, grow out the seeds, find one that's a little bit better, and make sure it tests clean, and then just fucking get rid of the other one if that's all you can do, which is a bummer because it's a generation forward and you're going to bottleneck out a lot of shit, but at least you're going to have a weed you want,
the way you explain that the males are going to have pollen contamination, you can self it and use your dirty male and test the prodigy from your self stock, and you're instantly out of it. If you can keep that dirty male from reinfesting your fucking shit, which is simple. Apparently you proved it. 4 fucking years and you didn't spread it like wildfire.
Oh, one dirty plant. Yeah, that's what's so trippy. And I assumed, I was like, okay, I assume I'm probably fucked. So what I'm going to have to do is self everything that I have and then
have you
test and then get a twin cut. But it didn't work like that for me. I am fairly careful. I only clone my plants probably maybe 3 times a year tops, because I don't like have an operation where I'm like, okay, I need 1,000 of these. I need 1,000 of these. I'm like, okay, I basically keep 5 plants of each thing. And then when they're going to get way too root bound, I'll clone them. And sometimes I'll go, fuck it, I'll just transplant them instead. They're still nice. I can put them, like I said, I'll move them all the way up into 15s. So I might have a plant for a whole year. So I might have only cloned Sweat 4 times. And then I might have had the luck where every time I cloned Sweat, I cloned it last. Or I cloned it and then I cloned everything else a week later. I don't always I don't have like a routine like most big farms. Most big farms are going to be just fucking doing all this stuff all the time, and there's way more chance for it to get fucked up. So I might have got lucky like that. But what it did tell me is that if it was sitting there dirty the whole time, at least it didn't travel with a thrip, or it didn't travel with a fucking...
The question is, what the primer would be in those bugs. I thought that maybe it could, because mosquitoes, look at a mosquito, it spreads virus like fucking mad.
Oh yeah, dengue and malaria and all kinds of shit. Yeah.
Shit up here, we'll get some bird flu funky bullshit, and then we have a lot of mosquitoes up here. It's the last thing you need is some Zika coming on a fucking bird they all migrate up here. Mosquito's gonna bite that shit and you'll be out fishing. You get the newest fucking virus.
Yeah.
We think about that shit. I always worry about weird shit. The fucking the next new human weird thing like pig virus, chicken virus, because they just killed like 30,000 turkeys that had a new fucking bird virus here in America just recently, and they're trying to get it under control and get it. I mean, that shit blows up. It does lots of weird shit. I don't, at one point, you know, I'll have fresh chickens shipped in, and they happen to fucking be in contact somehow with that dirty ass flock, and I'll end up having to kill all the Alaskan chickens. Fuck. That's how that goes, though.
Yep.
Virus, no game. And I am getting brand new chickens here real quick from Louisiana, and there's a lot of nasty shit in Louisiana, so you never know what might hitchhike on my chickens.
Yeah, careful, man. Shit.
I've gotten dogs from Texas that had, I mean, they went through a health certificate, and the vet said it was okay to ship them. They'd have fucking multiple parasites on them. Ridiculous. Just ticks and fucking, you know, fleas and ticks, and just, but to a ridiculous state. So you never, you know, hitchhikers are hitchhikers, whether they're invisible or fucking prevalent to the eye. So, yeah. I've gotten away with some crazy shit. I was in Louisiana. I mean, went down to Texas to go pig hunting with my dogs and to go to a dog event. We caught some pigs in the woods, killed a sow. There was a couple of little piglets. My damn bulldog caught one of them and didn't kill it. So I caught it. I thought I'd bring it home. I didn't get no blood. I didn't get the brucellosis or what's the other main test? Main pig disease test. I forgot what the hell it was right now. But I'm supposed to go to the health, get a health certificate at a vet.
Foot and mouth.
Then they get a shipping permit for this pig. I just brought it straight. We were going in and out of Shreveport. I had dogs in crates and shit. I had this little pig in a crate. I fucking duct taped the whole thing up really good where they couldn't even see it. They could just breathe. And the guy putting the luggage through, he kind of like didn't even really look at my dog paperwork too much. But he's like, "What's this?" I said, "The puppy." And I thought he would just shuffle it straight onto the conveyor belt. And that little pig goes, and the guy, "What is that?" I said, "Oh, it's a Vietnamese pig." And we shuffled that pig straight through, got out of the woods, but pseudo-rabies is the other thing. The brucellosis and pseudo-rabies are huge in wild boar. You have to fucking control this. You don't want to. So what do? Smuggle a pig to Alaska and put it right in with my fucking domestic pigs. And I didn't have bad luck, but that's one of the things I was lucky on. Not only did I get away with just like straight up catch a pig out of the woods and fucking just smuggle it straight to Alaska, and I ended up growing it up big, 300 to 400 pounds. But my friend, who's a friend down south here, 100 miles out of a fucking 30-acre fenced in with elk fencing boar farm, because he is working on the oil slope, has too much money, and that's his hobby. That's what we were doing too. We had 100 wild boar, me and my partner, with, you know, pure European wild boar. Some of them I was buying at like auctions and having imported. 36 chromosome wild boar. A fucking domestic is 38. A feral in the woods, a hybrid, and they're 37 chromosome. These are purebred 36 chromosome zoo stock from like San Diego Zoo, the New York Zoo, different Lima, Ohio would have wild game auctions. They'd sell you a fucking anything. You could order anything, it straight up. It's funny. But we have 4 to 5 different lines of pure wild boars. And I grew that wild boar from Texas. I named him Tex. I let my buddy down south in Sterling here have that thing for 1 year and breed to all his. He had about 90, but that's a big spread. 30 acres of anything up here, and agriculture is huge up here. Everybody down in other places has a lot. Up here, to put 30 acres under fence like that, it cost him almost $100,000. And but that's crazy. I don't know how I got off that subject. Viroids went to pigs caught out in the woods, and but I was lucky I didn't like contaminate Alaska.
Yeah, man. You never know, you know. That's how it goes with the weed too. That's the big problem with the whole clone culture. Everybody wants that specific plant, and even though it can spread in the viroids can spread in seed, it's like they were way less likely. Like you look at it and you go, okay, so 10%, and then what's the odds that the seeds you get out of or come from that 10%? And then you grow those 10 to 10 to 10. You're like, it seems like a recipe for it to to be in hops and then get to weed, and then people keep growing seeds, and eventually the odds just are bad. Eventually you're just naturally probably going to lose it. It's not going to be around anymore, right? And so you know, I mean, like if it was something you were looking for in your weed seeds and it was 10% and you bred it randomly, pretty soon you'd be like, fuck, we can't even find it in there anymore, you know? But because of clones, you get one dirty clone, and then people are taking the clone, and it's like, it's fucking 80%, 90%, 100%, 100%. And then people make the seeds from those, and then everybody finds something, and then they trade that. And it's like, I think the clones have kept boosting the statistics to keep it to where it's like, okay, now the shit circulated. I think if everybody was growing all seeds, it wouldn't have circulated, and I think probably wouldn't have the pests either, you know?
That's what Kagi was saying, and I agree with him. That's why he was going from seeds. Not only did he not like to keep a library, and it's a fucking pain, but seeds are fresh and good and strong and viral, and there's it's new life and new growth, and it's easy to just see it, and you can get your handle on it and watch it, and different story. Yeah, a pretty good thought. That's one thing. That's all really good thought. All these different little things. I got lots of crazy ideas just because who knows what the future's going to be on this whole thing. But some people, maybe you could just spread it around like hell and get a herd immunity. You know, like fucking they were pushing with COVID. Try to outrun the virus. Fuck, everything's got it, and then maybe one day they'll just build this fucking stoop, not just be asymptomatic, but just the plants will laugh at it. Yeah.
I mean, there's
plant.
There's probably plants that are fully immune to it, but it's always it's things are really problematic when they have less symptoms, because they don't ever kill the host. And it's always really hard to isolate it, right? That's when you get really big spread, and things are really able to fucking hang around, because the quickest way to gain immunity in populations is to have something kill everything that can't survive it, right? So like if you got something and it just comes through,
that lives is going to be immune at that point.
Yeah, all of them. But if it doesn't kill, then you don't ever get that edge of it bottlenecking it down to immunity. So, you know, fuck, I don't know.
And what do you think when you said bottleneck? That's another subject. What do you think of the fucking bottleneck? Can everything be from fucking like 4 things? All of the popular bullshit right now.
It's what people do, right? I mean, we do it with fruits and vegetables and all that shit.
Oh man!
And I don't know. I just got
like bananas. That door's closed. It's so bottlenecked.
It's bad. Yeah. And they had to be bred really hard to get to the point where they were.
Fucking Cavendish banana, all stains of banana are fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Bananas is fucking nuts when you really look into that.
One set of chromosomes.
Yeah. I just got that box set from Deepak. That's that Durand collection of all those Afghanis.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, all right, well, if you want to avoid the bottleneck, all that kind of stuff is going to be that's cool. There's people hunting in the old places.
Gene pool.
Yeah, I know it's already bottlenecked there too, because that's what we do. Like, we want good plants, so we get rid of the shit we don't like, and a lot of the shit we don't like has a lot of genes that might be things that are helpful in there too. But there's no way to stop it, because you know, what do people want? You make a list, and then anything that checks those boxes, people go with them, and then, you know, nobody wants the stuff that doesn't check those boxes, and there's only a few things that do, you know?
I almost don't give a fuck. I like to make shit that goes anywhere, good or bad. I don't care. I'm making what I like. And
yep. Yeah, I keep things that have any. It just has to have something that I don't want to lose.
My favorite thing, heavy music, and Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. Are you familiar with that at all?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the fucking thing. Fuck those trends. You know, just like fucking Dime said, you don't chase trends. The fucking trend is dead. I could just fucking start screaming that fucking song. If you ever get on my boat or go fishing ever, you'd be hearing that shit. We'll be making people go away from us. There's a lot of boats, and not all of them want to listen to fucking The Great Southern Trendkill by Pantera.
Quality speaks for itself, and things tend to be cyclical too. I mean, you give it enough time, I think things are going to rotate back, you know?
For sure.
Yep. I was
learn, and then we relearn and we relearn from the same lesson.
Yeah.
Like it is.
Speaking of lessons, real quick, Jackson, I had a question for you too about the seed coating, the seeds and the HPLV. Is it something that is systemic in the embryo, or is it something that's on like the outer coating of the shell that maybe we could clean off or something?
I don't know. I'd like to see people bleach some seeds, go ahead and treat them like you treat the blades. See if you can get it off of the shell. But I personally think that it's probably like the way it's only in part of the plant. It's only getting into certain seeds. I think it's growing with the seed, and the seeds, a certain amount of the seeds are getting it because the seeds are made out of the tissue of the mother, right? So I figure that barrier in the hilum is probably not good enough to stop it from, things naturally want to protect the offspring or progeny. Like there's barriers, but there's certain things that are just like, nah, it's going through. But I am curious because it could be the case. It could be protected because even though it's made out of tissue, there is that like a barrier there. At the neck of the seed, at the hilum, where it's like it might not be going through, and it might be the case that they need to just be sterilized on the outside. But my suspicion is that it's going in, and for that reason, everybody who's making seeds really only needs to test the moms and not put out any seeds that come from a dirty mom, go ahead and you're like,
that's the fucking problem if they would just do that.
You're like, I want to drop the F3. It's like, no, if the F3 is dirty, then go ahead and find new clean parents in the F3 and drop the fucking F4, guys. But people don't even believe it. It's like fucking DJ Short's kid was on Instagram arguing with me about it, like, oh, it's just a scare tactic. It's like russet mites. And I was like, dude, you're a quack, bro. Like, if you're sitting there and you're going to be putting out genetics and going, he's like, if it's all dirty, then I must have worked with dirty genetics and all my shit's good. I'm like, no, your shit's probably dirty, dude. And you don't want to take the $20 to test the fucking mom to sell seeds out of because of what? What the fuck is the point? And I'm going, okay, well, if there's one guy over here talking about it, I'm like, how many people, if he's going to argue, like how many people are just going, oh, fuck, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the fuck. And that's how I felt about it initially. I was like, well, what are you going to do? Like if it's really everywhere, then isn't it already in everything? And what can we do? And then as soon as I tested my shit, I was like, no, the moms that I've been using, they're not dirty. So if the moms I've been using are not dirty, then a lot of people's moms are not dirty. So if it turns out only some of your moms are dirty, find the dirty ones. Don't fucking release any seeds from those. And then if you do, like if I want to take sweat and I want to release sweat seeds, which I never have, then I go ahead and go, okay, I'm going to take the S1 from the sweat that's clean and I'm going to breed that one. And then I'm going to have these crosses. And what do I have to do? I just have to wait until I fucking hunt a new plant. It's going to take me fucking maybe 6 months. You know what I mean? To know like, okay, this one's really good. If you really want to fucking do it, like if you're breeding plants and 6 months seems like a long fucking time, like you need to stop. You need to get the fuck out of the fucking program,
I know people that don't want to do that little bit of work. They say it's too fucking hard. My God, it almost fucking flipped me out the other day when somebody said that. When Kegu said the other day he rinses the hydrogen peroxide on all his seeds because some of the late run flower of his will get botrytis or asparagus, whatever he said. I've always believed that that paracanthum can carry a lot of fungus and contamination and bad bacteria for sure. And I've always suggested rubbing that fucking skin off the striped coating, the pericanthum. I'd like to see that gone, and then do a fucking float tech in 3% hydrogen peroxide. That'll sanitize it. It'll germinate it. I do that an awful lot, but he was right. And Jeff Lowenfels, he will always say, even with cannabis, no matter what, it's better to leave the natural enzymes and coatings on that plant, because that's nature and it's helping it. But there's so many, there's too many contaminants, bacteria and shit now on all seed, maybe all vegetable seed, flower seed, since he's talking seed in general, but he included cannabis seed, saying that you should never use hydrogen peroxide or bleach solution or a heavy oxidation thing like oxygen, liquid oxygen type of shit that you use in food processing. Which is food grade, but it's super corrosive and kills just about everything. Right before, bottling industry uses that like powdered oxygen shit, which is such a heavy antioxidant or whatever. It kills every fucking thing. It turns shit sterile, but it don't kill you like bleach. Maybe that's something you could put in a damn plant. Oxygen therapy, liquid powdered oxygen. If you know what I'm talking about, in the bottling industry, you sterilize all your bottles with this shit just before you cap and fill and cap.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about that shit, about the viroid, is it's like, when I found out that you can't kill it with isopropyl alcohol, when you do mushroom lab work, like isopropyl alcohol is like, you're pretty good, you spray down shit with that.
People assumed you were good.
Yeah, it works, but if you put your scissors in that for the fucking for hot latent thyroid, it doesn't do any fucking thing. So it's like, fuck, man. It's the one thing that makes it seem weird. It makes me wonder what the, how. I think the thing about bleach is it kind of just disintegrates every fucking thing.
It does. Everything's gonna erupt. It just breaks the cells walls on everything.
Yeah.
One thing that I kind of mentioned earlier. Oh, go ahead, please.
Well, we should probably all just invest in a Clorox and TC and bank on that.
Yeah. Stop doing anything else. Just fucking buy stock in fucking chlorine, dude. And
that bleach almost became scarce anyway when people went on that fucking scour and fucking cleanse scare.
Yeah.
That tells you it's good shit. It probably did stop a lot of fucking viral spread of every single type, even good or bad.
It kills.
I like pure bleach though. If I'm doing pots and cleaning pots, I use my fucking paint respirator from the body shop, and I use 100% bleach. 4 or 5 gallons of bleach in a fucking 5-gallon bucket or a trough or a tray, and you just go to fucking scrub a little bit. You don't want to be in there like causing too much fucking gassing, but you do it in pure bleach. It fucking gasses off so fast you don't even need to rinse it. You can use pure bleach. Let that shit sit, and the next day you'll have 0 fucking chlorine. You don't have any residue. You don't have any poisons or toxins. You have you have something you can probably eat off of, and it's clean. But it's harsh. If that room don't have ventilation or what the fuck ever, that's some very gaseous shit.
Oh, yeah.
Plants can handle it, though. Plants don't give a fuck about chlorine gas at its 100% strength. That's one good way to clean up. Say you got a half room full of plants and you want to clean it for fucking mold, mildew, bugs, or whatever. That's spray 100% bleach everywhere. Strong as fuck, except for the existing living plants right there. And They don't get that you did that. The microbes that were good are going, you're killing me. That should have killed a lot of good microbes. I know that. But it kills the bad bacteria and fungus, mold, mildew.
Sounds like it's the nuclear option. I was going to say earlier we were talking about different solutions and the mRNA virus, and you mentioned the protein coding. I remember when I was trying to look into TMV stuff, there was a study that compared different cleaning agents, bleach, Vicron S, but also like 2% milk fat. was something that was able to kind of actually get through that coating and defeat the virus on that. So I don't know if you've heard anything about that or seen that in practice. And this was more or less for mechanical transmission, just kind of dipping scissors and that type of stuff to prevent the spread there.
And that's for a virus. So viruses generally, I think you can probably, for a virus, I think you could probably use alcohol. You can use, like you said, like going to be as mild as something like that, because they're it's like, we call it a bug, right? It's more, it's like actually like it's a little living thing. It's a microbe. Whereas a viroid is this weird fucking thing. It's like this little, it doesn't live the same way.
Okay.
So it makes it a lot more challenging to kill it when it's not really, you know what I mean? It's
right.
Whatever, trying to fucking kill a fucking robot. It's like, well, it's not alive, so you can't just suffocate him. He's a fucking robot. It's like the viroid. It doesn't have the same, you can't just take things away from it or dismantle it as easily because it's not dependent on the same mode of survival. So it's a trippy fucking thing.
You could probably send that shit to Mars and come back, and it
comes back. It's like T1 versus the T3. T3's kicking T1's ass every time.
Well, the tardigrade, you know what a tardigrade is, right? The little water bear.
I've seen them. Yep.
Yeah.
Those motherfuckers out into space and come back, and they don't give a shit. Their cells
Shit's amazing.
burst. They just crawl back. They just wake up and crawl back around.
Yeah.
So viruses. Wait till they do some kind of landing mission for real on Mars and bring back the fucking shit that killed Mars.
Fucking
That's total doomsday fucking apocalyptic shit. We might as well have T1 and T3 all at once.
Well, I think they are collecting it and sending it back already, aren't they? Though
they are,
because we know what their soil composition is now.
Yeah.
Well, their lack of soil, but yeah.
Yeah, we need some of that Martian virus.
Well, shit, fellas, I gotta fucking jam out, but I had to stop.
Yeah, I'm glad you got on here and got a bunch of things that was in my mind to run through.
Man.
Super helpful.
Fucking A. Well, thanks for having me on, and have a good one, guys.
I appreciate you dropping by me, Gene. Thank you so much, man.
Fucking A. All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right. Yeah, I've kept you way past your bedtime tonight.
It's nothing like that, because if I'm on the boat Friday night, it was like 3 months from right now, I'd be on the boat Friday night, and we had just probably turned over the shrimp pots, went to our nighttime anchor right now, and we're probably cooking dinner.
Yeah.
That's a normal occurrence at 10 a lot of time. And it's also light because it's dark as shit here right now at night. It'll be summer light all the time by then. And then you don't consider 10 o'clock ain't shit when it's fucking looks like it's 5 o'clock.
When it fools the body, yeah.
Or fish, if we had success, a lot of time I might be getting pissed, but I'll be cleaning fish at midnight. Fucking dinner, try to watch a movie, go to sleep. At that point, you're running on fumes.
Yeah, but by this point, we're listening to Vulgar Display of Power by now. We're moving on, going through the CDs.
We wrapped up with other boats at night, and not everybody. These are my friends. Right. Put up with it. In the day, they don't give a fuck. But I don't want to kill them at night.
No, that's not bedtime music for most people.
Time before I hit my one buddy's boat, had 1,000 watt system and karaoke from hell. Every song we had like 16,000 songs in a database. So we would. I don't drink a lot, but I did drink a couple times, and we were doing karaoke at 9 or 10 at night when other boats came into that small inlet or small cove there to anchor up for the night. But we were already into party mode, being foolishly loud, stupid shit. And like, boats showed up and anchored and went to bed.
Really?
2 in the fucking morning when we finally stopped. It's really ridiculous. Heavy metal karaoke. He had a lot. He had everything.
Nice.
We were just tearing it up. Judas Priest and fucking Iron Maiden.
Been a lot of Finch.
It was so funny. At one point, my buddy's kid did that fucking Barbie song, that plastic Barbie song.
Oh, shit. Don't get it in my head. Don't get it in my head.
I'd never heard it before. I almost died laughing because I was buzzed and drinking. That's some good shit there. That's a late night. too late now. Foolishness, because then you're going to be not wanting to get up at fucking 6 to go kill fish, and that's why you're there.
No. Yeah, well.
Drunken karaoke. You can do that in a town.
I do it on land. No.
For that though, I'm just saying I don't do that shit. Alcohol made me do karaoke.
Yeah. Now, let's be honest though, because I'm in a fishing town, and I see the boats out at night. They're out at dawn, and those are the brightest lights you will ever see in your life. Have people grown with like crab boat lights?
They have.
Okay.
I think the lights are real similar. What the fuck are they called? They're like a spectrum of a high pressure sodium. A lot of them.
Okay, yeah.
Very high wattage, high ballast, super performance HID with a much more red and orange spectrum. So I know what you're talking about, because there's a lot of the commercial shit, and we're 5 fucking miles away, see this thing, and as we come up with it, it's like the damn sun on that boat.
Yeah. Bright as day.
Yeah, definitely got to be some gas hogs, whatever they are, for energy use. They have huge fucking 40K gems running on those things. They don't give a shit.
No.
Power running to them. I know there's 1,500 watts and 2,000 watts of those things, so just more industrial. Plasma lamps are 1,000 watts or 1,100 watts, and they're pretty fucking bright, but not like those.
No.
Lights on the boats.
No, and especially when they're in the harbor, man. If you ever, when you get close to a boat like that, you're like, that is the strongest light I have ever seen in my life. It'll be the spotlight. And it's funny, I'm looking at the chat right now. There's a chat going on the side on the YouTube, and you have got that Barbie song in at least 5 people's heads right now.
I had never heard it before, so I was like, what the hell?
It is just horrible.
I laughed a lot on that.
Yeah, it's funny. It's kind of like when you go bowling, it's hard not to let out a big cheese smile after you throw the ball. When you hear that song, you try to hate it, but yeah. I'm not playing it in my car, we'll put it that way, though.
Yeah, I keep a pretty good track of, I'm going to listen to something that's all 1990s to 2000 pretty hard. I'm not like Jackson that's grooving on really good reggae, and I'm not blues or nothing. I love some good country, but I don't go for I don't want to call it hippie music, but
right,
more Grateful Dead-ish type of shit. But I've had friends come up here and they're straight up Grateful Dead people. 2 or 3 days of fishing in my boat, playing my fucking soundtrack, and the guy's, this is for real. He says, you don't even have any Credence.
Oh, shit.
He was begging for it. And that's a good acceptable in between. Credence, I like it, for sure, but I didn't even have any, so it's like, poor bastard. I didn't know I was killing him that fucking bad. 2 or 3 days. I didn't know.
No.
Not everybody has that playlist of mine. It's not extreme, though. A lot of my friends that have suggested shit that I thought was too heavy.
Yeah. Well, with Pantera, kind of that same era, like Sepultura. I don't know if you listen to Sepultura or not, but they always, for me, those two kind of sit together.
It's one of the next, one slight level up, but fuck yeah, Sepultura, because badass fucking Brazilian rockers right there.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know where they're from, but
no, they're Brazilian.
Okay.
Badass, well.
That is.
They jiu-jitsu your ass and rock you to hell and back.
Yeah.
So that was pretty funny. I used to damn when that Vulgar Display of Power came out. I think that was 94. We used to go down to a Class A super nice place. It's called Deep Creek, but that's where we'd launch our boat out of and go fishing for halibut. And today everybody goes there still today, real popular, but there's a flat, up in the front row is like all Class A motorhomes up to, $500,000 each. And
damn.
I had like 4,000 fucking watt system in a K5 Blazer. He was like a rolling box, and fuck yeah. People, they heard the Vulgar Display of Power. Fucking Hostile. I would have people that fucking heard fucking Hostile, and then we'd go launch the boat and go be real respectable, recreational fishermen. But I didn't have the damn that certain blazer though, it was they had a lot of fucking Rockford Fosgate equipment in it, and
Nice. Nice.
Had crossovers for the major fucking big bass, and even though rock's not that super thumping ass low bass.
The kick drum though, man, the kick drums.
It out perfect. I could tune it just to be just killer, or I could put on that low bass line shit and vibrate the fuck out of the whole row of fucking Class A's up front.
Yeah.
The windows were fucking vibrating when I'd go by, just to be a jerk. But then we'd launch that boat and just be straight up fork like that.
I respect nature, not you.
And that fucking, the Pantera came to Anchorage a couple times. I got to see him twice. We didn't get any fucking concerts, barely any. I can't say that because I've seen Testament here, I've seen Judas. And,
Nice.
There was some good shit that came up here, but I mean, Metallica came a couple times, and some. We had a lot of good shit. We were lucky before. We don't get anything now. We have no concert. Like,
I caught.
Was decent was Brad Paisley, like on his Gone Fishing tour about 5 years ago.
He's country. Is he a country guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll play that shit on my boat too. Brad Paisley, I probably got a couple albums, and Eric Church, and a ton of good country. King George, Dwight Yoakam. Every time for fucking Moldaviers, I played the best of Dwight Yoakam when we launch. It takes a half hour. The parking lot's a half a mile away. It's a rat fuck type of situation. So I'd get the boat in the water, start going down the dock, and move out to my position, and I would crank at a pretty moderate level some Dwight Yoakam best of. And people would be jamming because it's a good get to going type of deal. It's not offensive to many people.
Right.
We'd leave the dock and it would go to the other playlist.
Yeah. Yeah, we always say, it's not country, but, just like kind of like 80s rock or what they call classic rock now is always safe. Like any like warehouse job, any type of job where they're playing music in the background, it's usually like that 80s, 90s rock stuff. That can always be the safe.
Got some fucking Willie Nelson on there.
There you go.
Cannot go wrong with Willie. That's one thing about that old buddy that made that Williams Wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Did we talk about that?
Yeah. Dave.
It's funny.
David Stanley.
He's best friends with Willie Nelson's fucking guitar. And he always got backstage passes anytime for Willie shows. It's pretty cool shirt.
I guess this leads to kind of a random question, but it's because my answer would be Willie Nelson. Who living would be the one person you would love to smoke cannabis with that you haven't?
Really living, yes.
Yeah.
Pretty easy right there. Because for one thing, he's not going to be around a lot. And when I was about 12 years old, I had his fucking vinyl, and it was like big in my life. I even bought like, the Honeysuckle Rose fucking soundtrack for his movie.
Oh wow!
I was fucking into Willie Nelson. I always respected that guy. But I when in '74 fucking Back in Black comes out, my older sister by 2 years, they are one step up. I was country. I heard Back in Black and Deep Purple, and it's like I changed. Right.
Wow.
I loved country and always have and always will. But the fucking Hell's Bells and Back in Black.
Yeah.
It was about 74.
So much energy.
I was like, wow, that ingrained me right there. It would have been different if I would have heard Gary Garcia or whatever people were into. I would have been way different, but I got ingrained with that AC/DC on the Black album and Hell's Bells, and that's
I just like
Deep Purple album was Solid Purple. I remember that Deep Purple.
Yeah, I liked the faster tempos. Like that appealed to me and kind of more of my lifestyle. I've always had an active lifestyle, so like that faster, like metal rock type, tempos, get your heart rate going, rah.
My boss let us jam at the body shop since late '80s on, and he didn't give a shit because not a lot of public would come in. Some insurance adjusters and whoever the fuck would come in, but they'd have to put up with the annoying bullshit. So. Yeah, to work hard and work fast and keep your mind off the fact that you're dying and poison and working your balls off on your knees on concrete, sand, and fucking cars, and makes me laugh. People complained about wearing a fucking N95 mask or whatever type of mask.
Wear a respirator all day.
85, I had a respirator on my face so fucking tight that I have a form.
Oh, wow.
This shit's strapped on tight to make it seal.
Yeah.
One time I got a $1,000 fine for having a fucking mustache because OSHA don't allow facial hair. And I argued with the guy, I just come off vacation, I'm not working. And I got a $5,000 fine that went to $1,000 paid infraction. My boss paid it.
Fuck that.
It's like, fuck you, you can't get me shit, motherfucker. I haven't even started work today.
Wow. Yeah.
That's facial seal and the masking type of shit. It was second nature to me. I've left the body shop for getting the fucking respirator. And I can go to the grocery store and that's before anybody ever had a mask. Nobody ever wore a respirator.
This guy's gonna rob us.
I just forgot him. Not putting it on my face, but just hanging around my neck.
Yeah.
It's there. It's just there. It's there all the time. I see a cloud of mist or dust or anything, and it's instinct for me to cover my fucking mouth. I did it for like over 35 years. It's like an instinct. You don't want to breathe that shit. Any body shop dust, dry or mist, aerosol, it's going to kill you. You probably got a 10-year lifespan if you don't use respirator. You're supposed to use fresh air, complete fresh air respirator, fresh air oxygen.
Oh, wow.
At the very least, you better have a fucking full respirator all the time.
Yeah.
To kill the whole earth, all the damn, they don't have much regulation. They just pump it out through exhaust fans and pump it right straight through your poor neighbor. It's getting solids, heavy metals, because they just pulled the lead out of paint, the whole automotive industry. But it was lead in the paint on all automotive paint for a long time, so there was that aspect too. But there's a ton of chromium, cadmium. It's heavy metal waste of shit. 1 gallon of fucking paint weighs like 14 pounds. A gallon of water is 8.4 or something. Yeah, a gallon of some of our paints and stuff, 14 fucking pounds.
Wow. And that's all the additives.
It's chromium and cadmium and shit that's acceptable, allowable heavy metals. So. They have to do a lot of screenings. They at one point, OSHA, if they come through and hassle you at the shop, they'll pull you and make you redo these oxygen fucking tests and your shit flow vacuum tests, and then they'll make you go to the doctor and get blood tests pulled, and because they want you out of the system if you do have heavy metal buildup or heavy metal poisoning. And there's a lot of it in the paint. A lot of it.
Right.
It was all heavy metal. At least they pulled the lead out. Now it's all lead. There's no lead in our paint. And our mixing bank used to be like lead paint. We just mixed it up, spray it. Fuck, no regulations, and even the exhaust. It's just like I said, your neighbor downwind could just be getting massive amounts of lead buildup. Just comes out in an organic mist and then falls right to the ground. It's not good. Of course, that's a very minor thing. There's a lot way worse polluting industries, but the automotive industry is pretty dirty.
Yeah, I mean, Detroit, Flint, look at, a lot of those areas.
That's a good example. They used it and left it for burn. I bet all that ground is so contaminated around the whole thing. The old dude that I got the SSSC stock from, that I have and reproduce at least the Beatrix Choice and the Williams Wonder and the M48. He is right outside of Detroit. Been there forever. His nickname and his name on the old IG, well, not IG, but it's like IC Mag or whatever forums and shit, was Old Detroit. And he used to talk about the old. He preserved all this tax from both the State Bank of Holland and SSSC. Bought it all and preserved it, and then was just like slowly going through his offer. People, nobody was taking them up or thinking twice about it at all. And then I got it secondhand through a kid. Met the guy. I just call him Old Detroit, and I don't want to give him fucking. At first, he said he didn't want to be bugged and hassled and known and shit.
Right.
I go, no, there's a lot of flack kind of coming back about this shit ain't real because nobody believes the story of 30-year frozen, seeds. And I said, I'm going to bring your fucking name up and have our people search out the old messages on the forum boards and shit just to fucking get the heat off me. People saying it ain't fake. It's real as fuck. We write it right from SSSC in the original manila envelopes. And he was smart enough to preserve it. The last one he just did was about a year ago, or now a year and a half, with the Nigerian Kandahar. And he has a photo of the fucking seed of it. And I've seen all the pictures, and I could just instantly come up with all the pictures. Not many people have grown the Nigerian Kandahar, and I know people have been looking for it hardcore. And it's like, he's the coolest dude in his mid-70s. He's busy as fuck with that running the medical program for a bunch of patients.
Wow.
I don't know what the rules are over in Michigan.
It's a lot better than it is in Washington,
right?
But they're under pressure. Yeah, Michigan, you can have, I think, like 72 plants or something
Whatever
to that
the
effect.
program is, he's helping people like hell, and he tells me in 5 years he's going to fucking retire from that thing, and he's going to go through all of those fucking seeds that he's got and do the full search out. I hope he is, but I think he's 74 or something. I really hope he fucking can go 5 more years. That was a year ago. I hope he can go 4 more fucking years. And
Right.
Plan. But yeah, he is a pretty hip old dude.
Yeah. Getting busy like that at that level too. And you know, it is kind of one of those things. I mean, I imagine you might be the same. I have some things that I've meant to go through, but I keep putting something else in front of it, and then eventually they just never get gone through.
I sent him about 1,000 seed of each of those 3 SSSC strains. I sent him about 1,000 seeds back, and gave him a little bit of fucking love. And I sent that same seed stock to fucking Carl Stolenfeld, or whatever his name is, the SSSC owner, the current owner, and his son KIS. I sent that stock back to them, which they didn't have.
Because they relaunched it, yeah.
All of their old seed catalogs that they didn't have too, and he said it brought a tear to his dad's eyes when he seen the old original 85 catalogs, because they hadn't seen it in years. It was like the very beginning of his business, right? It was all on picture. That's like the first year in business explanation.
Oh,
and
wow.
the logo's the same, but it's really changed a lot. You can see that's a Dutch dude with a big old fucking old jacket or whatever the fuck the style was, and then it's completely different now. They're back, but it's all just like explanation, first year in business, and then they show the strains, and they weren't numbered. They were just like,
that's cool.
This and this. They didn't have the M1, M9, M39, and fucking. They didn't have any of that until like the 87 year when they got that shit in a real catalog in order.
Because we had some people, asking about the M48 tonight.
That's fucking serious. Good weed, South African haze. That's He didn't know. I never have talked to Carl directly. I talked to KIS a bunch of times, and I'd ask him, ask your dad this. Oh, he isn't going to know. He doesn't remember. He doesn't, that was a long time ago. A lot of incoming, a lot of outgoing. They were like bootlegging at fucking guerrilla grows in people basements. They were taking over and squatting and growing.
There wasn't a lot of note taking.
That world. So I know he don't remember what fucking Durban, what Haiti, what was what exactly. He'll know what some of it was for sure, and he's ingrained in his mind. Weird, he said he got the Williams Wonder from fucking New York, but it was made in Oregon, where it was all around and thick. But I guess it made its way to New York.
It's a market that always paid top dollar, so things did kind of gravitate towards New York eventually.
Yeah. Everything's going to go to New York, right? If you can make it there, you're going to make it anywhere.
Make it on Broadway. Well, I saw one that you had too. Was
pretty good. M48 can be flowered at 18 inches and 24 inches. If you went any higher, I would cut it back and let it thing turn into 2 main grow tops. It wants to kind of grow columnar, single stalk with minimal side branching. You can get it to bush out. You can, but if you're just running it without snipping it or flipping it, 18 inches and flipped, thing will go 5 to 6 fucking feet of spiced haze. It's really nice.
Wow, is that
really? I'm not going to say it's the. I was told it's psychedelic. It's that fucking strong, and I don't go around fucking sativas. I know some of them definitely are psychedelic. I give up about half the joint. I don't try to get to the psychedelic fucking point. It's really goddamn good, strong weed, and I've had a couple of old heads that really know the game real good. They're not in America, like Spaniards and fucking French people and shit. They have the opinion of what was delivered at the time of delivery. I know they're going back circa whatever and going, this is right, and he goes, oh, that is like it. And it's pretty impressive and cool to see that it got preserved. Real cool to see it got preserved. Really can't go wrong with it. Not a Hermie piece of kit. Haze type of thing. Some of the hazes were touchy as fuck, right? You're gonna finicky and they want a herm and you can get them to herm super easy. They had sent me SSSCs. They don't sell to America, and then like 4 years ago when they came back, they sent me the first 4 packs that they released. I was the only one in America that got it.
That's awesome.
That old school haze. There was like 4 of them. Strange names. They were all different and new except for the KIS old school haze, because there's Carol's haze, which was Fire OG, and KIS old school haze cross, which is super good, because I didn't know much about Fire OG, but it's super hard hitting, puncher, loud as fucking good weed. So, so crisply, they got a good haze and crossed it to that crisply crazy bitch, but it's not like their old stuff. It's way different, new incarnation of in fact, they just now straight keep this feminized and stuff, and nothing's the same genetics at all. It's completely different.
Yeah.
They're trying to go for a market that they can sell to.
A lot of the European seed banks, I feel, have lost their original parents, and the trend with them does seem to be feminized as well. But again, it's a different market. I almost feel like a lot of the European seed have you ever
seen their packaging, the SSSC's comeback packaging?
My favorite packaging in the world, the cassette tape packaging.
Right, that is.
Yep, that's my favorite packaging.
Retro and 80s, screaming right in your face, 1980s right there. They send you a fucking mixtape, for God's sake.
Heck yeah, I am looking. I can see my tape collection right there. I still have Walkmans next. Of course, I still have a lot of vinyl and record players.
I grew all that weed and I put the cassettes back together and put them back in there. The sleeves are real cool too.
Yep.
Every bit of it. It's like damn smart right there, them boys.
It's cool. It's cool packaging, and it was cool to see them kind of come back out and relaunch.
I hope they do good, because he was a major part of fucking a lot of influence in late 80s, early 90s. Huge fucking influence on a lot of people. The people that get those catalogs, they were like, I had that catalog and my house burnt down and my house flooded. I had that catalog. My aunt fucking... There's like 100 stories. I'm not even kidding. When people see that the old either Sensi or Seed Bank catalogs or the SSC, they're like reliving the fucking glory days. We were all like bootlegging. We'd all put it's no joke. I think to get a $300, $400 order from Seed Bank or something, 4 or 5 of us would get together, and it'd be 6 fucking months. And it could be a bust it could be a letter from the DEA or the post saying that they got your shit, and then you're worried you're on a fucking list. And sometimes you think it's never going to come and his shit was super solid fucking delivery service. Well, you could call Neville though.
Oh wow.
He was like 16 hours off of us, but you could call Bert, was always one answer on the phone, but you could talk to Neville. You'd get direct fucking questions direct from him. It's that's insane.
Well, it is.
Big pimping and fucking, he's still taking fucking personal fucking calls.
Yeah. Well, hopefully people took advantage of it, because they, at the time they probably didn't realize how great that actually was, or maybe they did, but I mean, just hindsight, holy crap, to be able to kind of peel the onion on some of those strains with him, I figure would be pretty priceless.
Man, people always that'd be one of the things. If you could go back, you asked who I want to smoke with, who's alive, but if I could smoke with somebody who's dead, he'd probably be pissed, but I would just like, what about this? I'd be like that little kid.
Totally.
What about this? What about this? What about him?
Yep.
Go home. Go back to America, motherfucker.
Go smoke some hash. Pass out on sidewalk.
I fucking got to go to Afghanistan. But it was like brave enough to go through fucking communist countries and collect shit and fucking, Afghanistan's totally changed, but it's never been a fucking friendly place.
No.
Right during or after the fucking the Mujahideen,
But yeah,
Bin Laden, and all the Soviet conflict, and it wasn't a good time. It wasn't friendly.
No.
I got some 2019 Jalalabad seed from a hash producer. There ain't many producers in Jalalabad anymore. It used to be real common, but the shit had changed due to all the fucking takeovers, conflicts, and wars, and the Taliban, and a contractor brought back seed, and it's really cool, old, pure Afghani shit. It's oil can rags and skunky, and as good as anything cool and pure. But super low, terrible germ rates. We did get some plants out of 100 track. We tried 100, we got a few, but they're doing good. So maybe we can move forward.
yeah. I mean, that's good.
You're not going back to fucking Afghanistan and getting those seeds right now. You will not. Nobody will. For fucking, it's done.
Yeah.
Seeds over there, fucking at Jalalabad or anywhere in the region.
No, and from what I understand too, people, from the States or other areas have traveled to these regions and they'll trade like current genetics for some old genetics. And, granted, they're not going to plant it if it doesn't work for their region, but a lot of things have kind of been muddied in that sense.
Big time. I don't know. I've had my own views on that. I sent Mac pollen. The only time I've ever grown Mac or something. Somebody gave me some really pimping males they couldn't deal with. I wanted to pollinate a couple things, but it was 14 grams of pollen from 2 plants that were only about 2 foot each. I have pictures of those fucking plants of the collection and weighing it out. But I had so much pollen. I think I bred lemon tree. I bred my blue steel. I bred just a few things, and I was going, I didn't really know what to do with it, so I offered it to people, and it went like international. So it went to India, like India Landrace. One of them guys went to like Trichome Jungle in Australia. He bred it to like his cherry spice shit. Went to Thailand. Went to fucking Canada. But I sent to 5 continents and 7 different places around the world. And that's infiltration from hell. We have this, but I'll never, ever in my life get my hands on what you guys have there, and I want to experience. I go, well, here we go. Have some fucking experience with it.
Good. They need it.
Good and bad, right? We'll get down on that, but I think it's not my problem. It's already happened. It's already polluted, already changed, infiltrated, and there's no fucking pure anymore.
No.
So I didn't hurt anything or change anything. I just helped those people. And they grow it indoors, like in greenhouse. Like Irazing and Indian Landrace. Mm-hmm. They grow my fucking shit in India, in greenhouses, and use like hot chili peppers and some other spicy fucking weird shit in fermented juice form for their IPM.
Okay. That's cool, though.
Oh, man. But
I think so.
They love some of my fucking wheat. A few different ones. Like hybrid crosses.
Yeah, I bet.
Because they have all landrace pure this and that, and they get a hold of something and they go, man, we run it multiple times. They like it, they smoke it, and share it. I know Indian Landrace shared it with fucking Irazing, and then he's the one that messaged me because they have that library up in the mountains up there. You know what I'm talking about? There's a mountain way up in the high.
Is that Kandahar?
Regions. I forget the name of it. Mass Medical did some shit with Irazing and then reproduced some strain and feminized it and sold it, and then people got down on them. And ended up all the money getting donated to that library to help its development.
Okay. I'll have to look into that, but yeah.
The world, just type in most fucking remote library in the world. But I'm given a full set of those catalogs to go to that library in that country. It's fucking cool as hell. But because he asked me for, and I sent some shit back and forth. He sends me Indian spices and cool shit. Like real good spices over there, like the cool shit they have. And he sent in some garments for my wife, who's a crafty bitch. he will make some really cool shit. And his wife's picking it out for my wife, right? But
Nice.
he asks for the SSSC reproductions. He didn't say fucking catalog reproductions. So I thought he was talking about the fucking Beatrix Choice M48 and Williams Wonder that I had just reproduced.
Yeah.
So I said it to him, and then Eurozing gets a hold of me and says, dude, we're going to put those fucking catalogs in the library. And I go, is that what the fuck he meant? And I go back to him, dude, I didn't know you were asking for catalogs. I thought you were fucking asking for the seed reproduction. So I sent him all my NL stuff and
wow,
that recent reproduction of the Beatrix was, the M48 and shit. So yeah, there's M48. There's fucking South African haze in India, and good, bad, or ugly, they're fucking growing it. They will be, already is.
Right.
I don't know what their seasons are over there.
No, and that it's cool in that sense. It's like I was thinking earlier more about just kind of like wild, kind of unmanaged outdoor crops, where things kind of just cross pollinate and whatnot. But yeah, I think variety is the spice of life.
They have they controlled and they keep it controlled fast. And how he could grow in a greenhouse and they probably have critters from hell in India, right?
I wonder what their climate.
I asked him what IPM was because fuck, who knows what it is, but he said it was all natural. Like, I didn't think he said garlic, but chili peppers and all of it super fucking killer plant formula and spray. And it's like, man, we can't beat that shit.
Well, a lot of the Jadam and the KNF practices are
boost Jadam.
Well,
I call it J-Dam.
Yeah, see, there's kind of all kinds of names for them, and I'm not that type of grower, so I kind of will lump some of we're talking FPJs, we're talking IMOs earlier. I kind of put them all into these categories, but how I understand them is they use a lot of local inputs that are available to them, and they're very low cost. So in areas of the world, particularly like India, where money is not as plentiful, yeah, you see a lot of these practices.
Fermented cow shit in India as a main growth fertilizer. Super fermented cow shit. It's already got that whole breakdown and the biological thing going on to it, and it makes it not hot enough to just burn and kill. But yeah, and there's nothing wrong. That's good. I take that over 90% of fucking bottled nutrients.
Right.
A lot of it's all heavy metal derived from who cares, molybdenum and tons of heavy metals. I don't fucking want that shit in my smoke. It builds up. You can leach all you want. It's in the skeleton, in the body of it, and that's why a lot of that weed's poor.
Yeah, that's why I'm moving the more organic living soil direction, especially lately. This next run.
Soil's really hard unless you can get your game down on Alaska. It's way harder because you don't have the room outdoors in warm areas that you can make soil,
right?
Store soil or fucking regenerate or. Oh man, you got an on and off switch, and it's either fucking hell and you're indoors, or it's beautiful and perfect and it's outdoors, but that shuts off just because you think you got your groove going.
Yeah, well,
compost worth the fuck up. You can compost for about 4 months, 5 months, and then the rest of the time it doesn't work. You have to have a certain amount of temperature for any of that shit to work and break down, and it just completely stops, and then it goes back to working like hell. 4 months like mad.
Yeah.
You guys got all these different things you can take advantage of to find location.
Yeah, where we're at, we stay.
I do that J-Dam all the time. I have a good J-Dam. I'll pick fucking hemp nettle, which we have by the billion pounds. That's a really good one, and even just fireweed, chickweed, and I got a 55-gallon barrel of that really nasty shit going. Good, put some kick in it, and good homemade IMO kick broth, and it's pretty foul though.
That's what's held me back. I'll admit, it's the odors and stuff, because
if you get downwind and she's relaxing on the front deck and trying to enjoy the sun, that wind kicks in. Well, we got horses next door, and I've got pigs on and on.
Livestock, yeah.
Fuck, it's not any worse. It's kind of sewagey though. If it's a good batch, it's a little strong.
Why is that? Why does the best stuff smell the worst?
I don't know, but like I said, good fresh fucking FAA ain't an ass stinky thing, but old, not as fresh FAA, it's kind of gross. I am a fisherman, so if it's gross to somebody that fucking likes fish smell, it's not very good.
No, man. Well, yeah, we've got
The fish they use too. It could be a piece of shit farmed fish from leftovers from who knows what their source is. Probably fresh ocean fish.
Yeah, even if it's fresh ocean fish, man, we've got the processor plant in town, and dude, when it's no wind on a hot day, you do not want to be within a block of that place. It's gag worthy.
No different at the town out of Whittier I'd launch out of when that process is going full blown.
Dude,
it's strong.
Yeah,
it's hardcore. They're working in ice cold conditions and just gag fucking. You know, and it's called the slime line. The fuckers, it's the job detail ought to tell you.
Yeah, again, hats off to the people that could do it.
If you get cold and your hands
that's not
cold,
me.
Your nose runs all the whole time in that fish processing thing. The people that do it are fucking tough and want money. A lot of them are migrants, though.
Yep.
A lot of migrants, and they're really tough.
Yeah, we have a lot of.
They'll all disappear.
It's all seasonal. But yeah, we do get a lot of like European migrants that work it, and again, they're happy. They're
a lot of Filipino and a lot
good people.
A lot of Mexican and Filipino. They just move up to good fish and work. They work. But I don't want to work 16 and 18 hours a day. They're getting that double or overtime, and it's banking at that point, kind of like compound interest used to work for us, you know.
Yeah.
As you save money, and it gets better and better and builds up easier, compounds. And but I don't want to do that 16, 18. I can barely fish 16 hours a day, let alone fucking labor.
I can hardly stay awake.
Everything that they get, they do pretty good though. A lot of the guys can leave here with $60,000 and $80,000.
Yep.
Play the Dutch Harbor, up in Dutch Harbor or any of the bigger ports that whip out black cod and crab and stuff like that. Just the salmon one out of Whittier where I go, you can do pretty good, but you got to be tough.
There's like so many things in life. It takes a special person, and if you're that type of person, you'll do well with it.
Fishing. My dad had a 32 by 10 foot boat, and he fished out of Bristol Bay, gill netting out of Bristol Bay.
Okay.
He had like four 3,000 pound holds, so he could do 12,000 pounds, but they'd overload that to their sink the boat constantly. It used to be derby fishing where they'd draw a line, everybody like, bam, go get them. It's open and people would be cutthroat. It's super dangerous. That's when the most people ever died in Alaska ever was derby fishing on those salmon derbies.
Oh.
Then they take openers with regulatory openings and shit like that. But my dad tried to get me to go. He would make my younger brother go. I never would. He couldn't force me to go because I really didn't want to 6 weeks straight on the water working all around the clock. I didn't care about the money they were tempting me with, you know.
Right. Yeah, I got my price. That's not it.
People I know, say AK Legend, my buddy Greedy, he's out from a fishing family, so I offered to take fishing. You know, I was fucking doing commercial fishing. I fucking hate fish. I mean, I might go with you, but I don't want to fish. And I don't want to see a fish or look at a fish.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're born and raised in fucking commercial fishing. Gill netting is not your fucking thing.
No. It's the last thing. It's the last thing you want to do.
I can gill net. We have subsistence gill netting. I got a 600 by, it's 12 fathoms, so 18 foot deep, I think. 18 by 600. My gill net is.
Wow.
5 and 3/8 mesh, so I could still pick up a king if they come around. They'll stick in it because they'll end up hooking their jaws. They won't gill up, but it's big enough. 5 and 3/8. It'll catch a red. It'll still hit a silver, but a pink generally go through it. So I got it geared exactly right to where I can. Supposed to retain shit once you kill them. You're fucking killing the thing. So, but we can go out. It's in one day. I can just take my gill net to a area with hundreds of thousands of fish, and then that one day, just pull all my fish and my friends, whoever has a permit on the boat. It's 35 per person basically, and if you get like 8 or 10 people in your fucking household,
that's a lot.
An extra per person, so
that's a lot.
Fish or it's more than you would want to do the work. Red salmon or any of that, you go get them 100 reds. It's a lot of processing and work.
Yeah.
But you're hooked for the fucking year. Freezer full, cases of jars. See, we all just do it though. It's funny. It's pretty cool. I go over there and rock my music, but it's mostly country. There'll be a lot of boats here, up to $500,000 boat right next to me, and then a $2,000 boat right next to me, and we're all doing the same thing, just filling our freezers. It's at a fish hatchery. They let us fish right outside the hatchery. All these fish just naturally return. There's a brood pen net, and they collect the fish for brood stock, but the fish are right outside the brood pen net. They don't really go in, so there's 200,000 fish just milling around right there, jumping.
Holy shit.
Legal to snag because it's saltwater, so everybody just snags because they're reds. Sockeye salmon don't bite their plankton eater, a vegetarian. And you snag them or net them, so you get and you can do either one. And on a Saturday, every Saturday, they close commercial fishing. They're fucking Alaskans, the subsistence fish with their nets. They close down all commercial netting for a family to go with their personal subsistence net.
Oh, wow.
And their little boat, their mid-sized 20-foot boat.
Right.
Get their dinghy, stretch that fucking thing out, whatever, 75 feet kind of, and you don't need a whole lot. And then all day, when kids are picking reds out of the fucking gill net and throw them in the dinghy and bring them back to the boat. But dad is sitting there just processing and fucking, as they go, and mom's like making food for everybody, and you kids fucking don't drown, and it's like the coolest thing you've ever seen. And the next day, it's full on commercial. The grind.
That's awesome, though, that they stop it for the people who live there.
A lot, dude. What they used to make us do was we had to follow the rules and regulations on the commercial opener. We could have a free opener with no closures or anything, but it had to be within 48 hours prior to a regulatory opener. So it wasn't many of them. And when it did open, we had to follow their rules, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the exact same area. And you're fishing subsistence among commercial, they aren't going to put up with that shit. They're going to fucking point guns at your boat and say, get the fuck out of here. We're going to cut your fucking net and we're going to shoot you and kill you because you're taking our fucking money. And that got to be a big problem. So the state made it, fuck you, we're closing commercial on Saturdays and letting some fucking...
Good on the state, man. The citizenry.
Subsistence fish.
Good on them, because that's, it's a big deal. Again, that's feeding a lot of people. That makes a big difference. And
cooked up salmon today at the body shop. Everybody, that's nice. What we did. We preserved the salmon, and I wasn't apt to eat that salmon because it was a Russian employee, and that fucking guy don't preserve it super fresh. He's dip netting it. That's another way you catch them. Go to an area where there are a lot of salmon migrating. Use a huge dip net on a pole. Same way the Columbia River Indians get to fish that down there. They have rights to still do that shit.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
These guys just dip net, and then they'll lay it on the beach in the sun with the 75 degrees for fucking 4 to 5 hours while they're catching the full limit, and then but it's going downhill straight from there. From the very second you fill it, you should bleed it.
Right.
And then hopefully, minimum, put it in a cooler out of the fucking sun, but hopefully that cooler had ice in it.
Yeah.
Right? And then you fillet the fish, clean off all the sand and dirt and grit. It's a sandy beach. It's a mouth of the Kenai River, like a world-class fishing river. And then that you just, it's crazy because 2,000 people at once did netting at the mouth of this fucking river. It's crazy. If you ever did a documentary or a docudrama on it, it's a crazy thing. Everybody's dragging their net back, and the kids on the beach thumping that fucking thing or ripping the gill nets out or cutting
smacking their heads. Yep.
Yeah, that's what the kids want to do. Every kid, if you get dragged to Kenai Beach, this happened since I was a kid, you wanted to go fucking club fish and beat their brains out. There's some little killers. There's little mini Jeffrey Dahmers out there.
Right.
I've seen them. They're waiting because I was a fishing. And I'm a go-getter. You know what we did? We don't stand on the beach and fucking hold the net or stroke the net. We wear wetsuits, get into the current, past the reach, and we drift down with the current. And you just
Oh, Jesus.
14 fish, lost 3, brought 11 reds out at one time. And those were like 8 to 10 pounds, all those were at that run. They were pretty big fish. But the current with that 100 pounds of momentum and swing on that pen, you almost swim for your fucking life. You're not touching the ground. There's good current. It's really concerned going directly into the fucking Cook Inlet. We never had, only one time my little brother got rescued, a jet ski went out.
Okay.
My partner, a couple times, he panicked and just ditched the net.
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
You motherfucker, you just cost me, $100 plus those fish and all this embarrassment. 11 fish one time, and the kid who was really, I didn't know him or anything, he wanted to count fish, hit him in the head and throw him in the cooler for me. He was like some little help along kid, dude. And what a little murderer. Because I caught 100 plus fish that day. I think we caught 260 or something. It might take about 65. My partner's was 85, and then there was another guy with maybe at 85. He's all cool.
Wow.
We were filling the ticket, and it's in one tide terminal where I said the tide will run 40. Mm-hmm. It's not 40 feet. 40 feet, but that's 100 miles, 80 miles south, but it's still like 25, 30 foot drops. So you're fishing that one drop. It's crazy.
Wow.
High tide that's floody as hell. I think like a mile wide, and then it goes down to this ripping ass small. It's all mud too.
Little current, yeah.
Rip
tide
out in the middle. And then you could hit a king, and it's like hitting a fucking truck in your net. It'll usually rip right through the net, so you don't land a lot of kings.
Oh, wow.
My partner did land 65 kings. We did all we could to get it and retain it, but it popped through. He could like pop, pop, pop. Every one of them gills, he was like double gilled. He's like pop, pop. He's about to go. I just stuffed my arm straight down his fucking throat, which was very big, with their mouth open on a big, and I crammed my hand right out his gill, from the mouth in, right out the gill, and it was like my wetsuit caught up on his teeth fiercely. They were just like, it's permanent. It was hard to get him off, but he wasn't going nowhere then. And the two of us wrestled him in, but we got it weighed. And
wow.
When you're swimming up to your neck and that thing hits, it's like, and there's sea lions like crazy swimming right there. So you imagine you hit a sea lion. That's what you're scared of. You don't know what's underneath. It's silky. You don't see it.
Okay.
Oh my God, good stories.
That's what I was going to ask about. I'm like, it would sound like a sea lion's dream place, just to hang out and get fat.
They're right there swimming, because there's a lot. A good run in one day could be 80 and up to 120,000 beds will come up. And then
that's amazing. That's
right there, just eating all they can possibly eat. Yes. Yeah. And there's they don't give a shit about you, but you think they might, because pretty big. Formidable animal. Even a cow is.
Oh, they'll fuck you up if they want to.
Yeah, a cow's 6 pounds. A bull, fucking 2,000 pounds. They bite your whole fucking. Fishermen get bit all the time up there, fucking around with fish, playing games with them, or then he gets a vengeance for you. And if you're sitting up on the rail, he want to come and bite your ass. There's videos of people getting snapped right off the boat rail in commercial fishing. We've had them where we've got big lingcods. Not just under the
that's an ugly fish.
Keep a 35-inch or bigger. So if it's 28 inches of like big bull sea lion hanging out by the boat, we'd like, here you go, buddy. Throw it, and the fish swims down, and then you watch him go down, just like goes down. That thing came up 2 minutes later with that fucking thing in his mouth, shaking it and throwing it in there like a cat with fucking mouth.
Yep.
He showed us he was super happy. He grabbed it again and just swam away. But
nice.
He was like right behind us. He'd take that deep exhaling breath and blast his fucking breath. Must be fucking horrid. But yeah, he hung out and was like, okay, buddy, here. Threw that lingcod and shit. But that's every day up here if you're fishing. There's a lot of that wildlife. There's more whales and porpoise. We don't have dolphins, but porpoise, whales, and there's some wildlife up there.
Yeah, we've definitely got. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're used to it because you're in that. That right there where you're at. There, you can find all that stuff.
Yeah, like I've been surfing, and there I see them in the water, and I'm just like, okay, you're over there, I'm over here.
Get worried about sharks.
We'll be good. Yeah, I had an experience that I think was a shark the other year.
They'll be over there. I know they will. They'll handle that cold water. White sharks.
Great whites. Yeah, great whites. The patterns are warming, and they have detected great white attacks in here. And the day that I'm speaking about, I was surfing. I surf by myself, which isn't the smartest thing. Don't know anybody here.
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just see a shadow, man. I see a shadow in the water, and it's moving, and it was coming for me, and it was big, and probably about 10 feet from me, it decided to turn and go away. And, you know, again, I've seen seals, I've seen sea lions out there, but something's different. When you get that drop in your stomach, you're just like, that was something different. I got out of the water a few minutes later, went home, told my wife about it, and she works down at condos maybe half a mile away from where I'm surfing. And right at the same time I was surfing, a sea lion that got bit pretty much in half had washed up.
Fuck you. Yeah, that's
yeah.
Test, one good taste test on you. Well, that guy got killed in Australia last week, and they didn't know what the hunting shark is. Really kind of a rare occurrence, but yeah, I try not to. You know, it's funny, we have a shitload of sharks up here, and they're pretty big. Salmon shark is a cousin to that white shark. They're very close, very, very close cousins to it, but nobody in Alaska waters has ever been attacked by a shark.
Yeah.
If you think about it, there's not a lot of fuckers swimming in ice cold fucking.
No, there's not many.
It's not pleasant.
No, I wouldn't imagine.
It keeps the statistics down. But yeah, they've actually netted and caught a bunch of white sharks, but they'll migrate. Even what they find crazy shit comes up here. Those what's that giant sunfish called? Besides the giant sunfish?
No, I have no idea.
It's like the fastest growing biomass fish that there is.
It's not the
not
tilapia. Is it? It's just actually I don't know what you're talking about. I'm thinking of one fish, but no, it's probably not it.
They are strange looking fish. Anyway, they grow about 1,200 2 years.
Damn.
They're big, fast growers. But those things come up here, and we catch them not on hook, but commercially net them by accident. Fucking green sea turtles come up here because they'll follow the La Nina or whatever current that warming ocean trend.
Yeah,
they'll all come up going, "Oh, whoops, I'm in Alaska."
Whoops. Yeah, I mean it's true though. We see it here, and I'm sure you see it there. Things are changing with the oceans.
Man, it's fucking 5 fucking hours on this right now, going on to 5 hours.
Yeah,
Those people are gonna go listen to these bullshit. I ain't listening to no more of that. That's funny, but yeah, we had a pretty good chat.
We did, and I certainly appreciate it.
Jackson made me feel good getting on there. Fuck yeah, he's not like. He's got a lot of knowledge for a young guy. He was born into it, and fucking, it was natural for him. So
experience.
I would know if I grew as long as I did, and I was in the place I could do, like,
right.
Outdoors. You know, he did it for me like my big skunk. Just one thing, I sent him old big skunk seed out of the freezer. He grew it up, and then categorized it, picked a good male, did an increase, but then when it came back, it had fucking. One noted about this one fucking PM resistant, and this one this, and he would then what male to what female. It's like give me all the straight up info on it, and then told me it was a bad PM year and everything around those ones that were PM resistant blew up with PM, and they were laughing at PM. So do that. I didn't even know what PM or ever seen it in my fucking life until recently. It never came up here except the pollution on flow.
Oh wow!
Pushing in Alaska, we didn't have PM in Alaska 6 years ago.
Oh wow!
Only when our rec market started in Fort powder mildew.
Of course, yeah. Seriously, it probably did get imported. Oh, that's horrible.
We have naturally occurring powder mildew, but it's species specific and don't ship.
Right.
Like a lot of those downy mildews and powder mildews, they're species specific. So they brought the shit up here. Along when he was talking about russet mites, we never had russet mites until they imported them up here either. But they don't.
Yeah.
People don't share russet mites. It's in one isolated thing. They'll either ditch everything or kill the mite, and it's gone.
I blame Colorado for russet mites.
Reoccurring, like in Oregon, when they put the fucking biocontrol for weeds in the road ditches by spraying fucking russet mite.
Yeah.
So we don't have a reoccurring thing. You have to keep bring it back yourself to make yourself have a problem with russets. But I didn't know shit about them either. So anybody tells me any information about anything, fuck, I want to know, because in case you never know. I know how people ask me, what's this browning and curling on my, dude, you probably got rusted. Get a fucking microscope or a jeweler's loupe and look at that shit. You're going to see these tiny little fucking greenish looking fucking critters, and lots of them. And sure enough, they did. It's like, fuck yes, I have those fucking, what you called it, whatever it is. No, hope you don't got broad mites too, because whoever's importing this shit's fucking us up.
You get the 2 for 1. Come on, extra credit there. Be an overachiever with your clones.
There was something called Colombian black mites. It was a 2-spotted mite that could come up on nursery stock from like Lowe's and all this different shit.
Okay.
It was near. You had to be on it and have your shit together. It was resistant to all organic forms.
Yikes.
To all chemical forms, because once they go into the commercial thing and their IPM fails, that thing is a super board. They call it board mite. A lot of people. Okay,
I've heard that. That's
Colombian black mite, same thing. You got to get a biological on them and get them to grow that fungus out their ass and die. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
I got a bag of that shit too. There's 2 or 3 brands of it.
A lot of people, a lot of people want to go for the natural predators too, and that sounds like more of a parasitic wasp or parasitic.
I spent fucking $1 billion on Swarovski, Anderson, California. That supposedly can just do its job, die off. Some that can supposedly do its job, reproduce, go into a dormancy, eat pollen, fucking come back and then kick some more ass. And I've tried fucking Aureus insidious, pirate bugs. I've tried fucking nematodes. I will buy nematodes. You get them at 250 million in a tray. You get 5 trays in 1 pack, so it's 1.25 billion fucking nematodes in 1 package. And
Good Lord.
7 packs of 1.5 billion nematodes.
Good Lord.
Fucking thrips that are really wicked good thrips. That's $1,000 worth of fucking nematodes. Could not eliminate thrips. So natural is pretty good, but you might get down to a few thrip. But
still,
with a 1,000, it's got to be 100 times overload. What's funny, in the grocery stores, I'll sell you a little sponge soaked in nematodes, a little tiny square sponge in a little envelope, and they call it 1,500 or 2,000, or maybe it's 10,000 nematodes, right?
Oh, wow, okay.
You're supposed to inoculate your garden, and they're going to go do magic, all this shit. Yeah, you can put them in 250 million in per tray in a 5-gallon bucket, and do that 1 5-gallon water bucket, and get a new water bucket with a new tray of 250 million. Put your whole 1.25 billion fucking nematodes in, and then come back and do it a week later, because it got them down to a low count that they fucking rebound.
Yeah.
Natural is the best. But I'd like to own the fucking IPM company, the bioinsectic company that is selling that shit, because the people that go for it, I have 2 or 3 accounts at commercial bio fucking war businesses. Really good ones. And I've used it. Like, they know me, a couple guys know me straight up. I can just like email like, oh yeah, you need another fucking couple billion of this. So.
A couple billion of anything sounds crazy, but yeah, I mean that that works in multiple modes of action. That really is kind of the name of the game at the end of the day.
The coolest fucking bug I bought. It's a minute pirate bug, and they are a hunter killer that can fly. They're really small. They will bite people too if they're annoyed or get bored or whatever the fuck it is. Too human to bite, but they're super tiny. The little bug with a spear for its the proboscis, and they go over to a thrip, and they can just stab a thrip, and they're hunter killer. They got vision like a fucking eagle. They come flying around looking for food. They land on the shit. They see something moving or crawling or whatever, they go in it, kill it and attack it, put it on their little proboscis and spear, and then just like, if you've seen videos of Aureus insidious, they name it that because of its hunt and killing thing. It's that's Latin for what the fuck ever, hunter killer or something like wicked killer. It's
badass,
cool ass bug. But they were supposed to reproduce and hit. What they generally do is fly off. So I tried them in the greenhouse, tried them inside the house, like in the house plant area. And they don't reproduce. And then my wife got mad because they do fucking kind of go over to where humans are and then bug you a little bit. Like, I want to fly over here.
Right.
But if you know what a fucking Aureus insidious is, that's a cool bio.
One of the biocontrols, like green lace wings.
If you were to put a herd of that in a greenhouse with aphids, they would probably do better than ladybugs. Those things are real hunter killers. They're out hunting. Some of those mites are that way too. If the conditions right for them, they'll kill 8 or 10 mites a day, suck them dry, and eat 30 eggs a day. They're pretty voracious.
I'm learning more and more about that. Do a show on Tuesdays with a person, Matthew Gates, goes by Zenthanol. But he is like the bug. He is one of many bug experts, and he is great.
Now they get those mites to be color coded to where you can see when they're active, eating and breeding, and they start off one color and then they turn red. The predator mites, so you can see if they turn red, they are breeding and eating like hell. So it's kind of like a control for them.
Well, that's good.
That's pretty cool.
That is
something new. Got to come up with something new.
Right. We'll see.
Yeah, I tried to dump in big vials in the corn husk and buy the X amount on just covered plants and let them do their thing. And then I tried the satchels and have millions and millions of mites at different times when I've needed them and had to keep them. I think at one point you're better off fighting them with good just IPM and keep them away if you can get them knocked down. I've had to resort to like organic 5% brand, say 7 millimeters per gallon every third day, plus wetting agents and Dr. Spawner or Q or Yucca or something like that, plus a bunch of good strong alcohol. I think you can't brew it yourself. Just get the fucking $13 a half gallon vodka bottle from Costco. It's probably about the cheapest vodka or booze you can get, 80 proof. So you can use that for your IPM. It really helps a lot.
What are you doing with the alcohol? Are you putting it into your solution?
Yeah, you add it to your IPM. It tends to either break through the cell wall of an egg that's attached to the leaf surface and kill the plant that way, or kill the bug that way. But it evaporates so fast that it can't hurt the leaf surface. It's like super good carrier. Everybody does it.
I've never tried that.
You'll find about it, and people, you go, oh wow, that's what everybody does.
That's interesting.
Great strong coffee and fucking vodka, 80 proof vodka. Say your buds are 3 weeks in the flower, you got a couple mites, and you're going, oh, I'm gonna have to either kill everything right now or write it out. Fucking coffee and fucking vodka on that shit directly. You're gonna get coffee residue, but you're gonna kill the bugs. You can do that once a week till the end of flower. It's going to be, it gets super good dripping ass resin and you start spraying it, the alcohol. It's not strong enough to melt the oils off the heads.
I was wondering because it's almost like a solvent. I mean, it is a solvent actually, but
a buildup of, and PMs are that way too. It doesn't like the acidity of the coffee, so you can either go alkaline or acidic. And but at the end, you have to rinse that bud, that coffee alcohol thing, because you have buildup of coffee, and you actually, I don't think it's going to kill you at all to have a coffee residue on your flower, and you could probably smoke it and never have adverse effects, but you can rinse that thing.
Bud wash,
4 or 5 times. Get it a little bit wet first, get it to soak, and then do some rinsing. You'll actually have brown fucking coffee water, and you rinse it off, then hang it and dry it. It's like normal. And that is just one thing out of 1 million things you could do, right?
If it influences the taste, I think a lot of people might be into that.
I don't think it changes it either way. I didn't see any. It did kill the bugs though, and we do it every week. They can't get caught up. The bug egg might hatch, but it can't just keep reproducing. You'll get caught up on it. Organic 5% really does wonders though, but you better wear a fucking mask. But once it's atomized, I use a fogger sometimes or a little high-powered sprayer.
Yeah.
Misting, you don't want to breathe that shit.
Always, yeah. Neem always wear your mask.
Mineral oil, neem oil, fucking organic, chrysanthemum, that's poison.
It's natural, but it's poison. It's organic, but it's still poison.
Erytherum is bad shit. It'll kill bugs and you, but yeah. say that's really not. That's the best natural Hong IPA. Just organic 5%. A couple places make it. I think Evergreen makes it. And, Pyganic makes it, but it's all the same thing. 5%.
Right.
Pretty
Right.
Wicked good stuff.
Wicked good stuff. And that was one thing that I was talking to Matthew Gates about is the pyrethrum, and pyrethrin is just the natural chemical or the natural form from the flower, and then there's the synthetic version of it. And it's like those two are so close.
The chrysanthemum flower. We used to have something called U-Hack up here. Every fucking recreational camper, homesteader, anybody with a cabin or does anything knew what U-Hack, and all fucking native village, every single native in the world relied on U-Hack. Ground up chrysanthemum flower. You get a small pile of it, burn it like an incense, like a loose unpowdered incense. You'll fill your cabin or whatever room. It'll kill off all the fucking no-see-ums and mosquitoes in the air at that time. And it doesn't kill people like Drop did killing people. No, it came off the market. It's one of the craziest things in the world, one of the best-selling, most essential things in the world. If you knew anything about U-Hack, it was manufactured by one company. It was a mainstay thing for every fucking person in Alaska, and it went off the market and disappeared.
Huh. I'll just write that down because that sounds worth looking into here.
It's very interesting because Alaskans, you mentioned U-Hack, everybody go, oh yeah. As much as Vegemite would be to a fucking Australian.
Right?
They know it inside and out. But it's just the, chrysanthemum flower, which is the pyrethrum comes from. So, I don't know why or whatever, and then we couldn't even find European sources, Chinese sources. Fucking craziest thing in the world. One of the most beneficial things in the world. Something similar as those picks, the mosquito picks, off-brand and all these other different mosquito repellent brands. The picks is what you burn at a picnic, and it's a coil that'll keep gassing. I think that has some type of chemical and probably pressed chrysanthemum flower. It could be. I don't know what the ingredients are that or what it is. There's multiple brands of it. Some people probably have one formula, and some probably have another one. Some people probably bootlegged and stole half of them. Who knows? But that's one thing that was weird that U-Hack disappeared because mosquitoes are bad up here. It's not super pleasant to have a cabin full of mosquitoes.
No, I mean we get them down here pretty bad, and if you're near any wetlands, but I imagine everything is bigger in Alaska, so I imagine their bite is a little bit worse.
The mosquitoes in Florida, I went to Louisiana, feel them land on you. They're tiny little fuckers by the you're just an itching fool. Up here, they land on you and they hurt you when they are starting to bite you. So you go, oh, yeah, just a little prick. All of a sudden, you go, oh, fuck, a mosquito. Barely
blood.
He cannot get a good bite of blood.
Yeah.
The drunk people, they're just like, you're just watching them fill up with blood, watching them eat the guy right in the forehead or something. Fucking some funny shit. But normally you feel them. They're big enough. They're very good size.
Yeah.
Well, we do have some bugs too. Right there in a way to get a benefit out of all of our bugs that we have. If they grow naturally and come back every year and can't slow them down.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something.
Almost like locusts, but just small.
Right. I'm sure there's something there, but we're missing it. We're not looking yet. So
what it is, it's good, is the fry, all salmon fry. The tiny little fucking salmon fry, that's all they eat, is that fucking mosquito fly and other things. They go out on the ocean. They constantly are there at the ocean level, ground level, but they go out into the water and they land on the water. You see these tiny little salmon fry just gorging on so it is good. There's biomass that feeds all baby salmon.
Yep.
Comes back and feeds all humans. So
okay, there we go.
That chain. But in the meantime, they suck your blood and
they're ruthless. Yeah.
They gotta live too, right?
They do, but I'm pretty peaceful, but if it's an invading army near me, then everything has to die. I don't care.
Hunted a lot of different weird shit, but one time we were in Prince Williamstown and I'm gonna shoot a bear. Everything's like normal. I aim, I shoot him. And the shock of it is like thunderous. It just like massively bolts and shocks him, and he does like a forward stride, 2 or 3 strides, but it was so fast of a lurch. The shock and the forward lurch, the bugs came up in the air. He ran out of the bug cloud, and it just hovered there when he ran off. And you know, he didn't go 50 yards and drop dead, but those fucking bugs. He struck loose 5,000 no-see-ums, gnats, and mosquitoes.
Wow.
I can't imagine how itchy Prince William Sound ocean bear or deer or anything is. I bet the otters get bit. I bet the sea lions get bit. The bugs are bad there. If they ever did a Naked Unafraid, they would never do it. I guarantee they would never do it in Prince William.
That's
high of bugs, and they do it in some buggy-ass places.
Yeah.
He's a lot of shit. Those little chitras, those sand fleas, they'll eat your ass. That's nothing compared to what you get up here.
No, it sounds like you're throwing down the gauntlet for NBC or for the Naked and Afraid. It's like, you guys are not afraid until you get naked here.
You could go find washed up shit on the beach and eat some shit and find some food and some protein, and probably you'd be okay with vegetation you could pick and from whatever. You might even be able to kill some shit. But the fact that it's a rainforest, you cannot get a fire started, and you will not get a fire started. There's no fucking firewood.
Nothing dry.
There's no firewood, and we do have big fires, but it involves big, nice-ass chainsaws because the trees are 3 to 4, 5 fucking foot across. They're huge old growth.
Damn.
They're big, real deal old growth trees. Never been touched. Some of it's never been logged. Just like the Tongass, that type, the same tree and everything. But it takes a quart of fucking Boy Scout juice, oil, to make a fucking fire start, to fucking be real out there. Sometimes we have 2 or 3 attempts with good equipment and heat like hell, gasoline and oil mix with pure oil, Florida fucking oil, and then we'll get a fire going. Then it'll dry the wood enough to continue the system. You can have a fire, a bonfire, beach fire, but there's no way that the motherfuckers come with a bow drill, a spark, or anything like that. No way you're going to fucking live in Prince William Sound. Why they've never done it. Out of all the places in the world, I kind of wonder. It'd be awesome if they would do it. Because you ain't going to live. On the 4th day, they're going to call that fucking on the producer and go like, we got to get the fuck out.
Yeah, you're fucking kidding, right? This is a joke.
Take me to Colombia, take me to the Amazon, take me to Africa, take me fucking anywhere but to this fucking island. It's bad. I mean, you jump off the boat, you got to head on the boat, say, you want to go on the beach for a minute, you're going to go take a shit. You better time it. You pull down your pants, and by the time you do your business, you're going to have these 10 bugs spit you on your ass fiercely, where you get back on the boat, and you're just doing the hoochie coochie, and your ass itches fierce. That's how bad it is.
Oh, God.
So what you do before you go, you pull your pants down on the boat and spray Bend 100 across your fucking ass. That's really a strong, bug though. Bend 100.
Okay.
100% deep.
Dip your balls.
Works fucking very well. That's for real. That's something you pre-plan, not getting ate alive just to take a shit on Prince William Sound Island.
Damn. Yeah, that is extreme. But
why the fuck would you go there? But man, it's heaven. It's fucking heaven.
Doesn't sound like it's very populated either.
It's bug heaven, but man, you're not going to see a prettier sight. And you might even catch a sunrise or sunset that you'll remember for your whole life.
Nice.
All right, let's cut this shit off.
Crazy talk. We keep going for another 5 hours. Well, hey, again, first of all, thank you very much for coming and talking tonight. This was very cool. Get to share more about you. But I do want to let you know too that we'll arrange it, and I'll contact you here. But we've got like our HPLV guy that'll be at your access. You can ask him any questions. Again, Gene, you obviously have a good communication with him. But yeah, if you want to do another panel, we will happily arrange that for you.
Well, don't do it for me. Do it for the fucking community. I just want to get my share of the information as it happens. It's very valuable to get forward on this advancement before it gets over on us.
Yep. Well, I will. I'll contact you kind of on the back end there, and we can arrange something. But again, from my perspective, listening to you talk with Gene, it was great because it is kind of for the community because we get to see two people who know what the right questions are to ask. And so we get to sit back and we get to hear those answers. So that's something that I would love to facilitate.
Have the answer from their experience, but there could be a lot of fucking answers that come up from sharing. And there's, like I said, I'm jealous of a guy that can go get a photo plant, put it out in the middle of June and July, it starts showing sex and goes into flower. That doesn't happen in my world.
No.
Just the fact of all those experiences and all those times that Gene, since he was like that fucking high growing and watching plant expression and shit, I could never learn it in my life. I'm already dead before I get a chance to fucking go do that. I might end up ending up a place where I can grow photo plant outdoors and I'll be like guy I talked to today, Dave Stanley, guy that made that fucking one, and he was like, I said, I'll send you this. He goes, I'm done growing it. It's just easier to get some weed from my son. The other day, his son owns Ziploc seeds. It's right nearby, so he gives him the fucking distiller of the killer. And I'm too old to fucking grow anymore. At 75 or whatever it is, he's fucking finally quitting. He's still splitting his own farm with, though.
Animal.
Animal. Would want to grow, and maybe not. If you're going to smoke, you would think you'd want to grow.
Yeah, huh? Shoot. Well, shit, man. Thank you very much. I just want to let everybody know, too, we've got some AK Bean Brains gear up on the Dogga.garden site now. Definitely check those out. And I also put it in the show notes, but akbeanbrains.com. That's your website as well, and people can find you there.
No, that's no, akbeanbrains.com.
Or let's see, let me go.
Dankertown.com.
Dankertown.
That is my contact.
Okay.
Town comes from the word from Anchorage was called Anchor Town, and then to spin that somebody put whatever one of these rec places started up with the word dank, changing Anchorage to dank, and at that point I'd already had the Dankertown moniker, which was just a spin on Anchortown, but it spelled like old school. DANKORTOWNE. They're spelling town old school, and it kind of loses its meaning. People are confused by it all the time. Well, like they can't even read it. My boss, who's Korean, for fucking the last 10 years, didn't know what it was. I gave him a shirt and a hat. He's like, pronounce it. Dankor Town. It's like, oh god.
Oh boy.
Over people's heads.
Yeah.
That's uneasy to get a hold of. That I tend to tell people, or the links in my bio on IG.
Cool. All right. Well, I guess with that, we'll wrap it up.
You're at fucking 12:30. You're late.
12:30. Yeah.
Got an hour. That's one good thing about being the last guy in America to have that late night shit. Yeah. Next is like Hawaii. They'll be going to bed next.
Yeah, well, you got a bit of watering to do this evening, so I'll get to that now and take care of the ladies.
I guess so. Yeah, that's one thing I don't do. I don't do the midnight water fest thing.
Yeah, I just
sleep. I fish or sleep, and that's the only reason to be up at midnight.
not bad reasons. All right. Well,
cool. Good.
Yep. With that, I'll talk to you later, man. I appreciate it.
All right. Later.
All right.